she now went to see. Mrs. Luce had been living in Paris since the days of Louis Philippe. She used to say, jocosely, that she was one of the generation of 1830, a joke of which the point was not always taken. When it failed, Mrs. Luce used to explain, "Oh yes, I'm one of the romantics." Her French had never become quite perfect. She was always at home on Sunday afternoons and surrounded by sympathetic compatriots, usually the same. In fact, she was at home at all times, and reproduced with wondrous truth in her well-cushioned little corner of the brilliant city the domestic tone of her native Baltimore. This reduced Mr. Luce, her worthy husband, a tall, lean, grizzled, well-brushed gentleman who wore a gold eyeglass and carried his hat a little too much on the back of his head, to mere platonic praise of the distractions of Paris. They were his great word, since you would never have guessed from what cares he escaped to them. One of them was that he went every day to the American bankers, where he found a post office that was almost as sociable and colloquial an institution as in an American country town. He passed an hour, in fine weather, in a chair in the Champs-Élysées, and he dined uncommonly well at his own table, seated above a waxed floor which it was Mrs. Luce's happiness to believe had a finer polish than any other in the French capital. Occasionally he dined with a friend or two at the Café Anglais, where his talent for ordering a dinner was a source of felicity to his companions and an object of admiration even to the head waiter of the establishment. These were his only known pastimes, but they had beguiled his hours for upwards of half a century, and they doubtless justified his frequent declaration that there was no place like Paris. In no other place on these terms could Mr. Luce flatter himself that he was enjoying life. There was nothing like Paris, but it must be confessed that Mr. Luce thought less highly of this scene of his dissipations than in earlier days. In the list of his resources, his political reflections should not be omitted, for they were doubtless the animating principle of many hours that superficially seemed vacant. Like many of his fellow colonists, Mr. Luce was a high, or rather a deep, conservative, and gave no countenance to the government lately established in France. He had no faith in its duration, and would assure you from year to year that its end was close at hand. "They want to be kept down, sir, to be kept down. Nothing but the strong hand, the iron heel, will do for them," he would frequently say of the French people, and his ideal of a fine, showy, clever rule was that of the superseded empire. Paris is much less attractive than in the days of the emperor. He knew how to make a city pleasant, Mr. Luce often remarked to Mrs. Touchette, who was quite of his own way of thinking, and wished to know what one had crossed that odious Atlantic for but to get away from republics. "Why, madam, sitting in the Champs-Élysées, opposite to the Palace of Industry, I've seen the court carriages from the Tuileries pass up and down as many as 7 times a day. I remember one occasion when they went as high as 9. What do you see now? It's no use talking, the style's all gone. Napoleon knew what the French people want, and there'll be a dark cloud over Paris, our Paris, till they get the empire back again." Among Mrs. Luce's visitors on Sunday afternoons was a young man with whom Isabel had had a good deal of conversation, and whom she found full of valuable knowledge. Mr. Edward Rosier, Ned Rosier as he was called, was native to New York, and had been brought up in Paris, living there under the eye of his father, who, as it happened, had been an early and intimate friend of the late Mr. Archer. Edward Rosier remembered Isabel as a little girl. It had been his father who came to the rescue of the small Archers at the inn at Neufchâtel. He was travelling that way with the boy and had stopped at the hotel by chance, after their bonne had gone off with the Russian prince, and when Mr. Archer's whereabouts remained for some days a mystery. Isabel remembered perfectly the neat little male child whose hair smelt of a delicious cosmetic, and who had a bonne all his own, warranted to lose sight of him under no provocation. Isabel took a walk with the pair beside the lake and thought little Edward as pretty as an angel, a comparison by no means conventional in her mind, for she had a very definite conception of a type of features which she supposed to be angelic and which her new friend perfectly illustrated. A small pink face surmounted by a blue velvet bonnet and set off by a stiff embroidered collar had become the countenance of her childish dreams, and she had firmly believed for some time afterwards that the heavenly hosts conversed amongst themselves in a queer little dialect of French English, expressing the properest sentiments, as when Edward told her that he was defended by his bonne to go near the edge of the lake, and that one must always obey to one's bonne. Ned Rosier's English had improved, at least it exhibited in a less degree the French variation. His father was dead and his bonne dismissed, but the young man still conformed to the spirit of their teaching. He never went to the edge of the lake. There was still something agreeable to the nostrils about him, and something not offensive to nobler organs. He was a very gentle and gracious youth, with what are called cultivated tastes, an acquaintance with old china, with good wine, with the bindings of books, with the Almanac de Gotha, with the best shops, the best hotels, the hours of railway trains. He could order a dinner almost as well as Mr. Luce, and it was probable that as his experience accumulated, he would be a worthy successor to that gentleman, whose rather grim politics he also advocated in a soft and innocent voice. He had some charming rooms in Paris, decorated with old Spanish altar lace, the envy of his female friends, who declared that his chimney-piece was better draped than the high shoulders of many a duchess. He usually, however, spent a part of every winter at Pau, and had once passed a couple of months in the United States. He took a great interest in Isabel, and remembered perfectly the walk at Neufchâtel, when she would persist in going so near the edge. He seemed to recognise this same tendency in the subversive inquiry that I quoted a moment ago, and set himself to answer our heroine's question with greater urbanity than it perhaps deserved. What does it lead to, Miss Archer? Why, Paris leads everywhere. You can't go anywhere unless you come here first. Everyone that comes to Europe has got to pass through. You don't mean it in that sense so much. You mean what good it does you. Well, how can you penetrate futurity? How can you tell what lies ahead? If it's a pleasant road, I don't care where it leads. I like the road, Miss Archer. I like the dear old asphalt. You can't get tired of it. You can't if you try. You think you would, but you wouldn't. There's always something new and fresh. Take the Hotel Drouot. Now, they sometimes have 3 or 4 sales a week. Where can you get such things as you can here? In spite of all they say, I maintain they're cheaper too, if you know the right places. I know plenty of places, but I keep them to myself. I'll tell you, if you like, as a particular favour. Only you mustn't tell anyone else. Don't you go anywhere without asking me first. I want you to promise me that. As a general thing, avoid the boulevards. There's very little to be done on the boulevards. Speaking conscientiously, sans blague, I don't believe anyone knows Paris better than I. You and Mrs. Touchette must come and breakfast with me some day, and I'll show you my things. Je ne vous dis que? There has been a great deal of talk about London of late. It's the fashion to cry up London, but there's nothing in it. You can't do anything in London. No Louis Quinze, nothing of the First Empire, nothing but their eternal Queen Anne. It's good for one's bedroom, Queen Anne for one's washing room, but it isn't proper for a salon. Do I spend my life at the auctioneer's? Mr. Rosier pursued in answer to another question of Isabel's. Oh no, I haven't the means. I wish I had. You think I'm a mere trifler. I can tell by the expression of your face. You've got a wonderfully expressive face. I hope you don't mind my saying that. I mean, it is a kind of warning. You think I ought to do something, and so do I, so long as you leave it vague. But when you come to the point, you see you have to stop. I can't go home and be a shopkeeper. You think I'm very well fitted? Ah, Miss Archer, you overrate me. I can buy very well, but I can't sell. You should see when I sometimes try to get rid of my things. It takes much more ability to make other people buy than to buy yourself. When I think how clever they must be, the people who make me buy. Ah, no, I couldn't be a shopkeeper. I can't be a doctor. It's a repulsive business. I can't be a clergyman. I haven't got convictions. And then I can't pronounce the names right in the Bible. They're very difficult, in the Old Testament particularly. I can't be a lawyer. I don't understand, and how do you call it? The American procedure. Is there anything else? There's nothing for a gentleman in America. I should like to be a diplomatist. But American diplomacy, that's not for a gentleman either. I'm sure if you had seen the last Henrietta Stackpole, who was often with her friend when Mr. Rosier, coming to pay his compliments late in the afternoon, expressed himself after the fashion I have sketched, usually interrupted the young man at this point and read him a lecture on the duties of the American citizen. She thought him most unnatural. He was worse than poor Ralph Touchette. Henrietta, however, was at this time more than ever addicted to fine criticism, for her conscience had been freshly alarmed as regards Isabel. She had not congratulated this young lady on her augmentations, and begged to be excused from doing so. If Mr. Touchett had consulted me about leaving you the money, she frankly asserted, I'd have said to him, never. I see, Isabel had answered. You think it will prove a curse in disguise? Perhaps it will. Leave it to someone you care less for. That's what I should have said. To yourself, for instance, Isabel suggested jocosely. And then, do you really believe it will ruin me? She asked in quite another tone. I hope it won't ruin you, but it will certainly confirm your dangerous tendencies. Do you mean the love of luxury, of extravagance? No, said Henrietta. I mean your exposure on the moral side. I approve of luxury. I think we ought to be as elegant as possible. Look at the luxury of our western cities. I've seen nothing over here to compare with it. I hope you'll never become grossly sensual, but I'm not afraid of that. The peril for you is that you live too much in the world of your own dreams. You're not enough in contact with reality, with the toiling, striving, suffering, I may even say sinning world that surrounds you. You're too fastidious. You've too many graceful illusions. Your newly acquired thousands will shut you up more and more to the society of a few selfish and heartless people who will be interested in keeping them up. Isabel's eyes expanded as she gazed at this lurid scene. What are my illusions? She asked. I try so hard not to have any. Well, said Henrietta, you think you can lead a romantic life and that you can live by pleasing yourself and pleasing others. You'll find you're mistaken. Whatever life you lead, you must put your soul into it, to make any sort of success of it, and from the moment you do that it ceases to be romance, I assure you, it becomes grim reality. And you can't always please yourself. You must sometimes please other people. That, I admit, you're very ready to do. But there's another thing that's still more important. You must often displease others. You must always be ready for that. You must never shrink from it. That doesn't suit you at all. You're too fond of admiration. You like to be thought well of. You think we can escape disagreeable duties by taking romantic views. That's your great illusion, my dear. But we can't. You must be prepared, on many occasions in life, to please no one at all, not even yourself. Isabel shook her head sadly. She looked troubled and frightened. This, for you, Henrietta, she said, must be one of those occasions. It was certainly true that Miss Stackpole, during her visit to Paris, which had been professionally more remunerative than her English sojourn, had not been living in the world of dreams. Mr. Bantling, who had now returned to England, was her companion for the first 4 weeks of her stay, and about Mr. Bantling there was nothing dreamy. Isabel learned from a friend that the two had led a life of great personal intimacy, and that this had been a peculiar advantage to Henrietta, owing to the gentleman's remarkable knowledge of Paris. He had explained everything, shown her everything, been her constant guide and interpreter. They had breakfasted together, dined together, gone to the theatre together, supped together, really, in a manner, quite lived together. He was a true friend, Henrietta more than once assured our heroine, and she was never supposed that she could like any Englishman so well. Isabel could not have told you why, but she found something that ministered to mirth in the alliance the correspondent of the Interviewer had struck with Lady Pencil's brother. Her amusement, moreover, subsisted in face of the fact that she thought it a credit to each of them. Isabel couldn't rid herself of a suspicion that they were playing somehow at cross purposes, that the simplicity of each had been entrapped. But this simplicity was on either side none the less honourable. It was as graceful on Henrietta's part to believe that Mr. Bantling took an interest in the diffusion of lively journalism and in consolidating the position of lady correspondence as it was on the part of his companion to suppose that the cause of the Interviewer, a periodical of which he never formed a very definite conception, was, if subtly analysed, a task to which Mr. Bantling felt himself quite equal, but the cause of Miss Stackpole's need of demonstrative affection. Each of these groping celibates supplied at any rate a want of which the other was impatiently conscious. Mr. Bantling, who was of rather a slow and discursive habit, relished a prompt, keen, positive woman, who charmed him by the influence of a shining, challenging eye and a kind of bandbox freshness, and who kindled a perception of raciness in a mind to which the usual fare of life seemed unsalted. Henrietta, on the other hand, enjoyed the society of a gentleman who appeared somehow, in his way, made by expensive, roundabout, almost quaint processes for her use, and whose leisured state, though generally indefensible, was a decided boon to a breathless mate, and who was furnished with an easy, traditional, though by no means exhaustive, answer to almost any social or practical question that could come up. She often found Mr. Bantling's answers very convenient, and in the press of catching the American Post, would largely and showily address them to publicity. It was to be feared that she was indeed drifting towards those abysses of sophistication as to which Isabel, wishing for a good-humoured retort, had warned her. There might be danger in store for Isabel, but it was scarcely to be hoped that Miss Stackpole, on her side, would find permanent rest in any adoption of the views of a class pledged to all the old abuses. Isabel continued to warn her good-humouredly. Lady Pencil's obliging brother was sometimes, on our heroine's lips, an object of irreverent and facetious allusion. Nothing, however, could exceed Henrietta's amiability on this point. She used to abound in the sense of Isabel's irony, and to enumerate with elation the hours she had spent with this perfect man of the world, a term that had ceased to make her as previously for any opprobrium. Then, a few moments later, she would forget that they had been talking jocosely, and would mention with impulsive earnestness some expedition she'd enjoyed in his company. She would say, "Oh, I know all about Versailles. I went there with Mr. Bantling. I was bound to see it thoroughly. I warned him when we went out there that I was thorough. So we spent 3 days at the hotel and wandered all over the place. It was lovely weather, a kind of Indian summer, only not so good. We just lived in that park. Oh yes, you can't tell me anything about Versailles." Henrietta appeared to have made arrangements to meet her gallant friend during the spring in Italy. Chapter 21. Mrs. Touchette, before arriving in Paris, had fixed the day for her departure, and by the middle of February had begun to travel southward. She interrupted her journey to pay a visit to her son, who at San Remo, on the Italian shore of the Mediterranean, had been spending a dull, bright winter beneath a slow-moving white umbrella. Isabel went with her aunt as a matter of course, though Mrs. Touchette, with homely, customary logic, had laid before her a pair of alternatives. Now, of course, you're completely your own mistress, and are as free as a bird on the bough. I don't mean you were not so before, but you're at present on a different footing. Property erects a kind of barrier. You can do a great many things if you're rich, which would be severely criticised if you were poor. You can go and come, you can travel alone, you can have your own establishment. I mean, of course, if you will take a companion, some decayed gentlewoman, with a darned cashmere and dyed hair, who paints on velvet. You don't think you'd like that? Of course, you can do as you please. I only want you to understand how much you're at liberty. You might take Miss Stackpole as your dame de compagnon. She'd keep people off very well. I think, however, that it's a great deal better you should remain with me, in spite of there being no obligation. It's better for several reasons, quite apart from your liking it. I shouldn't think you'd like it, but I recommend you make the sacrifice. Of course, whatever novelty there may have been at first in my society has quite passed away, and you see me as I am, a dull, obstinate, narrow-minded old woman. I don't think you're at all dull, Isabel had replied to this. But you do think I'm obstinate and narrow-minded. I told you so, said Mrs. Touchette, with much elation at being justified. Isabel remained for the present with her aunt, because, in spite of eccentric impulses, she had a great regard for what was usually deemed decent, and a young gentlewoman without visible relations had always struck her as a flower without foliage. It was true that Mrs. Touchette's conversation had never again appeared so brilliant as that first afternoon in Albany, when she sat in a damp waterproof and sketched the opportunities that Europe would offer to a young person of taste. This, however, was in a great measure the girl's own fault. She had got a glimpse of her aunt's experience, and her imagination constantly anticipated the judgments and emotions of a woman who had very little of the same faculty. Apart from this, Mrs. Touchette had a great merit. She was as honest as a pair of compasses. There was a comfort in her stiffness and firmness. You knew exactly where to find her, and were never liable to chance encounters and concussions. On her own ground, she was perfectly present, but was never over-inquisitive as regards to the territory of her neighbour. Isabel came at last to have a kind of undemonstrable pity for her. There seemed something so dreary in the condition of a person whose nature had, as it were, so little surface, offered so limited a face to the accretions of human contact. Nothing tender, nothing sympathetic had ever had a chance to fasten upon it. No wind-sown blossom, no familiar softening moss. Her passive extent, in other words, was about that of a knife edge. Isabel had reason to believe, nonetheless, that as she advanced in life, she made more of those concessions to the sense of something obscurely distinct from convenience, more of them than she independently exacted. She was learning to sacrifice consistency to considerations of that inferior order for which the excuse must be found in the particular case. It was not to the credit of her absolute rectitude that she should have gone the longest way round to Florence in order to spend a few weeks with her invalid son, since in former years it had been one of her most definite convictions that when Ralph wished to see her, he was at liberty to remember that Palazzo Crescentini contained a large apartment known as the quarter of the Signorino. "I want to ask you something," Isabel said to this young man the day after arrival at San Remo. "Something I've thought more than once of asking you by letter, but that I've hesitated on the whole to write about. Face to face, nevertheless, my question seems easy enough. Did you know your father intended to leave me so much money?" Ralph stretched his legs a little further than usual and gazed a little more fixedly at the Mediterranean. "What does it matter, my dear Isabel, whether I knew? My father was very obstinate." "So," said the girl, "you did know?" "Yes, he told me. We even talked it over a little." "What did he do it for?" asked Isabel abruptly. "Why, as a kind of compliment." "A compliment on what?" "On your so beautifully existing." "He liked me too much," she presently declared. "That's a way we all have. If I believed that, I should be very unhappy. Fortunately, I don't believe it. I want to be treated with justice. I want nothing but that." "Very good. But you must remember that justice to a lovely being is, after all, a florid sort of sentiment." "I'm not a lovely being. How can you say that at the very moment when I'm asking such odious questions? I must seem to you delicate." "You seem to me troubled," said Ralph. "I am troubled." "About what?" For a moment she answered nothing. Then she broke out. "Do you think it good for me suddenly to be made so rich? Henrietta doesn't." "Oh, hang Henrietta," said Ralph coarsely. "If you ask me, I'm delighted at it. Is that why your father did it? For your amusement?" "I differ with Miss Stackpole," Ralph went on more gravely. "I think it very good for you to have means." Isabel looked at him with serious eyes. "I wonder whether you know what's good for me, or whether you care. If I know, depend upon it, I care. Shall I tell you what it is? Not to torment yourself. Not to torment you, I suppose you mean. You can't do that, I'm proof. Take things more easily. Don't ask yourself so much whether this or that is good for you. Don't question your conscience so much. It will get out of tune, like a strummed piano. Keep it for great occasions. Don't try so much to form your character. It's like trying to pull open a tight, tender young rose. Live as you like best, and your character will take care of itself. Most things are good for you. The exceptions are very rare, and a comfortable income's not one of them." Ralph paused, smiling. Isabel had listened quickly. "You've too much power of thought, above all too much conscience," Ralph added. "It's out of all reason. The number of things you think wrong. Put back your watch. Diet your fever. Spread your wings. Rise above the ground. It's never wrong to do that." She had listened eagerly, as I say, and it was her nature to understand quickly. "I wonder if you appreciate what you say. If you do, you take a great responsibility." "You frighten me a little, but I think I'm right," said Ralph, persisting in cheer. "All the same, what you say is very true," Isabel pursued. "You could say nothing more true. I'm absorbed in myself. I look at life too much as a doctor's prescription. Why indeed should we perpetually be thinking whether things are good for us, as if we were patients lying in a hospital? Why should I be so afraid of not doing right, as if it mattered to the world whether I do right or wrong?" "You're a capital person to advise," said Ralph. "You take the wind out of my sails." She looked at him as if she had not heard him, though she was following out of the train of reflection which he himself had kindled. "I try to care more about the world than about myself, but I always come back to myself. It's because I'm afraid." She stopped. Her voice had trembled a little. "Yes, I'm afraid. I can't tell you. A large fortune means freedom, and I'm afraid of that. It's such a fine thing, and one should make such a good use of it. If one shouldn't, one would be ashamed, and one must keep thinking it's a constant effort. I'm not sure it's not a greater happiness to be powerless. For weak people, I've no doubt it's a greater happiness. For weak people, the effort not to be contemptible Must be great." "And how do you know I'm not weak?" Isabel asked. "Ah," Ralph answered with a flush that the girl noticed. "If you are, I'm awfully sold." The charm of the Mediterranean coast only deepened for our heroine on acquaintance, for it was the threshold of Italy, the gate of admirations. Italy, as yet imperfectly seen and felt, stretched before her as a land of promise, a land in which a love of the beautiful might be comforted by endless knowledge. Whenever she strolled upon the shore with her cousin, and she was the companion of this daily walk, she looked across the sea with longing eyes to where she knew that Genoa lay. She was glad to pause, however, on the edge of this larger adventure. There was such a thrill even in the preliminary hovering. It affected her, moreover, as a peaceful interlude, as a hush of the drum and fife in a career which she had little warrant as yet for regarding as agitated, but which nevertheless she was constantly picturing to herself by the light of her hopes, her fears, her fancies, her ambitions, her predilections, and which she reflected these subjective accidents in a manner sufficiently dramatic. Madame Merle had predicted to Mrs. Touchette that after their young friend had put her hand into her pocket half a dozen times, she would be reconciled to the idea that it had been filled by a munificent uncle, and the event justified, as it so often justified before, that lady's perspicacity. Ralph Touchette had praised his cousin for being morally inflammable, that is, for being quick to take a hint that was meant as good advice. His advice had perhaps helped the matter. She had at any rate, before leaving San Remo, grown used to feeling rich. The consciousness in question found a proper place in rather a dense little group of ideas that she had about herself, and often it was by no means the least agreeable. It took perpetually for granted 1,000 good intentions. She lost herself in a maze of visions. The fine things to be done by a rich, independent, generous girl who took a large human view of occasions and obligations were sublime in the mass. Her fortune, therefore, became to her mind a part of her better self. It gave her importance, gave her even, to her own imagination, a certain ideal beauty. What it did for her in the imagination of others is another affair, and on this point we must also touch in time. The visions I have just spoken of were mixed with other debates. Isabel liked better to think of the future than of the past, but at times, as she listened to the murmur of the Mediterranean waves, her glance took a backward flight. It rested upon two figures which, in spite of increasing distance, were still sufficiently salient. They were recognisable without difficulty as those of Casper Goodwood and Lord Warburton. It was strange how quickly these images of energy had fallen into the background of our young lady's life. It was in her disposition at all times to lose faith in the reality of absent things. She could summon back her faith in case of need, with an effort, but the effort was often painful even when the reality had been pleasant. The past was apt to look dead, and its revival rather to show the livid light of a judgment day. The girl, moreover, was not prone to take for granted that she herself in the mind of others. She had not the fatuity to believe she had indelible traces. She was capable of being wounded by the discovery that she had been forgotten. But of all liberties, the one she herself found sweetest was the liberty to forget. She had not given her last shilling, sentimentally speaking, either to Casper Goodwood or to Lord Warburton, and yet couldn't feel them appreciably in debt to her. She had of course reminded herself that she was to hear from Mr. Goodwood again, but this was not to be for another year and a half, and in that time a great many things might happen. She had indeed fell to say to herself that her American suitor might find some other girl more comfortable to woo, because, though it was certain many other girls would prove so, she had not the smallest belief that this merit would attract him. But she reflected that she herself might know the humiliation of change, might really, for that matter, come to the end of the things that were not Casper, even though there appeared so many of them, and find the rest in those very elements of his presence which struck her now as impediments to the finer respiration. It was conceivable that these impediments should some day prove a sort of blessing in disguise, a clear and quiet harbour enclosed by a brave granite breakwater. But that day could only come in its order, and she couldn't wait for it with folded hands. That Lord Warburton should continue to cherish her image seemed to her more than noble humility or enlightened pride ought to wish to reckon with. She had so definitely undertaken to preserve no record of what had passed between them that a corresponding effort on his own part would be eminently just. This was not, as it may seem, merely a theory tinged with sarcasm. Isabel candidly believed that his lordship would, in the usual phrase, get over his disappointment. He had been deeply affected, this she believed, and she was still capable of deriving pleasure from the belief. But it was absurd that a man both so intelligent and so honourably dealt with should cultivate a scar out of proportion to any wound. Englishmen liked moreover to be comfortable, said Isabel, and there could be little comfort for Lord Warburton in the long run in brooding over a self-sufficient American girl who had been but a casual acquaintance. She flattered herself that, should she hear from one day to another that he had married some young woman of his own country who had done more to deserve him, she should receive the news without a pang of even surprise. It would have proved that he believed she was firm, which was what she wished to seem to him. That alone was grateful to her pride. Chapter 22. On one of the first days of May, some 6 months after old Mr. Touchette's death, a small group that might have been described by a painter as composing well was gathered in one of the many rooms of an ancient villa crowning an olive-muffled hill outside the Roman gate of Florence. The villa was a long, rather blank-looking structure with the far-projecting roof which Tuscany loves, and which, on the hills that encircle Florence, when considered from a distance, make so harmonious a rectangle with the straight, dark, definite cypresses that usually rise in groups of 3 or 4 beside it. The house had a front upon a little grassy, empty, rural piazza which occupied a part of the hilltop, and this front, pierced with a few windows in irregular relations and furnished with a stone bench lengthily adjusted to the base of the structure and useful as a lounging place to 1 or 2 persons wearing more or less of that air of undervalued merit which in Italy, for some reason or other, always gracefully invests anyone who confidently assumes a perfectly passive attitude. This antique, solid, weather-worn, yet imposing front had a somewhat incommunicative character. It was the mask, not the face of the house. It had heavy lids, but no eyes. The house in reality looked another way, looked off behind into splendid openness and the range of the afternoon light. In that quarter the villa overhung the slope of its hill and the long valley of the Arno, hazy with Italian colour. It had a narrow garden in the manner of a terrace, productive chiefly of tangles of wild roses and other old stone benches, mossy and sun-warmed. The parapet of the terrace was just the height to lean upon, and beneath it the ground declined into the vagueness of olive crops and vineyards. It is not, however, with the outside of the place that we are concerned. On this bright morning of ripened spring, its tenants had reason to prefer the shady side of the wall. The windows of the ground floor, as you saw them from the piazza, were, in their noble proportions, extremely architectural, but their function seemed less to offer communication with the world than to defy the world to look in. They were massively crossbarred and placed at such a height that curiosity, even on tiptoe, expired before it reached them. In an apartment lighted by a row of 3 of these jealous apertures, one of the several distinct apartments into which the villa was divided, and which were mainly occupied by foreigners of random race long resident in Florence, a gentleman was seated in company with a young girl and 2 good sisters from a religious house. The room was, however, less sombre than our indications may have represented, for it had a wide, high door, which now stood open into the tangled garden behind, and the tall iron lattices admitted on occasion more than enough of the Italian sunshine. It was moreover a seat of ease, indeed of luxury, telling of arrangements subtly studied and refinements frankly proclaimed, and containing a variety of those faded hangings of damask and tapestry, those chests and cabinets of carved and time-polished oak, those angular specimens of pictorial art in frames as pedantically primitive, those perverse-looking relics of medieval brass and pottery, of which Italy has long been the not quite exhausted storehouse. These things kept terms with articles of modern furniture in which large allowance had been made for a lounging generation. It was to be noticed that all the chairs were deep and well padded, and that much space was occupied by a writing table, of which the ingenious perfection bore the stamp of London and the 19th century. There were books in profusion, and magazines and newspapers, and a few small, odd, elaborate pictures, chiefly in watercolour. One of these productions stood on a drawing-room easel before which, at the moment we begin to be concerned with her, the young girl I have mentioned, had placed herself. She was looking at the picture in silence. Silence, absolute silence, had not fallen upon her companions, but their talk had an appearance of embarrassed continuity. The two good sisters had not settled themselves in their respective chairs. Their attitude expressed a final reserve, and their faces showed the glaze of prudence. They were plain, ample, mild-featured women, with a kind of business-like modesty to which the impersonal aspect of their stiffened linen and of the serge that draped them as if nailed on frames gave an advantage. One of them, a person of a certain age, in spectacles, with a fresh complexion and a full cheek, had a more discriminating manner than her colleague, as well as the responsibility of their errand, which apparently related to the young girl. This object of interest wore her hat, an ornament of extreme simplicity and not at variance with her plain muslin gown, too short for her years, though it must already have been let out. The gentleman, who might have been supposed to be entertaining the two nuns, was perhaps conscious of the difficulties of his function, it being in its way as arduous to converse with the very meek as with the very mighty. At the same time he was clearly much occupied with their quiet charge, and while she turned her back to him, his eyes rested gravely on her slim, small figure. He was a man of 40, with a high but well-shaped head, on which the hair, still dense, but prematurely grizzled, had been cropped close. He had a fine, narrow, extremely modelled and composed face, of which the only fault was just this effect of its running a trifle too much to points, an appearance to which the shape of the beard contributed not a little. This beard, cut in the manner of the portraits of the 16th century and surmounted by a fair moustache, of which the ends had a romantic upward flourish, gave its wearer a foreign, traditionary look and suggested that he was a gentleman who studied style. His conscious, curious eyes, however, eyes at once vague and penetrating, intelligent and hard, expressive of the observer as well as of the dreamer, would have assured you that he studied it only within well-chosen limits, and that in so far as he sought it, he found it. You would have been much at a loss to determine his original clime and country. He had none of the superficial signs that usually render the answer to this question an insipidly easy one. If he had English blood in his veins, it had probably received some French or Italian commixture. But he suggested, fine gold coin as he was, no stamp nor emblem of the common mintage that provides for general circulation. He was the elegant, complicated medal struck off for a special occasion. He had a light, lean, rather languid-looking figure, and was apparently neither tall nor short. He was dressed as a man dresses who takes little other trouble about it than to have no vulgar things. "Well, my dear, what do you think of it?" he asked the young girl. He used the Italian tongue, and used it with perfect ease, but this would not have convinced you he was Italian. The child turned her head earnestly to one side and the other. "It's very pretty, Papa. Did you make it yourself?" "Certainly I made it. Don't you think I'm clever?" "Yes, Papa, very clever. I also have learned to make pictures," and she turned round and showed a small, fair face, painted with a fixed and intensely sweet smile. "You should have brought me a specimen of your powers." "I've brought you a great many. They're in my trunk." "She draws very, very carefully," the elder of the nuns remarked, speaking in French. "I'm glad to hear it. Is it you who have instructed her?" "Happily no," said the good sister, blushing a little. "Ce n'est pas ma partie. I teach nothing. I leave that to those who are wiser. We've an excellent drawing master. Mr. What is his name?" she asked of her companion. Her companion looked about at the carpet. "It's a German name," she said in Italian, as if it needed to be translated. "Yes," the other went on, "he's a German, and we've had him many years." The young girl, who was not heeding the conversation, had wandered away to the open door of the large room and stood looking into the garden. "And you, my sister, are French?" said the gentleman. "Yes, sir," the visitor gently replied. "I speak to the pupils in my own tongue. I know no other. But we have sisters of other countries, English, German, Irish. They all speak their proper language." The gentleman gave a smile. "Has my daughter been under the care of one of the Irish ladies?" And then, as he saw that his visitors suspected a joke, though failing to understand it, "You're very complete," he instantly added. "Oh yes, we're complete. We've everything, and everything's of the best. We have gymnastics, the Italian sister ventured to remark, but not dangerous. I hope not. Is that your branch? A question which provoked much candid hilarity on the part of the two ladies, on the subsidence of which their entertainer, glancing at his daughter, remarked that she had grown. Yes, but I think she has finished. She'll remain not big, said the French sister. I'm not sorry. I prefer women like books, very good and not too long. But I know, the gentleman said, no particular reason why my child should be short. The nun gave a temperate shrug, as if to intimate that such things might be beyond our knowledge. She's in very good health, that's the best thing. Yes, she looks sound, and the young girl's father watched her a moment. What do you see in the garden? He asked in French. I see many flowers, she replied in a sweet, small voice, and with an accent as good as his own. Yes, but not too many good ones. However, such as they are, go out and gather some for the 16 dames. The child turned to him with a smile heightened by pleasure. May I truly? Ah, when I tell you, said her father. The girl glanced at the elder of the nuns. May I truly, ma mère? Obey monsieur your father, my child, said the sister, blushing again. The child, satisfied with this authorization, descended from the threshold and was presently lost to sight. You don't spoil them, said her father gaily. For everything they must ask leave. That's our system. Leave is freely granted, but they must ask it. Oh, I don't quarrel with your system. I've no doubt it's excellent. I sent you my daughter to see what you'd make of her. I had faith. One must have faith, the sister blandly rejoined, gazing through her spectacles. Well, has my faith been rewarded? What have you made of her? The sister dropped her eyes a moment. A good Christian, monsieur. Her host dropped his eyes as well, but it was probable that the movement had in each case a different spring. Yes, and what else? He watched the lady from the convent, probably thinking that she would say that a good Christian was everything, but for all her simplicity, she was not so crude as that. A charming young lady, a real little woman, a daughter in whom you will have nothing but contentment. She seems to me very genteel, said the father. She's really pretty. She's perfect. She has no faults. She never had any as a child, and I'm glad you have given her none. We love her too much, said the spectacled sister with dignity. And as for faults, how can we give what we have not? La couvain n'est pas comme le monde, monsieur. She's our daughter, as you may say. We have had her since she was so small. Of all those we shall lose this year, she's the one we shall miss most, the younger woman murmured deferentially. Ah, yes, we shall talk long of her, said the other. We shall hold her up to the new ones. And at this, the good sister appeared to find her spectacles dim, while her companion, after fumbling a moment, presently drew forth a pocket handkerchief of durable texture. It's not certain you'll lose her. Nothing's settled yet, their host rejoined quickly, not as if to anticipate their tears, but in the tone of a man saying what was most agreeable to himself. We should be very happy to believe that. 15 is very young to leave us. Oh, exclaimed the gentleman with more vivacity than he had yet used. It is not I who wish to take her away. I wish you to keep her always. Ah, monsieur, said the elder sister, smiling and getting up. Good as she is, she's made for the world. Le monde y gagnera. If all the good people were hidden away in convents, how would the world get on? Her companion softly inquired, rising also. This was a question of a wider bearing than the good women apparently supposed, and the lady in spectacles took a harmonizing view by saying comfortably, Fortunately, there are good people everywhere. If you're going, there will be 2 less here, her host remarked gallantly. For this extravagant sally his simple visitors had no answer, and they simply looked at each other in decent deprecation, but their confusion was speedily covered by the return of the young girl with 2 large bunches of roses, one of them all white, the other red. I give you your choice, Madame Catherine, said the child. It's only the colour that's different, Madame Justine. There are just as many roses in one bunch as in the other. The 2 sisters turned to each other, smiling and hesitating. Which will you take? And no, it's for you to choose. I'll take the red, thank you, said Mother Catherine in the spectacles. I'm so red myself. They'll comfort us on our way back to Rome. Ah, they won't last, cried the young girl. I wish I could give you something that would last. You've given us a good memory of yourself, my daughter. That will last. I wish nuns could wear pretty things. I would give you my blue beads, the child went on. And do you go back to Rome tonight? Her father inquired. Yes, we take the train again. We've so much to do, la basse. Are you not tired? We are never tired. Ah, my sister, sometimes, murmured the junior Vataris. Not today at any rate. We have rested too well here. Que Dieu vous garde, ma fille. Their host, while they exchanged kisses with his daughter, went forward to open the door through which they were to pass. But as he did so, he gave a slight exclamation, and stood looking beyond. The door opened into a vaulted antechamber, as high as a chapel and paved with red tiles, and into this antechamber a lady had just been admitted by a servant, a lad in shabby livery, who was now ushering her toward the apartment in which our friends were grouped. The gentleman at the door, after dropping his exclamation, remained silent. In silence, too, the lady advanced. He gave her no further audible greeting and offered her no hand, but stood aside to let her pass into the saloon. At the threshold she hesitated. "Is there anyone?" she asked. "Someone you may see." She went in and found herself confronted with the two nuns and their pupil, who were coming forward, between them with a hand in the arm of each. At the sight of the new visitor they all paused, and the lady, who had also stopped, stood looking at them. The young girl gave a soft little cry. "Ah, Madame Merle!" The visitor had been slightly startled, but her manner the next instant was none the less gracious. "Yes, it's Madame Merle, come to welcome you home." And she held out two hands to the girl, who immediately came up to her, presenting her forehead to be kissed. Madame Merle saluted this portion of her charming little person, and then stood smiling at the two nuns. They acknowledged her smile with a decent obeisance, but permitted themselves no direct scrutiny of this imposing, brilliant woman, who seemed to bring in with her something of the radiance of the outer world. "These ladies have brought my daughter home, and now they return to the convent," the gentleman explained. "Ah, you go back to Rome? I've lately come from there. It's very lovely now," said Madame Merle. The good sisters, standing with their hands folded into their sleeves, accepted this statement uncritically, and the master of the house asked his new visitor how long it was since she'd left Rome. "She came to see me at the convent," said the young girl, before the lady addressed had time to reply. "I've been more than once, Pansy," Madame Merle declared. "Am I not your great friend in Rome?" "I remember the last time Bess," said Pansy, "because you told me I should come away." "Did you tell her that?" the child's father asked. "I hardly remember. I told her what I thought would please her. I've been in Florence a week. I hoped you would come to see me." "I should have done so if I'd known you were there. One doesn't know such things by inspiration, though I suppose one ought. You had better sit down." These two speeches were made in a particular tone of voice, a tone half lowered and carefully quiet, but as from habit rather than from any definite need. Madame Merle looked about her, choosing her seat. "You're going to the door with these women? Let me, of course, not interrupt the ceremony. Je vous salue, mesdames," she added in French, to the nuns, as if to dismiss them. "This lady's a great friend of ours. You will have seen her at the convent," said the entertainer. "We've much faith in her judgment, and she'll help me to decide whether my daughter shall return to you at the end of the holidays." "I hope you'll decide in our favour, madame," the sister in spectacles ventured to remark. "That's Mr. Osmond's pleasantry. I decide nothing," said Madame Merle. "But also, as in pleasantry, I believe you've a very good school, but Miss Osmond's friends must remember that she's very naturally meant for the world." "That's what I've told Monsieur," Sister Catherine answered. "It's precisely to fit her for the world," she murmured, glancing at Pansy, who stood at a little distance, attentive to Madame Merle's elegant apparel. "Do you hear that, Pansy? You're very naturally meant for the world," said Pansy's father. The child fixed him an instant with her pure young eyes. "Am I not meant for you, Papa?" Papa gave a quick, light laugh. "That doesn't prevent it. I'm of the world, Pansy." "Kindly permit us to retire," said Sister Catherine. "Be good and wise and happy in any case, my daughter." "I shall certainly come back and see you," Pansy returned, recommencing her embraces, which were presently interrupted by Madame Merle. "Stay with me, dear child," she said, "while your father takes the good ladies to the door." Pansy stared, disappointed, yet not protesting. She was evidently impregnated with the idea of submission, which was due to anyone who took the tone of authority, and she was a passive spectator of the operation of her fate. "May I not see Madame Catherine get into the carriage?" she nevertheless asked very gently. "It would please me better if you'd remain with me," said Madame Merle, while Mr. Osmond and his companions, who had bowed low again to the other visitor, passed into the antechamber. "Oh yes, I'll stay," Pansy answered, and she stood near Madame Merle, surrendering her little hand, which this lady took. She stared out of the window. Her eyes had filled with tears. "I'm glad they've taught you to obey," said Madame Merle. "That's what good little girls should do." "Oh yes, I obey very well," cried Pansy with soft eagerness, almost with boastfulness, as if she had been speaking of her piano playing. And then she gave a faint, just audible sigh. Madame Merle, holding her hand, drew it across her own fine palm and looked at it. The gaze was critical, but it found nothing to deprecate. The child's small hand was delicate and fair. "I hope they always see that you wear gloves," she said in a moment. "Little girls usually dislike them." "I used to dislike them, but I like them now," the child made answer. "Very good. I'll make you a present of 12. "I thank you very much. What colours will they be?" Pansy demanded with interest. Madame Merle meditated. "Useful colours. But very pretty. Are you fond of pretty things?" "Yes, but not too fond," said Pansy with a trace of asceticism. "Well, they won't be too pretty," Madame Merle returned with a laugh. She took the child's other hand and drew her nearer, after which, looking at her a moment, "Shall you miss Mother Catherine?" she went on. "Yes, when I think of her." "Try then not to think of her. Perhaps some day," added Madame Merle, "you'll have another mother." "I don't think that's necessary," Pansy said, repeating her little soft conciliatory sigh. "I had more than 30 mothers at the convent." Her father's step sounded again in the antechamber, and Madame Merle got up, releasing the child. Mr. Osmond came in and closed the door. Then, without looking at Madame Merle, he pushed 1 or 2 chairs back into their places. His visitor waited a moment for him to speak, watching him as he moved about. Then at last she said, "I hoped you'd have come to Rome. I thought it possible you'd have wished yourself to fetch Pansy away." "That was a natural supposition, but I'm afraid it's not the first time I've acted in defiance of your calculations." "Yes," said Madame Merle, "I think you very perverse." Mr. Osmond busied himself for a moment in the room. There was plenty of space in it to move about, in the fashion of a man mechanically seeking pretexts for not giving an attention which may be embarrassing. Presently, however, he had exhausted his pretext. There was nothing left for him, unless he took up a book, but to stand with his hands behind him looking at Pansy. "Why didn't you come and see the last of Madame Catherine?" he asked of her abruptly in French. Pansy hesitated a moment, glancing at Madame Merle. "I asked her to stay with me," said this lady, who had seated herself again in another place. "Ah, that was better," Osmond conceded, with which he dropped into a chair and sat looking at Madame Merle, bent forward a little, his elbows on the edge of the arms and his hands interlocked. "She's going to give me some gloves," said Pansy. "You needn't tell that to everyone, my dear," Madame Merle observed. "You're very kind to her," said Osmond. "She's supposed to have everything she needs." "I should think she had had enough of the nuns. If we're going to discuss that matter, she had better go out of the room." "Let her stay," said Madame Merle. "We'll talk of something else." "If you like, I won't listen," Pansy suggested, with an appearance of candour which imposed conviction. "You may listen, charming child, because you won't understand," her father replied. The child sat down, deferentially, near the open door, within sight of the garden, into which she directed her innocent, wistful eyes, and Mr. Osborne went on irrelevantly, addressing himself to his other companion. "You're looking particularly well." "I think I always look the same," said Madame Merle. "You always are the same. You don't vary. You're a wonderful woman." "Yes, I think I am." "You sometimes change your mind, however. You told me on your return from England that you wouldn't leave Rome again for the present. I'm pleased that you remember so well what I say. That was my intention. But I've come to Florence to meet some friends who have lately arrived and as to whose movements I was at that time uncertain. That reason's characteristic. You're always doing something for your friends." Madame Merle smiled straight at her host. "It's less characteristic than your comment upon it, which is perfectly insincere. I don't, however, make a crime of that," she added, "because if you don't believe what you say, there's no reason why you should. I don't ruin myself for my friends. I don't deserve your praise. I care greatly for myself." "Exactly, but yourself includes so many other selves, so much of everyone else and of everything. I never knew a person whose life touched so many other lives." What do you call one's life? Asked Madame Merle. One's appearance, one's movements, one's engagements, one's society? I'll call your life your ambitions, said Osmond. Madame Merle looked a moment at Pansy. I wonder if she understands that, she murmured. You see, she can't stay with us, and Pansy's father gave a rather joyless smile. Go into the garden, Mignon, and pluck a flower or two for Madame Merle, he went on in French. That's just what I wanted to do, Pansy exclaimed, rising with promptness and noiselessly departing. Her father followed her to the open door, stood a moment watching her, and then came back, but remained standing, or rather strolling to and fro, as if to cultivate a sense of freedom, which, in another attitude, might be wanting. My ambitions are principally for you, said Madame Merle, looking up at him with a certain courage. That comes back to what I say. I'm part of your life. I and 1,000 others. You're not selfish. I can't admit that. If you were selfish, what should I be? What epithet would probably describe me? You're indolent. For me, that's your worst fault. I'm afraid it's really my best. You don't care, said Madame Merle gravely. No, I don't think I care much. What sort of a fault do you call that? My indolence, at any rate, was one of the reasons I didn't go to Rome, but it was only one of them. It's not of importance, to me at least, that you didn't go, though I should have been glad to see you. I'm glad you're not in Rome now, which you might be, would probably be, if you had gone there a month ago. There's something I should like you to do at present in Florence. Please remember my indolence, said Osmond. I do remember it, but I beg you to forget it. In that way you'll have both the virtue and the reward. This is not a great labour, and it may prove a real interest. How long is it since you made a new acquaintance? I don't think I've made any since I made yours. It's time, then, you should make another. There's a friend of mine I want you to know. Mr. Osmond, in his walk, had gone back to the open door again and was looking at his daughter as she moved about in the intense sunshine. What good will it do me? He asked with a sort of genial crudity. Madame Merle waited. It will amuse you. There was nothing crude in this rejoinder. It had been thoroughly well considered. If you say that, you know I believe it, said Osmond, coming toward her. There are some points in which my confidence in you is complete. I'm perfectly aware, for instance, that you know good society from bad. Society's all bad. Pardon me, that isn't the knowledge I impute to you, a common sort of wisdom. You've gained it in the right way, experimentally. You've compared an immense number of more or less impossible people with each other. Well, I invite you to profit from my knowledge. To profit? Are you very sure that I shall? It's what I hope. It will depend on yourself. If I could only induce you to make an effort. Ah, there you are. I knew something tiresome was coming. What in the world that's likely to turn up here is worth an effort? Madame Merle flushed as with a wounded intention. Don't be foolish, Osmond. No one knows better than you what is worth an effort. Haven't I seen you in old days? I recognise some things, but they're none of them probable in this poor life. It's the effort that makes them probable, said Madame Merle. There's something in that. Who then is your friend? The person I came to Florence to see. She's a niece of Mrs. Touchette, whom you'll not have forgotten. A niece? The word niece suggests youth and ignorance. I see what you're coming to. Yes, she's young, 23 years old. She's a great friend of mine. I met her for the first time in England several months ago, and we struck up a grand alliance. I like her immensely, and I do what I don't do every day. I admire her. You'll do the same. Not if I can help it. Precisely, but you won't be able to help it. Is she beautiful, clever, rich, splendid, universally intelligent and unprecedentedly virtuous? It's only on those conditions that I care to make her acquaintance. You know, I asked you some time ago never to speak to me of a creature who shouldn't correspond to that description. I know plenty of dingy people. I don't want to know any more. Miss Archer isn't dingy. She's as bright as the morning. She corresponds to your description. It's for that I wish you to know her. She fills all your requirements. More or less, of course. No, quite literally. She's beautiful, accomplished, generous, and, for an American, well-born. She's also very clever and very amiable, and she has a handsome fortune. Mr. Osmond listened to this in silence, appearing to turn it over in his mind with his eyes on his informant. What do you want to do with her? He asked at last. What you see. Put her in your way. Isn't she meant for something better than that? I don't pretend to know what people are meant for, said Madame Merle. I only know what I can do with them. I'm sorry for Miss Archer, Osmond declared. Madame Merle got up. If that's a beginning of interest in her, I take note of it. The two stood there face to face. She settled her mantilla, looking down at it as she did so. You're looking very well, Osmond repeated, still less relevantly than before. You have some idea. You're never so well as when you've got an idea. They're always becoming to you. In the manner and tone of these two persons, on first meeting at any juncture, and especially when they met in the presence of others, was something indirect and circumspect, as if they had approached each other obliquely and addressed each other by implication. The effect of each appeared to be to intensify, to an appreciable degree, the self-consciousness of the other. Madame Merle, of course, carried off any embarrassment better than her friend, but even Madame Merle had not on this occasion the form she would have liked to have, the perfect self-possession she would have wished to wear for her host. The point to be made is, however, that at a certain moment the element between them, whatever it was, always levelled itself and left them more closely face to face than either ever was with anyone else. This was what had happened now. They stood there knowing each other well, and each on the whole willing to accept the satisfaction of knowing as a compensation for the inconvenience, whatever it might be, of being known. I wish very much you were not so heartless, Madame Merle quietly said. It has always been against you, and it will be against you now. I'm not so heartless as you think. Every now and then something touches me, as for instance your saying just now that your ambitions are for me. I don't understand it. I don't see how or why they should be, but it touches me all the same. You'll probably understand it even less as time goes on. There are some things you'll never understand. There's no particular need you should. You, after all, are the most remarkable of women, said Osmond. You have more in you than almost anyone. I don't see why you think Mrs. Touchette's niece should matter very much to me, when, but he paused a moment, when I myself have mattered so little. That, of course, is not what I meant to say, when I've known and appreciated such a woman as you. Isabel Archer's better than I, said Madame Merle. Her companion gave a laugh. How little you must think of her to say that! Do you suppose I'm capable of jealousy? Please answer me that. With regard to me? No, on the whole I don't. Come and see me then, 2 days hence. I'm staying at Mrs. Touchette's, Palazzo Crescentini, and the girl will be there. Why didn't you ask me that at first simply, without speaking of the girl, said Osmond. You could have had her there at any rate. Madame Merle looked at him in the manner of a woman whom no question he could ever put would find unprepared. Do you wish to know why? Because I've spoken of you to her. Osmond frowned and turned away. I'd rather not know that. Then, in a moment, he pointed out the easel supporting the little watercolour drawing. Have you seen what's there? My last? Madame Merle drew near and considered. Is it the Venetian Alps, one of your last year's sketches? Yes, but how you guess everything. She looked a moment longer, then turned away. You know I don't care for your drawings. I know it, yet I'm always surprised at it. They're really so much better than most people's. That may very well be, but as the only thing you do, well, it's so little. I should have liked you to do so many other things. Those were my ambitions. Yes, you've told me many times, things that were impossible. Things that were impossible, said Madame Merle, and then in quite a different tone. In itself, your little picture's very good. She looked about the room, at the old cabinets, pictures, tapestries, surfaces of faded silk. Your rooms at least are perfect. I'm struck with that afresh whenever I come back. I know none better anywhere. You understand this sort of thing as nobody anywhere does. You've such adorable taste. I'm sick of my adorable taste, said Gilbert Osmond. You must nevertheless let Miss Archer come and see it. I've told her about it. I don't object to showing my things when people are not idiots. You do it delightfully. As cicerone of your museum, you appear to particular advantage. Mr. Osmond, in return for this compliment, simply looked at once colder and more attentive. Did you say she was rich? She has £70,000. En écho bien compte. There's no doubt whatever about her fortune. I've seen it, as I may say. Satisfactory woman, I mean you. And if I go to see her, shall I see the mother? The mother? She has none, nor father either. The aunt, then? Whom did you say? Mrs. Touchette? I can easily keep her out of the way." "I don't object to her," said Osmond. "I rather like Mrs. Touchett. She has a sort of old-fashioned character that's passing away, a vivid identity. But that long jackanapes, the son, is he about the place?" "He's there, but he won't trouble you. He's a good deal of a donkey." "I think you're mistaken. He's a very clever man, but he's not fond of being about when I'm there, because he doesn't like me." "What could be more asinine than that? Did you say she has looks?" Osmond went on. "Yes, but I won't say it again, lest you should be disappointed in them. Come and make a beginning. That's all I ask of you." "A beginning of what?" Madame Merle was silent a little. "I want you, of course, to marry her." "The beginning of the end." "Well, I'll see for myself. Have you told her that? For what do you take me? She's not so coarse a piece of machinery, nor am I." "Really," said Osmond after some meditation, "I don't understand your ambitions. I think you'll understand this one after you've seen Miss Archer. Suspend your judgment." Madame Merle, as she spoke, had drawn near the open door of the garden, where she stood a moment looking out. "Pansy has really grown pretty," she presently added. "So it seemed to me. But has she had enough of the convent?" "I don't know," said Osmond. "I like what they've made of her. It's very charming." "That's not the convent. It's the child's nature. It's the combination, I think. She's as pure as a pearl." "Why doesn't she come back with my flowers then?" Madame Merle asked. "She's not in a hurry. We'll go and get them." "She doesn't like me," the visitor murmured as she raised her parasol, and they passed into the garden. Chapter 23. Madame Merle, who had come to Florence on Mrs. Touchett's arrival at the invitation of this lady, Mrs. Touchett offering her for a month the hospitality of Palazzo Crescentini, the judicious Madame Merle spoke to Isabel afresh about Gilbert Osmond and expressed the hope she might know him, making, however, no such point of the matter as we have seen her do in recommending the girl herself to Mr. Osmond's attention. The reason of this was perhaps that Isabel offered no resistance whatever to Madame Merle's proposal. In Italy, as in England, the lady had a multitude of friends, both among the natives of the country and its heterogeneous visitors. She had mentioned to Isabel most of the people the girl would find it well to meet, of course. She said Isabel could know whomever in the wide world she would, and had placed Mr. Osmond near the top of that list. He was an old friend of her own. She had known him these dozen years. He was one of the cleverest and most agreeable men, well, in Europe simply. He was altogether above the respectable average, quite another affair. He wasn't a professional charmer, far from it, and the effect he produced depended a good deal on the state of his nerves and his spirits. When not in the right mood he could fall as low as anyone, saved only by his looking at such hours rather like a demoralized prince in exile. But if he cared, or was interested, or rightly challenged, just exactly rightly it had to be, then one felt his cleverness and his distinction. Those qualities didn't depend in him, as in so many people, on his not committing or exposing himself. He had his perversities, which indeed Isabel would find to be the case with all the men really worth knowing, and didn't cause his light to shine equally for all persons. Madame Merle, however, thought she could undertake that, for Isabel, he would be brilliant. He was easily bored, too easily, and dull people always put him out. But a quick and cultivated girl like Isabel would give him a stimulus which was too absent from his life. At any rate, he was a person not to miss. One shouldn't attempt to live in Italy without making a friend of Gilbert Osmond, who knew more about the country than anyone except 2 or 3 German professors. And, if they had more knowledge than he, it was he who had most perception and taste, being artistic through and through. Isabel remembered that her friend had spoken of him during their plunge at Garden Court into the deeps of talk, and wondered a little what was the nature of the tie binding these superior spirits. She felt that Madame Merle's ties always somehow had histories, and such an impression was part of the interest created by this inordinate woman. As regards her relations with Mr. Osmond, however, she hinted at nothing but a long-established calm friendship. Isabel said she should be happy to know a person who had enjoyed so high a confidence for so many years. "You ought to see a great many men," Madame Merle remarked. "You ought to see as many as possible, so as to get used to them. Used to them, Isabel repeated with that solemn stare which sometimes seemed to proclaim her deficient in the sense of comedy. Why, I'm not afraid of them. I'm as used to them as the cook to the butcher boys. Used to them, I mean, so as to despise them. That's what one comes to with most of them. You'll pick out, for your society, the few whom you don't despise. This was a note of cynicism that Madame Merle didn't often allow herself to sound, but Isabel was not alarmed, for she had never supposed that as one saw more of the world, the sentiment of respect became the most active of one's emotions. It was excited nonetheless by the beautiful city of Florence, which pleased her not less than Madame Merle had promised, and if her unassisted perception had not been able to gauge its charms, she had clever companions as priests to the mystery. She was in no want indeed of aesthetic illumination, for Ralph found it a joy that renewed his own early passion to act as cicerone to his eager young kinswoman. Madame Merle remained at home. She had seen the treasures of Florence again and again, and had always something else to do. But she talked of all things with remarkable vividness of memory. She recalled the right-hand corner of the large Perugino, and the position of the hands of the Saint Elizabeth in the picture next to it. She had her opinions as to the character of many famous works of art, differing often from Ralph with great sharpness, and defending her interpretations with as much ingenuity as good humour. Isabel listened to the discussions taking place between the two with a sense that she might derive much benefit from them, and that they were among the advantages she couldn't have enjoyed, for instance, in Albany. In the clear May mornings before the formal breakfast, this repast at Mrs. Touchette's was served at 12 o'clock. She wandered with her cousin through the narrow and sombre Florentine streets, resting a while in the thicker dusk of some historic church or the vaulted chambers of some dispeopled convent. She went to the galleries and the palaces. She looked at the pictures and the statues that had hitherto been great names to her, and exchanged for a knowledge which was sometimes a limitation, a presentiment which proved usually to have been a blank. She performed all those acts of mental prostration in which, on her first visit to Italy, youth and enthusiasm so freely indulge. She felt her heart beat in the presence of immortal genius, and knew the sweetness of rising tears in eyes to which faded fresco and darkened marble grew dim. But the return every day was even pleasanter than the going forth. The return into the wide, monumental court of the great house in which Mrs. Touchette, many years before, had established herself, and into the high, cool rooms where the carven rafters and pompous frescoes of the 16th century looked down on the familiar commodities of the age of advertisement. Mrs. Touchette inhabited an historic building in a narrow street whose very name recalled the strife of medieval factions, and found compensation for the darkness of her frontage in the modicity of her rent and the brightness of a garden where nature itself looked as archaic as the rugged architecture of the palace, and which cleared and scented the rooms in regular use. To live in such a place was, for Isabel, to hold to a year, all day, a shell of the sea of the past. This vague eternal rumour kept her imagination awake. Gilbert Osmond came to see Madame Merle, who presented him to the young lady lurking at the other side of the room. Isabel took on this occasion little part in the talk. She scarcely even smiled when the others turned to her invitingly. She sat there as if she had been at the play and had paid even a large sum for her place. Mrs. Touchette was not present, and these two had it, for the effect of brilliancy, all their own way. They talked of the Florentine, the Roman, the cosmopolite world, and might have been distinguished performers figuring for a charity. It all had the rich readiness that would have come from rehearsal. Madame Merle appealed to her as if she had been on the stage, but she could ignore any learnt cue without spoiling the scene. Though, of course, she thus put dreadfully in the wrong the friend who had told Mr. Osmond she could be depended on. This was no matter for once. Even if more had been involved, she could have made no attempt to shine. There was something in the visitor that checked her and held her in suspense, made it more important that she should get an impression of him than that she should produce one herself. Besides, she had little skill in producing an impression which she knew to be expected. Nothing could be happier in general than to seem dazzling, but she had a perverse unwillingness to glitter by arrangement. Mr. Osmond, to do him justice, had a well-bred air of expecting nothing, a quiet ease that covered everything, even the first show of his own wit. This was the more graceful as his face, his head, was sensitive. He was not handsome, but he was fine as one of the drawings in the long gallery above the bridge of the Uffizi. And his very voice was fine, the more strangely that, with its clearness, it yet somehow wasn't sweet. This had really to do with making her abstain from interference. His utterance was the vibration of glass, and if she had put out her finger, she might have changed the pitch and spoiled the concert. Yet before he went, she had to speak. "Madame Merle," he said, "consents to come up to my hilltop some day next week and drink tea in my garden. It would give me much pleasure if you would come with her. It's thought rather pretty. There's what they call a general view. My daughter, too, would be so glad, or rather, for she's too young to have strong emotions, I should be so glad, so very glad." And Mr. Osmond paused with a slight air of embarrassment, leaving his sentence unfinished. "I should be so happy if you could know my daughter," he went on a moment afterwards. Isabel replied that she should be delighted to see Miss Osmond, and that if Madame Merle would show her the way to the hilltop, she would be very grateful. Upon this assurance, the visitor took his leave, after which Isabel fully expected her friend would scold her for having been so stupid. But to her surprise, that lady, who indeed never fell into the mere matter of course, said to her in a few moments, "You are charming, my dear. You are just as one would have wished you. You're never disappointing." A rebuke might possibly have been irritating, though it is much more probable that Isabel would have taken it in good part. But, strange to say, the words that Madame Merle actually used caused her the first feeling of displeasure she had known this ally to excite. "That's more than I intended," she answered coldly. "I'm under no obligation that I know of to charm Mr. Osmond." Madame Merle perceptibly flushed, but we know it was not her habit to retract. "My dear child, I didn't speak for him, poor man. I spoke for yourself. It's not of course a question as to his liking you. It matters little whether he likes you or not, but I thought you liked him." "I did," said Isabel honestly, "but I don't see what that matters either." "Everything that concerns you matters to me," Madame Merle returned with a weary nobleness, "especially when, at the same time, another old friend's concerned." Whatever Isabel's obligations may have been to Mr. Osmond, it must be admitted that she found them sufficient to lead her to put to Ralph sundry questions about him. She thought Ralph's judgments distorted by his trials, but she flattered herself she had learned to make allowance for that. "Do I know him?" said her cousin. "Oh yes, I know him. Not well, but on the whole enough. I've never cultivated his society, and he apparently has never found mine indispensable to his happiness. Who is he? What is he? He's a vague, unexplained American who's been living these 30 years or less in Italy. Why do I call him unexplained? Only as a cover for my ignorance. I don't know his antecedents, his family, his origin. For all I do know, he may be a prince in disguise. He rather looks like one, by the way. Like a prince who has abdicated in a fit of fastidiousness and has been in a state of disgust ever since. He used to live in Rome, but of late years he has taken up his abode here. I remember hearing him say that Rome has grown vulgar. He has a great dread of vulgarity. That's his special line. He hasn't any other that I know of. He lives on his income, which I suspect of not being vulgarly large. He's a poor but honest gentleman. That's what he calls himself. He married young and lost his wife, and I believe he has a daughter. He also has a sister who's married to some small count or other of these parts. I remember meeting her of old. She's nicer than he, I should think, but rather impossible. I remember there used to be some stories about her. I don't think I recommend you to know her, but why don't you ask Madame Merle about these people? She knows them all much better than I. I ask you because I want your opinion as well as hers, said Isabel. A fig for my opinion. If you fall in love with Mr. Osmond, what will you care for that? Not much, probably, but meanwhile it has a certain importance. The more information one has about one's dangers, the better. I don't agree to that. It may make them dangers. We know too much about people in these days. We hear too much. Our ears, our minds, our mouths are stuffed with personalities. Don't mind anything anyone tells you about anyone else. Judge everyone and everything for yourself. That's what I try to do, said Isabel. But when you do that, people call you conceited. You're not to mind them. That's precisely my argument. Not to mind what they say about yourself any more than what they say about your friend or your enemy. Isabel considered. I think you're right, but there are some things I can't help minding. For instance, when my friend's attacked or when I myself am praised. Of course, you're always at liberty to judge the critic. Judge people as critics, however, Ralph added, and you'll condemn them all. I shall see Mr. Osmond for myself, said Isabel. I've promised to pay him a visit. To pay him a visit? To go and see his view, his pictures, his daughter. I don't know exactly what. Madame Merle's to take me. She tells me a great many ladies call on him. Ah, with Madame Merle you can go anywhere. De confiance, said Ralph. She knows none but the best people. Isabel said no more about Mr. Osmond, but she presently remarked to her cousin that she was not satisfied with his tone about Madame Merle. It seems to me you insinuate things about her. I don't know what you mean, but if you've any grounds for disliking her, I think you should either mention them frankly or else say nothing at all. Ralph, however, resented this charge with more apparent earnestness than he commonly used. I speak of Madame Merle exactly as I speak to her, with an even exaggerated respect. Exaggerated precisely, that's what I complain of. I do so because Madame Merle's merits are exaggerated. By whom, pray? By me? If so, I do her a poor service. No, by herself. Ah, I protest, Isabel earnestly cried. If ever there was a woman who made small claims— You put your finger on it, Ralph interrupted. Her modesty's exaggerated. She has no business with small claims. She has a perfect right to make large ones. Her merits are large, then. You contradict yourself. Her merits are immense, said Ralph. She's indescribably blameless. A pathless desert of virtue. The only woman I know who never gives one a chance. A chance for what? Well, say, to call her a fool. She's the only woman I know who has but that one little fault. Isabel turned away with impatience. I don't understand you. You're too paradoxical for my plain mind. Let me explain. When I say she exaggerates, I don't mean it in the vulgar sense, that she boasts, overstates, gives too fine an account of herself. I mean literally that she pushes the search for perfection too far, that her merits are in themselves overstrained. She's too good, too kind, too clever, too learned, too accomplished, too everything. She's too complete, in a word. I confess to you that she acts on my nerves, and that I feel about her a good deal as that intensely human Athenian felt about Aristides the Just. Isabel looked hard at her cousin, but the mocking spirit, if it lurked in his words, failed on this occasion to peep from his face. Do you wish Madame Merle to be banished? By no means. She's much too good company. I delight in Madame Merle, said Ralph Touchett simply. You're very odious, sir, Isabel exclaimed, and then she asked him if he knew anything that was not to the honour of her brilliant friend. Nothing whatever. Don't you see? That's just what I mean. On the character of everyone else you may find some little black speck. If I were to take half an hour to it some day, I've no doubt I should be able to find one on yours. For my own, of course, I'm spotted like a leopard, but on Madame Merle's, nothing, nothing, nothing. That's just what I think, said Isabel with a toss of her head. That is why I like her so much. She's a capital person for you to know. Since you wish to see the world, you couldn't have a better guide. I suppose you mean by that she's worldly. Worldly? No, said Ralph. She's the great round world itself. It had certainly not, as Isabel for the moment took it into her head to believe, been a refinement of malice in him to say that he delighted in Madame Merle. Ralph Touchett took his refreshment wherever he could find it, and he would not have forgotten himself if he had been left wholly unbeguiled by such a mistress of the social art. There are deep-lying sympathies and antipathies, and it may have been that, in spite of the administered justice she enjoyed at his hands, her absence from his mother's house would not have made life barren to him. But Ralph Touchett had learned more or less inscrutably to attend, and there could have been nothing so sustained to attend to as the general performance of Madame Merle. He tasted her in sips, he let her stand, with an opportuneness she herself could not have surpassed. There were moments when he felt almost sorry for her, and these, oddly enough, were the moments when his kindness was least demonstrative. He was sure she had been yearningly ambitious, and that what she had visibly accomplished was far below her secret measure. She had got herself into perfect training, but had won none of the prizes. She was always plain Madame Merle, the widow of a Swiss negociant. with a small income and a large acquaintance, who stayed with people a great deal and was almost as universally liked as some new volume of smooth twaddle. The contrast between this position and any one of some half-dozen others that he supposed to have at various moments engaged her hope had an element of the tragical. His mother thought he got on beautifully with their genial guest. To Mrs. Touchette's sense, two persons who dealt so largely in two ingenious theories of conduct, that is of their own, would have much in common. He had given due consideration to Isabel's intimacy with her eminent friend, having long since made up his mind that he could not, without opposition, keep his cousin to himself. And he made the best of it, as he had done of worse things. He believed it would take care of itself. It wouldn't last forever. Neither of these two superior persons knew the other as well as she supposed, and when each had made an important discovery or two, there would be, if not a rupture, at least a relaxation. Meanwhile, he was quite willing to admit that the conversation of the elder lady was an advantage to the younger, who had a great deal to learn and would doubtless learn it better from Madame Merle than from some other instructors of the young. It was probable that Isabel would be injured. Chapter 24. It would certainly have been hard to see what injury could arise to her from the visit she presently paid to Mr. Osmond's hilltop. Nothing could have been more charming than this occasion, a soft afternoon in the full maturity of the Tuscan spring. The companions drove out of the Roman gate, beneath the enormous blank superstructure which crowns the fine clear arch of that portal and makes it nakedly impressive, and wound between high-walled lanes into which the wealth of blossoming orchards overdrooped and flung a fragrance, until they reached the small super-urban piazza of crooked shape, where the long brown wall of the villa, occupied in part by Mr. Osmond, formed a principal, or at least a very imposing object. Isabel went with her friend through a wide high court, where a clear shadow rested below, and a pair of light-arched galleries facing each other above caught the upper sunshine above their slim columns and the flowering plants in which they were dressed. There was something grave and strong in the place. It looked somehow as if, once you were in, you would need an act of energy to get out. For Isabel, however, there was of course as yet no thought of getting out, but only of advancing. Mr. Osmond met her in the cold antechamber. It was cold even in the month of May, and ushered her in with her conductress into the apartment to which we have already been introduced. Madame Merle was in front, and while Isabel lingered a little, talking with him, she went forward familiarly and greeted two persons who were seated in the saloon. One of these was little Pansy, on whom she bestowed a kiss. The other was a lady whom Mr. Osmond indicated to Isabel as his sister, the Countess Gemini. "And that's my little girl," he said, "who has just come out of her convent." Pansy had on a scant white dress, and her fair hair was neatly arranged in a net. She wore her small shoes tied sandal fashion about her ankles. She made Isabel a little conventual curtsy, and then came to be kissed. The Countess Gemini simply nodded without getting up. Isabel could see why she was a woman of high fashion. She was thin and dark, and not at all pretty, having features that suggested some tropical bird, a long beak-like nose, small, quickly moving eyes, and a mouth and chin that receded extremely. Her expression, however, thanks to various intensities of emphasis and wonder, of horror and joy, was not inhuman, and, as regards her appearance, it was plain she understood herself and made the most of her points. Her attire, voluminous and delicate, bristled with elegance, and had a look of shimmering plumage, and her attitudes were as light and sudden as those of a creature who perched upon twigs. She had a great deal of manner. Isabel, who had never known anyone with so much manner, immediately classed her as the most affected of women. She remembered that Ralph had not recommended her as an acquaintance, but she was ready to acknowledge that to a casual view the Countess Gemini revealed no depths. Her demonstrations suggested the violent waving of some flag of general truce, white silk with fluttering streamers. "You'll believe I'm glad to see you when I tell you it's only because I knew you were to be here that I came myself. I don't come and see my brother. I make him come and see me. This hill of his is impossible. I don't see what possesses him. Really, Osmond, you'll be the ruin of my horses some day, and if it hurts them, you'll have to give me another pair. I heard them wheezing today I assure you I did. It's very disagreeable to hear one's horses wheezing when one's sitting in the carriage. It sounds too as if they weren't what they should be. But I've always had good horses. Whatever else I may have lacked, I've always managed that. My husband doesn't know much, but I think he knows a horse. In general, Italians don't, but my husband goes in, according to his poor light, for everything English. My horses are English, so it's all the greater pity they should be ruined. I must tell you, she went on, directly addressing Isabel, that Osmond doesn't often invite me. I don't think he likes to have me. It was quite my own idea coming today. I like to see new people, and I'm sure you're very new. But don't sit there. That chair's not what it looks. There are some very good seats here, but there are also some horrors. These remarks were delivered with a series of little jerks and pecks, of roulades of shrillness, and in an accent that was as some fond recall of good English, or rather of good American, in adversity. I don't like to have you, my dear, said her brother. I'm sure you're invaluable. I don't see any horrors anywhere, Isabel returned, looking about her. Everything seems to me beautiful and precious. I've a few good things, Mr. Osmond allowed. Indeed, I've nothing very bad, but I've not what I should have liked. He stood there a little awkwardly, smiling and glancing about. His manner was an odd mixture of the detached and the involved. He seemed to hint that nothing but the right values was of any consequence. Isabel made a rapid induction. Perfect simplicity was not the badge of his family. Even the little girl from the convent, who, in a prim white dress, with a small submissive face and her hands locked before her, stood there as if she were about to partake of her first communion. Even Mr. Osmond's diminutive daughter had a kind of finish that was not entirely artless. You'd have liked a few things from the Uffizi and the Pity. That's what you'd have liked, said Madame Merle. Poor Osmond, with his old curtains and crucifixes, the Countess Gemini exclaimed. She appeared to call her brother only by his family name. Her ejaculation had no particular object. She smiled at Isabel as she made it and looked at her from head to foot. Her brother had not heard her. He seemed to be thinking what he could say to Isabel. "Won't you have some tea? You must be very tired," he at last bethought himself of remarking. "No, indeed, I'm not tired. What have I done to tire me?" Isabel felt a certain need of being very direct, of pretending to nothing. There was something in the air, in her general impression of things, she could hardly have said what it was, that deprived her of all disposition to put herself forward. The place, the occasion, the combination of people signified more than lay on the surface. She would try to understand. She would not simply utter graceful platitudes. Poor Isabel was doubtless not aware that many women would have uttered graceful platitudes to cover the working of their observation. It must be confessed that her pride was a trifle alarmed. A man she had heard spoken of in terms that excited interest, and who was evidently capable of distinguishing himself, had invited her, a young lady not lavish of her favours, to come to his house. Now that she had done so, the burden of the entertainment rested naturally on his wit. Isabel was not rendered less observant, and for the moment, we judge, she was not rendered more indulgent by perceiving that Mr. Osmond carried his burden less complacently than might have been expected. "What a fool I was to have let myself so needlessly in," she could fancy his exclaiming to himself. "You'll be tired when you go home, if he shows you all his biblots and gives you a lecture on each," said the Countess Gemini. "I'm not afraid of that, but if I'm tired, I shall at least have learned something." "Very little, I suspect, but my sister's dreadfully afraid of learning anything," said Mr. Osmond. "Oh, I confess to that. I don't want to know anything more. I know too much already. The more you know, the more unhappy you are. You should not undervalue knowledge before Pansy, who has not finished her education," Madame Merle interposed with a smile. "Pansy will never know any harm," said the child's father. "Pansy's a little convent flower." "Oh, the convents, cried the Countess with a flutter of her ruffles. "Speak to me of the convents. You may learn anything there. I'm a convent flower myself. I don't pretend to be good, but the nuns do. Don't you see what I mean?" she went on, appealing to Isabel. Isabel was not sure she saw, and she answered that she was very bad at following arguments. The Countess then declared that she herself detested arguments, but that this was her brother's taste he would always discuss. "For me," she said, "one should like a thing or one shouldn't. One can't like everything, of course. but one shouldn't attempt to reason it out. You never know where it may lead you. There are some very good things that may have bad reasons, don't you know? And there are very bad feelings sometimes that have good reasons. Don't you see what I mean? I don't care anything about reasons, but I know what I like. Ah, that's the great thing, said Isabel, smiling and suspecting that her acquaintance with this lightly flitting personage would not lead to intellectual repose. If the Countess objected to argument, Isabel at this moment had as little taste for it, and she put out her hand to Pansy with a pleasant sense that such a gesture committed her to nothing that would admit of a divergence of views. Gilbert Osmond apparently took a rather hopeless view of his sister's tone. He turned the conversation to another topic. He presently sat down on the other side of his daughter, who had shyly brushed Isabel's fingers with her own, but he ended by drawing her out of her chair and making her stand between his knees, leaning against him while he passed his arm round her slimness. The child fixed her eyes on Isabel with a still, disinterested gaze, which seemed void of an intention, yet conscious of an attraction. Mr. Osmond talked of many things. Madame Merle had said he could be agreeable when he chose, and today, after a little, he appeared not only to have chosen, but to have determined. Madame Merle and the Countess Gemini sat a little apart, conversing in the effortless manner of persons who knew each other well enough to take their ease, but every now and then Isabel heard the Countess, at something said by her companion, plunge into the latter's lucidity as a poodle splashes after a thrown stick. It was as if Madame Merle was seeing how far we would go. Mr. Osmond talked of Florence, of Italy, of the pleasure of living in that country, and of the abatements to the pleasure. There were both satisfactions and drawbacks. The drawbacks were numerous. Strangers were too apt to see such a world as all romantic. It met the case soothingly for the human, for the social failure, but which he meant the people couldn't realise, as they said, on their sensibility. They could keep it about them there, in their poverty, without ridicule, as you might keep an heirloom or an inconvenient entailed place that brought you in nothing. Thus there were advantages in living in the country which contained the greatest sum of beauty. Certain impressions you could get only there. Others, favourable to life, you never got, and you got some that were very bad. But from time to time you got one of a quality that made up for everything. Italy, all the same, had spoiled a great many people. He was even fatuous enough to believe at times that he himself might have been a better man if he had spent less of his life there. It made one idle and dilettantish and second-rate. It had no discipline for the character, didn't cultivate in you, otherwise expressed, the successful social and other cheek that flourished in Paris and London. "We're sweetly provincial," said Mr. Osmond, "and I'm perfectly aware that I myself am as rusty as a key that has no lock to fit it. It polishes me up a little to talk with you. Not that I venture to pretend I can turn that very complicated lock I suspect your intellect of being. But you'll be going away before I've seen you 3 times, and I shall perhaps never see you after that. That's what it is to live in a country that people come to. When they're disagreeable here, it's bad enough. When they're agreeable, it's still worse. As soon as you like them, they're off again. I've been deceived too often. I've ceased to form attachments, to permit myself to feel attractions." "You mean to say, to settle? That would be really comfortable." "Ah, yes. Your aunt's a sort of guarantee. I believe she may be depended on." "Oh, she's an old Florentine. I mean literally an old one, not a modern outsider. She's a contemporary of the Medici. She must have been present at the burning of the Savonarola, and I'm sure she didn't throw a handful of chips into the flame. Her face is very much like some faces in the early pictures, little, dry, definite faces that must have had a good deal of expression, but almost always the same one. Indeed, I can show you her portrait in a fresco of Galando's. I hope you don't object to my speaking that way of your aunt, eh? I've an idea you don't. Perhaps you think that's even worse. I assure you there's no want of respect in it to either of you. You know I'm a particular admirer of Mrs. Touchette." While Isabel's host exerted himself to entertain her in this somewhat confidential fashion, she looked occasionally at Madame Merle, who met her eyes with an inattentive smile, in which, on this occasion, there was no infelicitous intimation that our heroine appeared to advantage. Madame Merle eventually proposed to the Countess Gemini that they should go into the garden, and the Countess rising and shaking out her feathers, began to rustle toward the door. "Poor Miss Archer," she exclaimed, surveying the other group with expressive compassion. "She has been brought quite into the family." "Miss Archer can certainly have nothing but sympathy for a family to which you belong," Mr. Osmond answered, with a laugh which, though it had something of a mocking ring, had also a finer patience. "I don't know what you mean by that. I'm sure she'll see no harm in me but what you tell her." "I'm better than he says, Miss Archer," the Countess went on. "I'm only rather an idiot and a bore. Is that all he has said? Ah, then, you keep him in good humour. Has he opened on one of his favourite subjects? I give you notice that there are 2 or 3 that he treats a fond. In that case, you'd better take off your bonnet." "I don't think I know what Mr. Osmond's favourite subjects are," said Isabel, who had risen to her feet. The Countess assumed for an instant an attitude of intense meditation, pressing one of her hands with the fingertips gathered together to her forehead. "I'll tell you in a moment. One's Machiavelli, the other's Victoria Colonna, the next is Metastasio." "Ah, with me," said Madame Merle, passing her arm into the Countess Gemini's as if to guide her course to the garden. "Mr. Osmond's never so historical." "Oh, you," the Countess answered as they moved away. "You yourself are Machiavelli. You yourself are Victoria Colonna." "We shall hear next that poor Madame Merle is Metastasio," Gilbert Osmond resignedly sighed. Isabel had got up on the assumption that they too were to go into the garden, but her host stood there with no apparent inclination to leave the room, his hands in the pockets of his jacket, and his daughter, who had now locked her arm into one of his own, clinging to him and looking up while her eyes moved from his own face to Isabel's. Isabel waited with a certain unuttered contentedness to have her movements directed. She liked Mr. Osmond's talk, his company. She had what always gave her a very private thrill, the consciousness of a new relation. Through the open doors of the great room she saw Madame Merle and the Countess stroll across the fine grass of the garden. Then she turned, and her eyes wandered over the things scattered about her. The understanding had been that Mr. Osmond should show her his treasures. His pictures and cabinets all looked like treasures. Isabel, after a moment, went toward one of the pictures to see it better. But, just as she had done so, he said to her abruptly, "Miss Archer, what do you think of my sister?" She faced him with some surprise. "Ah, don't ask me that. I've seen your sister too little." "Yes, you've seen her very little, but you must have observed that there is not a great deal of her to see. What do you think of our family tone?" he went on with his cool smile. "I should like to know how it strikes a fresh, unprejudiced mind. I know what you're going to say. You've had almost no observation of it. Of course, this is only a glimpse, but just take notice, in future, if you have a chance. I sometimes think we've got into a rather bad way, living off here among things and people not our own, without responsibilities or attachments, with nothing to hold us together or keep us up, marrying foreigners, forming artificial tastes, playing tricks with our natural mission. Let me add, though, that I say much more for myself than for my sister. She's a very honest lady, more so than she seems. She's rather unhappy, and as she's not of a serious turn, she doesn't tend to show it tragically. She shows it comically instead. She has got a horrid husband, though I'm not sure she makes the best of him. Of course, however, a horrid husband's an awkward thing. Madame Merle gives her excellent advice, but it's a good deal like giving a child a dictionary to learn a language with. We can look out the words, but he can't put them together. My sister needs a grammar, but unfortunately she's not grammatical. Pardon my troubling you with these details. My sister was very right in saying you've been taken into the family. Let me take down that picture. You want more light." He took down the picture, carried it toward the window, related some curious facts about it. She looked at the other works of art, and he gave her such further information as might appear most acceptable to a young lady making a call on a summer afternoon. His pictures, his medallions and tapestries were interesting, but after a while Isabel felt the owner much more so, and, independently of them, thickly as they seemed to overhang him, he resembled no one she had ever seen. Most of the people she knew might be divided into groups of 6 specimens. There were 1 or 2 exceptions to this. She could think, for instance, of no group that would contain her Aunt Lydia. There were other people who were, relatively speaking, original original as one might say by courtesy, such as Mr. Goodwood, as her cousin Ralph, as Henrietta Stackpole, as Lord Warburton, as Madame Merle. But in essentials, when one came to look at them, these individuals belonged to types already present to her mind. Her mind contained no class offering a natural place to Mr. Osmond. He was a specimen apart. It was not that she recognised all these truths at the hour, but they were falling into order before her. For the moment, she only said to herself that this new relation would perhaps prove her very most distinguished. Madame Merle had had that note of rarity, but what quite other power it immediately gained when sounded by a man. It was not so much what he said and did, but rather what he withheld, that marked him for her as by one of those signs of the highly curious that he was showing her on the underside of old plates and in the corner of 16th century drawings. He indulged in no striking deflections from common usage. He was an original without being an eccentric. She had never met a person of so fine a grain. The peculiarity was physical to begin with, and it extended to impalpabilities. His dense, delicate hair, his overdrawn, retouched features, his clear complexion, ripe without being coarse, the very evenness of the growth of his beard, and that light, smooth slenderness of structure which made the movement of a single one of his fingers produce the effect of an expressive gesture. These personal points struck our sensitive women as signs of quality, of intensity, somehow as promises of interest. He was certainly fastidious and critical. He was probably irritable. His sensibility had governed him, possibly governed him too much. It had made him impatient of vulgar troubles, and had led him to live by himself, in a sorted, sifted, arranged world, thinking about art and beauty and history. He had consulted his taste in everything, his taste alone perhaps, as a sick man consciously incurable consults at last only his lawyer. That was what made him so different from everyone else. Ralph had something of this same quality, this appearance of thinking that life was a matter of connoisseurship. But in Ralph it was an anomaly, a kind of humorous excrescence, whereas in Mr. Osmond it was the keynote, and everything was in harmony with it. She was certainly far from understanding him completely. His meaning was not at all times obvious. It was hard to see what he meant, for instance, by speaking of his provincial side, which was exactly the side she would have taken him most to lack. Was it a harmless paradox intended to puzzle her, or was it the last refinement of high culture? She trusted she should learn in time. It would be very interesting to learn. If it was provincial to have that harmony, what then was the finish of the capital? And she could put this question in spite of so feeling a host a sly personage, since such shyness as his, the shyness of ticklish nerves and fine perceptions, was perfectly consistent with the best breeding. Indeed, it was almost a proof of standards and touchstones other than the vulgar. He must be so sure the vulgar would be first on the ground. He wasn't a man of easy assurance, who chatted and gossiped with the fluency of a superficial nature. He was critical of himself as well as of others, and, exacting a good deal of others to think them agreeable, probably took a rather ironical view of what he himself offered, a proof into the bargain that he was not grossly conceited. If he had not been shy, he wouldn't have effected that gradual, subtle, successful conversion of it to which she owed both what pleased her in him and what mystified her. If he had suddenly asked her what she thought of the Countess Gemini, that was doubtless a proof that he was interested in her. It could scarcely be as a help to knowledge of his own sister. That he should be so interested showed an inquiring mind, but it was a little singular he should sacrifice his fraternal feeling to his curiosity. This was the most eccentric thing he had done. There were 2 other rooms beyond the one in which she had been received, equally full of romantic objects, and in these apartments Isabel spent a quarter of an hour. Everything was in the last degree curious and precious, and Mr. Osmond continued to be the kindest of ciceroni as he led her from one fine piece to another, and still held his little girl by the hand. His kindness almost surprised our young friend, who wondered why he should take so much trouble for her, and she was oppressed at last with the accumulation of beauty and knowledge to which she found herself introduced. There was enough for the present. She had ceased to attend to what he said. She listened to him with attentive eyes, but was not thinking of what he told her. He probably thought her quicker, cleverer, in every way more prepared than she was. Madame Merle would have pleasantly exaggerated, which was a pity, because in the end he would be sure to find out, and then perhaps even her real intelligence wouldn't reconcile him to his mistake. A part of Isabel's fatigue came from the effort to appear as intelligent as she believed Madame Merle had described her, and from the fear, very unusual with her, of exposing not her ignorance, for that she cared comparatively little, but her possible grossness of perception. It would have annoyed her to express a liking for something he, in his superior enlightenment, wouldn't think she oughtn't to like, or to pass by something at which the truly initiated mind would arrest itself. She had no wish to fall into that grotesqueness in which she had seen women, and it was a warning, serenely yet ignobly flounder. She was very careful, therefore, as to what she said, as to what she noticed or failed to notice, more careful than she had ever been before. They came back into the first of the rooms, where the tea had been served, but as the two other ladies were still on the terrace, and as Isabel had not yet been made acquainted with the view, the paramount distinction of the place, Mr. Osmond directed her steps into the garden without more delay. Madame Merle and the Countess had had chairs brought out, and as the afternoon was lovely, the Countess proposed they should take their tea in the open air. Pansy therefore was sent to bid the servant to bring out the preparations. The sun had got low, the golden light took a deeper tone, and on the mountains and the plain that stretched beneath them, the masses of purple shadow glowed as richly as the places that were still exposed. The scene had an extraordinary charm. The air was almost solemnly still, and the large expanse of the landscape, with its garden-like culture and nobleness of outline, its teeming valley and delicately fretted hills, its peculiarly human-looking touches of habitation, lay there in splendid harmony and classic grace. "You seem so well pleased that I think you can be trusted to come back," Osmond said, as he led his companion to one of the angles of the terrace. "I shall certainly come back," she returned, "in spite of what you say about its being bad to live in Italy. What was that you said about one's natural mission? I wonder if I should forsake my natural mission if I were to settle in Florence. A woman's natural mission is to be where she's most appreciated. The point's to find out where that is." "Very true. She often wastes a great deal of time in the inquiry. People ought to make it very plain to her." "Such a matter would have to be made very plain to me," smiled Isabel. "I'm glad, at any rate, to hear you talk of settling. Madame Merle had given me an idea that you were of a rather roving disposition. I thought she spoke of your having some plan of going round the world. I'm rather ashamed of my plans. I make a new one every day." "I don't see why you should be ashamed. It's the greatest of pleasures." "It seems frivolous, I think," said Isabel. "One ought to choose something very deliberately and be faithful to that." "By that rule, then, I've not been frivolous." "Have you made any plans?" "Yes, I made one years ago, and I'm acting on it today." "It must have been a very pleasant one," Isabel permitted herself to observe. "It was very simple. It was to be as quiet as possible." "As quiet?" the girl repeated. "Not to worry, not to strive nor struggle, to resign myself, to be content with little." He spoke these sentences slowly, with short pauses between, and his intelligent regard was fixed on his visitors with the conscious air of a man who has brought himself to confess something. "Do you call that simple?" she asked with mild irony. "Yes, because it's negative." "Has your life been negative?" "Call it affirmative if you like, only it has affirmed my indifference. Mind you, not my natural indifference. I had none, but my studied, my wilful renunciation." She scarcely understood him. It seemed a question whether he were joking or not. Why should a man who struck her as having a great fund of reserve suddenly bring himself to be so confidential? This was his affair, however, and his confidences were interesting. "I don't see why you should have renounced," she said in a moment. "Because I could do nothing. I had no prospects. I was poor. I was not a man of genius. I had no talents even. I took my measure early in life. I was simply the most fastidious young gentleman living. There were 2 or 3 people in the world I envied, the Emperor of Russia, for instance, and the Sultan of Turkey. There were even moments when I envied the Pope of Rome for the consideration he enjoys. I should have been delighted to be considered to that extent, but since that couldn't be, I didn't care for anything less, and I had made up my mind not to go in for honours. The leanest gentleman can always consider himself, and fortunately I was, though lean, a gentleman. I could do nothing in Italy. I couldn't even be an Italian patriot. To do that, I should have had to get out of the country, and I was too fond of it to leave it, to say nothing of my being too well satisfied with it, on the whole, as it then was, to wish it altered. So I've passed a great many years here on that quiet plan I spoke of. I've not been at all unhappy. I don't mean to say I've cared for nothing, but the things I've cared for have been definite, limited. The events of my life have been absolutely unperceived by anyone save myself. Getting an old silver crucifix at a bargain, I've never bought anything dear, of course, or discovering, as I once did, a sketch by Correggio on a panel daubed over by some inspired idiot. This would have been a rather dry account of Mr. Osmond's career if Isabel had fully believed it, but her imagination supplied the human element which she was sure had not been wanting. His life had been mingled with other lives more than he admitted. Naturally, she couldn't expect him to enter into this. For the present, she abstained from provoking further revelations. To intimate that he had not told her everything would be more familiar and less considerate than she now desired to be, would in fact be uproariously vulgar. He had certainly told her quite enough. It was her present inclination, however, to express a measured sympathy for the success with which he had preserved his independence. "That's a very pleasant life," she said, "to renounce everything but Correggio. Oh, I've made in my way a good thing of it. Don't imagine I'm whining about it. It's one's own fault if one isn't happy." This was large. She kept down to something smaller. "Have you lived here always?" "No, not always. I lived a long time at Naples and many years in Rome, but I've been here a good while. Perhaps I shall have to change, however, to do something else. I've no longer myself to think of. My daughter's growing up and may very possibly not care so much for the Correggios and the crucifixes as I. I shall have to do what's best for Pansy." "Yes, do that," said Isabel. "She's such a dear little girl." "Ah," cried Gilbert Osmond beautifully, "she's a little saint of heaven. She is my great happiness." Chapter 25. While this sufficiently intimate colloquy, prolonged some time after we ceased to follow it, went forward, Madame Merle and her companion, breaking a silence of some duration, had begun to exchange remarks. They were sitting in an attitude of unexpressed expectancy, an attitude especially marked on the part of the Countess Gemini, who, being of a more nervous temperament than her friend, practised with less success the art of disguising impatience. What these ladies were waiting for would not have been apparent, and was perhaps not very definite to their own minds. Madame Merle waited for Osmond to release their young friend from her tete-a-tete, and the Countess waited because Madame Merle did. The Countess, moreover, by waiting, found the time ripe for one of her pretty perversities. She might have desired for some minutes to place it. Her brother wandered with Isabel to the end of the garden, to which point her eyes followed them. "My dear," she then observed to her companion, "you'll excuse me if I don't congratulate you." "Very willingly, for I don't in the least know why you should. Haven't you a little plan that you think rather well of?" And the Countess nodded at the sequestered couple. Madame Merle's eyes took the same direction. Then she looked serenely at her neighbour. "You know I never understand you very well," she smiled. "No one can understand better than you when you wish. I see that just now you don't wish." "You say things to me that no one else does," said Madame Merle gravely, yet without bitterness. "You mean things you don't like. Doesn't Osmond sometimes say such things?" "What your brother says has a point." "Yes, a poisoned one sometimes. If you mean that I'm not so clever as he, you mustn't think I shall suffer from your sense of our difference. But it will be much better that you should understand me." "Why so?" asked Madame Merle. "To what will it conduce?" "If I don't approve of your plan, you ought to know it in order to appreciate the danger of my interfering with it." Madame Merle looked as if she were ready to admit that there might be something in this, but in a moment she said quietly, "You think me more calculating than I am." "It's not your calculating I think ill of. It's your calculating wrong. You've done so in this case. You must have made extensive calculations yourself to discover that. No, I've not had time. I've seen the girl but this once, said the Countess, and the conviction has suddenly come to me. I like her very much. So do I, Madame Merle mentioned. You've a strange way of showing it. Surely I've given her the advantage of making your acquaintance. That indeed, piped the Countess, is perhaps the best thing that could happen to her. Madame Merle said nothing for some time. The Countess's manner was odious, was really low, but it was an old story. With her eyes upon the violet slope of Monte Morello, she gave herself up to reflection. My dear lady, she finally resumed, I advise you not to agitate yourself. The matter you allude to concerns 3 persons much stronger of purpose than yourself. 3 persons? You and Osmond, of course, but is Miss Archer also very strong of purpose? Quite as much so as we. Ah, then, said the Countess radiantly, if I convince her it's her interest to resist you, she'll do so successfully. Resist us? Why do you express yourself so coarsely? She's not exposed to compulsion or deception. I'm not sure of that. You're capable of anything. You and Osmond. I don't mean Osmond by himself, and I don't mean you by yourself, but together you're dangerous, like some chemical combination. You had better leave us alone then, smiled Madame Merle. I don't mean to touch you, but I shall talk to that girl. My poor Amy, Madame Merle murmured. I don't see what has got into your head. I take an interest in her. That's what has got into my head. I like her. Madame Merle hesitated a moment. I don't think she likes you. The Countess's bright little eyes expanded, and her face was set in a grimace. Ah, you are dangerous, even by yourself. If you want her to like you, don't abuse your brother to her, said Madame Merle. I don't suppose you pretend she has fallen in love with him in 2 interviews. Madame Merle looked a moment at Isabel and at the master of the house. He was leaning against the parapet, facing her, his arms folded, and she at present was evidently not lost in the mere impersonal view, persistently as she gazed at it. As Madame Merle watched her, she lowered her eyes. She was listening, possibly with a certain embarrassment, while she pressed the point of a parasol into the path. Madame Merle rose from her chair. Yes, I think so. She's pronounced. The shabby footboy, summoned by Pansy, he might, tarnished as to livery and quaint as to type, have issued from some stray sketch of old-time manners, been put in by the brush of a Longy or a Goyad, come out with a small table and placed it on the grass, and then gone back and fetched the tea tray, after which he had again disappeared, to return with a couple of chairs. Pansy had watched these proceedings with the deepest interest, standing with her small hands folded together upon the front of her scanty frock, but she had not presumed to offer assistance. When the tea-table had been arranged, however, she gently approached her aunt. Do you think Papa would object to my making the tea? The Countess looked at her with a deliberately critical gaze and without answering her question. My poor niece, she said, is that your best frock? Ah, no, Pansy answered. It's just a little toilette for common occasions. Do you call it a common occasion when I come to see you, to say nothing of Madame Merle and the pretty lady yonder? Pansy reflected a moment, turning gravely from one of the persons mentioned to the other. Then her face broke into its perfect smile. I have a pretty dress, but even that one's very simple. Why should I expose it beside your beautiful things? Because it's the prettiest you have. For me, you must always wear the prettiest. Please put it on the next time. It seems to me they don't dress you so well as they might. The child sparingly stroked down her antiquated skirt. It's a good little dress to make tea, don't you think? Don't you believe Papa would allow me? Impossible for me to say, my child, said the Countess. For me, your father's ideas are unfathomable. Madame Merle understands them better. Ask her. Madame Merle smiled with her usual grace. It's a weighty question. Let me think. It seems to me it would please your father to see a careful little daughter making his tea. It's the proper duty of the daughter of the house when she grows up. So it seems to me, Madame Merle, Pansy cried. You shall see how well I'll make it. A spoonful for each. And she began to busy herself at the table. 2 spoonfuls for me, said the Countess, who, with Madame Merle, remained for some moments watching her. Listen to me, Pansy, the Countess resumed at last. I should like to know what you think of your visitor. Ah, she's not mine, she's Papa's, Pansy objected. Miss Archer came to see you as well, said Madame Merle. I'm very happy to hear that. She's been very polite to me. Do you like her then? The Countess asked. She's charming, charming, Pansy repeated in a little neat conversational tone. She pleases me thoroughly. And how do you think she pleases your father? Ah, really, Countess, murmured Madame Merle dissuasively. Go and call them to tea, she went on to the child. You'll see if they don't like it, Pansy declared, and departed to summon the others, who had still lingered at the end of the terrace. If Miss Archer's to become her mother, it's surely interesting to know if the child likes her, said the Countess. If your brother marries again, it won't be for Pansy's sake, Madame Merle replied. She'll soon be 16, and after that she'll begin to need a husband rather than a stepmother. And will you provide the husband as well? I shall certainly take an interest in her marrying fortunately. I imagine you'll do the same. Indeed I shan't, cried the Countess. Why should I, of all women, set such a price on a husband? You didn't marry fortunately, that's what I'm speaking of. When I say a husband, I mean a good one. There are no good ones. Osmond won't be a good one. Madame Merle closed her eyes a moment. You're irritated just now. I don't know why, she presently said. I don't think you'll really object either to your brothers or to your nieces marrying when the time comes for them to do so. And as regards Pansy, I'm confident that we shall some day have the pleasure of looking for a husband for her together. Your large acquaintance will be a great help. Yes, I'm irritated, the Countess answered. You often irritate me. Your own coolness is fabulous. You're a strange woman. It's much better that we should always act together, Madame Merle went on. Don't you mean that as a threat? Asked the Countess, rising. Madame Merle shook her head as for quiet amusement. So indeed, you've not my coolness. Isabel and Mr. Osmond were now slowly coming toward them, and Isabel had taken Pansy by the hand. Do you pretend to believe he'd make her happy? The Countess demanded. If he should marry Miss Archer, I suppose he'd behave like a gentleman. The Countess jerked herself into a succession of attitudes. Do you mean as most gentlemen behave? That would be much to be thankful for. Of course, Osmond's a gentleman. His own sister needn't be reminded of that. But does he think he can marry any girl he happens to pick out? Osmond's a gentleman, of course, but I must say I've never seen one of Osmond's pretensions. What they're all founded on is more than I can say. I'm his own sister. I might be supposed to know. Who is he, if you please? What has he ever done? If there had been anything particularly grand in his origin, if he were made of some superior clay, I presume I should have got some inkling of it. If there had been any great honours or splendours in the family, I should certainly have made the most of them. They would have been quite in my line. But there's nothing. One's parents were charming people, of course, but so were yours, I've no doubt. Everyone's a charming person nowadays. Even I'm a charming person. Don't laugh. It has literally been said. As for Osmond, he has always appeared to believe that he's descended from the gods. You may say what you please, said Madame Merle, who had listened to this quick outbreak none the less attentively. We may believe because her eye wandered away from the speaker and her hands busied themselves with adjusting the knots of ribbon on her dress. You Osmonds are a fine race. Your blood must flow from some very pure source. Your brother, like an intelligent man, has had the conviction of it if he has not had the proofs. You're modest about it, but you yourself are extremely distinguished. What do you say about your niece? The child's a little princess. Nevertheless, Madame Merle added, it won't be an easy matter for Osmond to marry Miss Archer, yet he can try. I hope she'll refuse him. It will take him down a little. We mustn't forget that he is one of the cleverest of men. I've heard you say that before, but I haven't yet discovered what he has done. What he has done? He has done nothing that has had to be undone, and he has known how to wait. To wait for Miss Archer's money? How much of it is there? That's not what I mean, said Madame Merle. Miss Archer has £70,000. Well, it's a pity she's so charming, the Countess declared. To be sacrificed any girl would do. She needn't be superior. If she weren't superior, your brother would never look at her. He must have the best. Yes, returned the Countess, as they went forward a little to meet the others. He's very hard to satisfy. That makes me tremble for her happiness. Chapter 26. Gilbert Osmond came to see Isabel again. That is, he came to Palazzo Crescentini. He had other friends there as well, and to Mrs. Touchett and Madame Merle he was always impartially civil. But the former of these ladies noted the fact that in the course of a fortnight he called 5 times, and compared it with another fact that she found no difficulty in remembering. 2 visits a year had hitherto constituted his regular tribute to Mrs. Touchett's worth, and she had never observed him select for such visits those moments of almost periodical recurrence when Madame Merle was under her roof. It was not for Madame Merle that he came. These 2 were old friends, and he never put himself out for her. He was not fond of Ralph. Ralph had told her so, and it was not supposable that Mr. Osmond had suddenly taken a fancy to her son. Ralph was imperturbable. Ralph had a kind of loose-fitting urbanity that wrapped him about like an ill-made overcoat, but of which he never divested himself. He thought Mr. Osmond very good company, and was willing at any time to look at him in the light of hospitality. But he didn't flatter himself that the desire to repair a past injustice was the motive of their visitors' calls. He read the situation more clearly. Isabel was the attraction, and in all conscience a sufficient one. Osmond was a critic, a student of the exquisite, and it was natural he should be curious of so rare an apparition. So when his mother observed to him that it was plain what Mr. Osmond was thinking of, Ralph replied that he was quite of her opinion. Mrs. Touchett had from far back found a place on her scant list for this gentleman, though wondering dimly by what art and what process, so negative and so wise as they were, he had everywhere effectively imposed himself. As he had never been an importunate visitor, he had had no chance to be offensive, and he was recommended to her by his appearance of being as well able to do without her as she was to do without him, a quality that always, oddly enough, affected her as providing ground for a relation with her. It gave her no satisfaction, however, to think that he had taken it into his head to marry her niece. Such an alliance on Isabel's part would have an air of almost morbid perversity. Mrs. Touchett easily remembered that the girl had refused an English peer, and that a young lady with whom Lord Warburton had not successfully wrestled should content herself with an obscure American dilettante, a middle-aged widower with an uncanny child and an ambiguous income. This answered to nothing in Mrs. Touchett's conception of success. She took, it will be observed, not the sentimental but the political view of matrimony, a view which has always had so much to recommend it. "I trust she won't have the folly to listen to him," she said to her son, to which Ralph replied that Isabel's listening was one thing, and Isabel's answering quite another. He knew she had listened to several parties, as his father would have said, but had made them listen in return, and he found much entertainment in the idea that in these few months of his knowing her, he should observe a fresh suitor at her gate. She had wanted to see life, and fortune was serving her to her taste. A succession of fine gentlemen going down on their knees to her would do as well as anything else. Ralph looked forward to a 4th, a 5th, a 10th besieger. He had no conviction she would stop at a 3rd. She would keep the gate ajar and open a parley. She would certainly not allow number 3 to come in. He expressed this view somewhat after this fashion to his mother, who looked at him as if he had been dancing a jig. He had such a fanciful pictorial way of saying things that he might as well address her in the deaf-mute's alphabet. "I don't think I know what you mean," she said. "You use too many figures of speech. I could never understand allegories. The 2 words in the language I most respect are yes and no. If Isabel wants to marry Mr. Osmond, she'll do so in spite of all your comparisons. Let her alone to find a fine one herself for anything she undertakes. I know very little about the young man in America. I don't think she spends much of her time in thinking of him, and I suspect he has got tired of waiting for her. There's nothing in life to prevent her marrying Mr. Osmond if she only looks at him in a certain way. That's all very well. No one approves more than I of one's pleasing oneself, but she takes her pleasure in such odd things. She's capable of marrying Mr. Osmond for the beauty of his opinions or for his autograph of Michelangelo. She wants to be disinterested, as if she were the only person who's in danger of not being so. Will he be so disinterested when he has the spending of her money? That was her idea before your father's death, and it has acquired new charms for her since. She ought to marry someone of whose disinterestedness she shall herself be sure, and there would be no such proof of that as his having a fortune of his own. My dear mother, I'm not afraid, Ralph answered. She's making fools of us all. She'll please herself, of course, but she'll do so by studying human nature at close quarters and yet retaining her liberty. She has started on an exploring expedition, and I don't think she'll change her course at the outset at a signal from Gilbert Osmond. She may have slackened speed for an hour, but before we know it, she'll be steaming away again. Excuse another metaphor. Mrs. Touchett excused it perhaps, but not so much reassured as to withhold from Madame Merle the expression of her fears. You know everything, she said. You must know this, whether that curious creature's really making love to my niece. Gilbert Osmond? Madame Merle widened her clear eyes, and, with a full intelligence, Heaven help us, she exclaimed. That's an idea. Hadn't it occurred to you? You make me feel an idiot, but I confess it hadn't. I wonder, she added, if it has occurred to Isabel. Oh, I shall now ask her, said Mrs. Touchett. Madame Merle reflected. Don't put it into her head. The thing would be to ask Mr. Osmond. I can't do that, said Mrs. Touchett. I won't have him inquire of me, as he perfectly may, with that air of his. Given Isabel's situation, what business is it of mine? I'll ask him myself, Madame Merle bravely declared. But what business, for him, is it of yours? Its being none whatever is just why I can afford to speak. It's so much less my business than anyone else's that he can put me off with anything he chooses. But it will be by the way he does this that I shall know. Pray let me hear then, said Mrs. Touchett, of the fruits of your penetration. If I can't speak to him, however, at least I can speak to Isabel. Her companion sounded at this the note of warning. Don't be too quick with her. Don't inflame her imagination. I never did anything in my life to anyone's imagination, but I'm always sure of her doing something. Well, not of my kind. No, you wouldn't like this, Madame Merle observed, without the point of interrogation. Why in the world should I, pray? Mr. Osmond has nothing the least solid to offer. Again Madame Merle was silent, while her thoughtful smile drew up her mouth even more charmingly than usual toward the left corner. Let us distinguish. Gilbert Osmond's certainly not the first comer. He's a man who in favourable conditions might very well make a great impression. He has made a great impression, to my knowledge, more than once. Don't tell me about his probably quite cold-blooded love affairs. They're nothing to me, Mrs. Touchett cried. What you say is precisely why I wish he would cease his visits. He has nothing in the world that I know of but a dozen or two of early masters and a more or less pert little daughter. The early masters are now worth a good deal of money, said Madame Merle, and the daughter's a very young and very innocent and very harmless person. In other words, she's an insipid little chit. Is that what you mean? Having no fortune, she can't hope to marry as they marry here, so that Isabel will have to furnish her either with a maintenance or with a dowry. Isabel probably wouldn't object to being kind to her. I think she likes the poor child. Another reason then for Mr. Osmond's stopping at home. Otherwise, a week hence we shall have my niece arriving at the conviction that her mission in life's to prove that a stepmother may sacrifice herself, and that, to prove it, she must first become one. She would make a charming stepmother, smiled Madame Merle. But I quite agree with you that she had better not decide upon a mission too hastily. Changing the form of one's mission's almost as difficult as changing the shape of one's nose. There they are, each in the middle of one's face and one's character. One has to begin too far back. But I'll investigate and report to you. All this went on quite over Isabel's head. She had no suspicions that her relations with Mr. Osmond were being discussed. Madame Merle had said nothing to put her on her guard. She alluded no more pointedly to him than to the other gentlemen of Florence, native and foreign, who now arrived in considerable numbers to pay their respects to Miss Archer's aunt. Isabel thought him interesting. She came back to that. She liked so to think of him. She had carried away an image from a visit to his hilltop, which her subsequent knowledge of him did nothing to efface, and which put on for her a particular harmony with other supposed and divined things, histories within histories. The image of a quiet, clever, sensitive, distinguished man, strolling on a moss-grown terrace above the sweet Valdano and holding by the hand a little girl whose bell-like clearness gave a new grace to childhood. The picture had no flourishes, but she liked its lowness of tone and the atmosphere of summer twilight that pervaded it. It spoke of the kind of personal issue that touched her most nearly, of the choice between objects, subjects, contacts, what she might call them, of a thin and those of a rich association, of a lonely, studious life in a lovely land, of an old sorrow that sometimes ached today, of a feeling of pride that was perhaps exaggerated, and that had an element of nobleness, of a care for beauty and perfection so natural, so cultivated together, that the career appeared to stretch beneath it in the disposed vistas and with the ranges of steps and terraces and fountains of a formal Italian garden, allowing only for arid places freshened by the natural dews of a quaint, half-anxious, half-helpless fatherhood. At Palazzo Crescentini, Mr. Osmond's manner remained the same, diffident at first, oh so self-conscious beyond doubt, and full of the effort, visible only to a sympathetic eye, to overcome this disadvantage, an effort which usually resulted in a great deal of easy, lively, very positive, rather aggressive, always suggestive talk. Mr. Osmond's talk was not injured by the indication of an eagerness to shine. Isabel found no difficulty in believing that a person was sincere who had so many of the signs of strong conviction, as for instance an explicit and graceful appreciation of anything that might be said on his own side of the question, said perhaps by Miss Archer in especial. What continued to please this young woman was that while he talked so for amusement, he didn't talk, as she had heard people, for effect. He uttered his ideas as if, odd as they often appeared, he were used to them and had lived with them. Old polished knobs and heads and handles of precious substance that could be fitted, if necessary, to new walking sticks, not switches plucked in destitution from the common tree and then too elegantly waved about. One day he brought his small daughter with him, and she rejoiced to renew acquaintance with the child, who, as she presented her forehead to be kissed by every member of the circle, reminded her vividly of an ingenue in a French play. Isabel had never seen a little person of this pattern. American girls were very different. Different, too, were the maidens of England. Pansy was so formed and finished for her tiny place in the world, and yet in imagination, as one could see, so innocent and infantine. She sat on the sofa by Isabel. She wore a small grenadine mantle and a pair of the useful gloves that Madame Merle had given her, little grey gloves with a single button. She was like a sheet of blank paper, the ideal June fill of foreign fiction. Isabel hoped that so fair and smooth a page would be covered with an edifying text. The Countess Gemini also came to call upon her, but the Countess was quite another affair. She was by no means a blank sheet. She had been written over in a variety of hands, and Mrs. Touchette, who felt by no means honoured by her visit, pronounced that a number of unmistakable blots were to be seen upon her surface. The Countess gave rise indeed to some discussion between the mistress of the house and the visitor from Rome, in which Madame Merle, who was not such a fool as to irritate people by always agreeing with them, availed herself felicitously enough of that large licence of dissent which her hostess permitted as freely as she practised it. Mrs. Touchette had declared it a piece of audacity that this highly compromised character should have presented herself at such a time of day at the door of a house in which she was esteemed so little as she must long have known herself to be at Palazzo Crescentini. Isabel had been made acquainted with the estimate prevailing under that roof. It represented Mr. Osmond's sister as a lady who had so mismanaged her improprieties that they had ceased to hang together at all, which was at the least what one asked of such matters, and had become the mere floating fragments of a wrecked renown in commoding social circulation. She had been married by her mother, a more administrative person, with an appreciation of foreign titles which the daughter, to do her justice, had probably by this time thrown off to Italian noblemen who had perhaps given her some excuse for attempting to quench the consciousness of outrage. The Countess, however, had consoled herself outrageously, and the list of her excuses had now lost itself in the labyrinth of her adventures. Mrs. Touchette had never consented to receive her, though the Countess had made overtures of old. Florence was not an austere city, but, as Mrs. Touchette said, she had to draw the line somewhere. Madame Merle defended the luckless lady with a great deal of zeal and wit. She couldn't see why Mrs. Touchette should make a scapegoat of a woman who had really done no harm, who had only done good in the wrong way. One must certainly draw the line, but while one was about it, one should draw it straight. It was a very crooked chalk mark that would exclude the Countess Gemini. In that case, Mrs. Touchette had better shut up her house. This perhaps would be the best course, so long as she remained in Florence. One must be fair and not make arbitrary differences. The Countess had doubtless been imprudent. She had not been so clever as other women. She was a good creature, not clever at all, but since when had that been a ground of exclusion from the best society? For ever so long now, one had heard nothing about her, and there could be no better proof of her having renounced the error of her ways than her desire to become a member of Mrs. Touchette's circle. Isabel could contribute nothing to this interesting dispute, not even a patient attention. She contented herself with having given a friendly welcome to the unfortunate lady who, whatever her defects, had at least the merit of being Mr. Osmond's sister. As she liked the brother, Isabel thought it proper to try and like the sister. In spite of the growing complexity of things, she was still capable of these primitive sequences. She had not received the happiest impression of the Countess on meeting her at the villa, but was thankful for an opportunity to repair the accident. Had not Mr. Osmond remarked that she was a respectable person? To have proceeded from Gilbert Osmond, this was a crude proposition, but Madame Merle bestowed upon it a certain improving polish. She told Isabel more about the poor Countess than Mr. Osmond had done, and related the history of her marriage and its consequences. The Count was a member of an ancient Tuscan family, but of such small estate that he had been glad to accept Amy Osmond, in spite of the questionable beauty which had yet not hampered her career. With the modest dowry her mother was able to offer, a sum about equivalent to that which had already formed her brother's share of their patrimony. Count Gemini, since then, however, had inherited money, and now they were well enough off as Italians went, though Amy was horribly extravagant. The Count was a low-lived brute. He had given his wife every pretext. She had no children. She had lost 3 within a year of their birth. Her mother, who had bristled with pretensions to elegant learning and published descriptive poems and corresponded on Italian subjects with the English weekly journals, her mother had died 3 years after the Countess's marriage. The father, lost in the grey American dawn of the situation, but reputed originally rich and wild, having died much earlier. One could see this in Gilbert Osmond. Madame Merle held see that he had been brought up by a woman, though, to do him justice, one would suppose it had been by a more sensible woman than the American Corinne, as Mrs. Osmond had liked to be called. She had brought her children to Italy after her husband's death, and Mrs. Touchette remembered her during the year that followed her arrival. She thought her a horrible snob, but this was an irregularity of judgment on Mrs. Touchette's part, for she, like Mrs. Osmond, approved of political marriages. The Countess was very good company, and not really the featherhead she seemed. All one had to do with her was to observe the simple condition of not believing a word she said. Madame Merle had always made the best of her for her brother's sake. He appreciated any kindness shown to Amy, because, if it had to be confessed for him, he rather felt she let down their common name. Naturally, he couldn't like her style, her shrillness, her egotism, her violations of taste, and above all, of truth. She acted badly on his nerves. She was not his sort of woman. What was his sort of woman? Oh, the very opposite of the Countess, a woman to whom the truth should be habitually sacred. Isabel was unable to estimate the number of times her visitor had, in half an hour, profaned it. The Countess, indeed, had given her an impression of rather silly sincerity. She had talked almost exclusively about herself, how much she would like to know Miss Archer, how thankful she should be for a real friend, how base the people in Florence were, how tired she was of the place, how much she would like to live somewhere else, in Paris, in London, in Washington, how impossible it was to get anything nice to wear in Italy except a little old lace, how dear the world was growing everywhere, what a life of suffering and privation she had led. Madame Merle listened with interest to Isabel's account of this passage, but she had not needed it to feel exempt from anxiety. On the whole, she was not afraid of the Countess, and she could afford to do what was altogether best, not to appear so. Isabel had meanwhile another visitor, whom it was not even behind her back, so easy a matter to patronise. Henrietta Stackpole, who had left Paris after Mrs. Touchette's departure for San Remo and had worked her way down, as she said, through the cities of North Italy, reached the banks of the Arno about the middle of May. Madame Merle surveyed her with a single glance, took her in from head to foot, and after a pang of despair, determined to endure her. She determined indeed to delight in her. She mightn't be inhaled as a rose, but she might be grasped as a nettle. Madame Merle genially squeezed her into insignificance, and Isabel felt that in foreseeing this liberality she had done justice to her friend's intelligence. Henrietta's arrival had been announced by Mr. Bantling, who, coming down from Nice while she was at Venice and expecting to find her in Florence, which she had not yet reached, called at Palazzo Crescentini to express his disappointment. Henrietta's own advent occurred 2 days later and produced in Mr. Bantling an emotion amply accounted for by the fact that he had not seen her since the termination of the episode at Versailles. The humorous view of his situation was generally taken, but it was uttered only by Ralph Touchette, who, in the privacy of his own apartment, when Bantling smoked a cigar there, indulged in goodness knew what strong comedy on the subject of the all-judging one and her British backer. This gentleman took the joke in perfectly good part, and candidly confessed that he regarded the affair as a positive intellectual adventure. He liked Miss Stackpole extremely. He thought she had a wonderful head on her shoulders, and found great comfort in the society of a woman who was not perpetually thinking about what would be said, and how what she did, how what they did, and how they had done things would look. Miss Stackpole never cared how anything looked, and, if she didn't care, pray why should he? But his curiosity had been roused. He wanted awfully to see if she ever would care. He was prepared to go as far as she. He didn't see why he should break down first. Henrietta showed no signs of breaking down. Her prospects had brightened on her leaving England, and she was now in the full enjoyment of her copious resources. She had indeed been obliged to sacrifice her hopes with regard to the inner life. The social question on the continent bristled with difficulties even more numerous than those she had encountered in England. But on the continent there was the outer life, which was palpable and visible at every turn, and more easily convertible to literary uses than the customs of those opaque islanders. Out of doors in foreign lands, as she ingeniously remarked, one seemed to see the right side of the tapestry. Out of doors in England, one seemed to see the wrong side, which gave one no notion of the figure. The admission costs her historian a pang, but Henrietta, despairing of more occult things, was now paying much attention to the outer life. She had been studying it for 2 months at Venice, from which city she sent to the interviewer a conscientious account of the gondolas, the piazza, the Bridge of Sighs, the pigeons, and the young boatman who chanted Tasso. The interviewer was perhaps disappointed, but Henrietta was at least seeing Europe. Her present purpose was to get down to Rome before the malaria should come on. He apparently supposed that it began on a fixed day, and with this design she was to spend at present but few days in Florence. Mr. Bantling was to go with her to Rome, and she pointed out to Isabel that as he had been there before, as he was a military man, and as he had had a classical education, he had been bred at Eton, where they study nothing but Latin and white Melville, said Miss Stackpole, he would be the most useful companion in the city of the Caesars. At this juncture, Ralph had the happy idea of proposing to Isabel that she also, under her own escort, should make a pilgrimage to Rome. She expected to pass a portion of the next winter there. That was very well, but meantime there was no harm in surveying the field. There were 10 days left of the beautiful month of May, the most precious month of all to the true Roman lover. Isabel would become a Rome lover. That was a foregone conclusion. She was provided with a trusty companion of her own sex, whose society, thanks to the fact of other calls on this lady's attention, would probably not be oppressive. Madame Merle would remain with Mrs. Touchette. She had left Rome for the summer and wouldn't care to return. She professed herself delighted to be left at peace in Florence. She had locked up her apartment and sent her cook home to Palestrina. She urged Isabel, however, to assent to Ralph's proposal, and assured her that a good introduction to Rome was not a thing to be despised. Isabel, in truth, needed no urging, and the party of 4 arranged its little journey. Mrs. Touchette, on this occasion, had resigned herself to the absence of a duenna. We have seen that she now inclined to the belief that her niece should stand alone. One of Isabel's preparations consisted of her seeing Gilbert Osmond before she started and mentioning her intention to him. "I should like to be in Rome with you," he commented. "I should like to see you on that wonderful ground." She scarcely faltered. "You might come then, but you'll have a lot of people with you." "Ah," Isabel admitted. "Of course I shall not be alone." For a moment he said nothing more. "You'll like it," he went on at last. "They've spoiled it, but you'll rave about it." "Ought I to dislike it because, poor old dear, the Niobe of nations, you know, it has been spoiled?" she asked. "No, I think not. It has been spoiled so often," he smiled. "If I were to go, what should I do with my little girl? Can't you leave her at the villa?" "I don't know that I like that, though there's a very good old woman who looks after her. I can't afford a governess." "Bring her with you then," said Isabel promptly. Mr. Osmond looked grave. "She has been in Rome all winter, at her convent, and she's too young to make journeys of pleasure." "You don't like bringing her forward?" Isabel inquired. "No, I think young girls should be kept out of the world. I was brought up on a different system." "You? Oh, with you it succeeded, because you were exceptional." "I don't see why," said Isabel, who, however, was not sure there was not some truth in the speech. Mr. Osmond didn't explain. He simply went on. "If I thought it would make her resemble you to join a social group in Rome, I'd take her there tomorrow." "Don't make her resemble me," said Isabel. "Keep her like herself." "I might send her to my sister," Mr. Osmond observed. He had almost the air of asking advice. He seemed to like to talk over his domestic matters with Miss Archer. "Yes," she concurred. "I think that wouldn't do much towards making her resemble me." After she had left Florence, Gilbert Osmond met Madame Merle at the Countess Gemini's. There were other people present. The Countess's drawing room was usually well filled, and the talk had been general, but after a while Osmond left his place and came and sat on an ottoman half behind, half beside Madame Merle's chair. "She wants me to go to Rome with her," he remarked in a low voice. "To go with her? To be there while she's there? She proposed it." "I suppose you mean that you proposed it and she assented." "Of course I gave her a chance, but she's encouraging. She's very encouraging." "I rejoice to hear it, but don't cry victory too soon. Of course you'll go to Rome." "Ah," said Osmond, "it makes one work, this idea of yours. Don't pretend you don't enjoy it. You're very ungrateful. You've not been so well occupied these many years." "The way you take it's beautiful," said Osmond. "I ought to be grateful for that." "Not too much so, however," Madame Merle answered. She talked with the usual smile, leaning back in her chair and looking round the room. "You've made a very good impression, and I've seen for myself that you received one. You've not come to Mrs. Touchette 7 times to oblige me." "The girl's not disagreeable," Osmond quietly conceded. Madame Merle dropped her eye on him a moment, during which her lips closed with a certain firmness. "Is that all you can find to say about that fine creature?" "All? Isn't it enough? Of how many people have you heard me say more?" She made no answer to this, but still presented her talkative grace to the room. "You're unfathomable," she murmured at last. "I'm frightened at the abyss into which I shall have cast her." He took it almost gaily. "You can't draw back. You've gone too far." "Very good, but you must do the rest yourself." "I shall do it," said Gilbert Osmond. Madame Merle remained silent, and he changed his place again. But when she rose to go, he also took leave. Mrs. Touchette's Victoria was awaiting her guest in the court, and after he had helped his friend into it, he stood there detaining her. "You're very indiscreet," she said rather warily. "You shouldn't have moved when I did." He had taken off his hat. He passed his hand over his forehead. "I always forget. I'm out of the habit." "You're quite unfathomable," she repeated, glancing up at the windows of the house, a modern structure in the new part of the town. He paid no heed to this remark, but spoke in his own sense. "She's really very charming. I've scarcely known anyone more graceful. It does me good to hear you say that. The better you like her, the better for me. I like her very much. She's all you described her, and into the bargain capable, I feel, of great devotion. She has only one fault." "What's that?" "Too many ideas." "I warned you she was clever." "Fortunately, they're very bad ones," said Osmond. Why is that fortunate? Dame, if they must be sacrificed. Madame Merle leaned back, looking straight before her. Then she spoke to the coachman, but her friend again detained her. If I go to Rome, what shall I do with Pansy? I'll go and see her, said Madame Merle. Chapter 27. I may not attempt to report in its fullness our young woman's response to the deep appeal of Rome, to analyse her feelings as she trod the pavement of the Forum, or to number her pulsations as she crossed the threshold of St. Peter's. It is enough to say that her impression was such as might have been expected of a person of her freshness and her eagerness. She had always been fond of history, and here was history in the stones of the street and the atoms of the sunshine. She had an imagination that kindled at the mention of great deeds, and wherever she turned, some great deed had been acted. These things strongly moved her, but moved her all inwardly. It seemed to her companions that she talked less than usual, and Ralph Touchette, when he appeared to be looking listlessly and awkwardly over her head, was really dropping on her an intensity of observation. By her own measure, she was very happy. She would even have been willing to take these hours for the happiest she was ever to know. The sense of the terrible human past was heavy to her, but that of something altogether contemporary would suddenly give it wings that it could wave in the blue. Her consciousness was so mixed that she scarcely knew where the different parts of it would lead her, and she went about in a repressed ecstasy of contemplation, seeing often in the things she looked at a great deal more than was there, and yet not seeing many of the items enumerated in her Murray. Rome, as Ralph said, confessed to the psychological moment. The herd of re-echoing tourists had departed, and most of the solemn places had relapsed into solemnity. The sky was a blaze of blue, and the splash of the fountains in their mossy niches had lost its chill and doubled its music. On the corners of the warm, bright streets, one stumbled on bundles of flowers. Our friends had gone one afternoon, it was the third of their stay, to look at the latest excavations in the Forum, these labours having been for some time previous largely extended. They had descended from the modern street to the level of the sacred way, along which they wandered with a reverence of step which was not the same on the part of each. Henrietta Stackpole was struck with the fact that ancient Rome had been paved a good deal like New York, and even found an analogy between the deep chariot ruts traceable in the antique street and the over-jangled iron grooves which express the intensity of American life. The sun had begun to sink, the air was a golden haze, and the long shadows of broken column and vague pedestal leaned across the field of ruin. Henrietta wandered away with Mr. Bantling, whom it was apparently delightful to her to hear speak of Julius Caesar as a cheeky old boy, and Ralph addressed such elucidations as he was prepared to offer to the attentive ear of our heroine. One of the humble archaeologists who hover about the place had put himself at the disposal of the two, and repeated his lesson with a fluency which the decline of the season had done nothing to impair. A process of digging was on view in a remote corner of the Forum, and he presently remarked that if it should please a signori to go and watch it a little, they might see something of interest. The proposal commended itself more to Ralph than to Isabel, weary with much wandering, so that she admonished her companion to satisfy his curiosity while she patiently awaited his return. The hour and the place were much to her taste. She should enjoy being briefly alone. Ralph accordingly went off with the cicerone, while Isabel sat down on a prostrate column near the foundations of the Capitol. She wanted a short solitude, but she was not long to enjoy it. Keen as was her interest in the rugged relics of the Roman past that lay scattered about her, and in which the corrosion of centuries had still left so much of individual life, her thoughts, after resting a while on these things, had wandered by a concatenation of stages it might require some subtlety to trace, to regions and objects charged with a more active appeal. From the Roman past to Isabel Archer's future was a long stride, but her imagination had taken it in a single flight, and now hovered in slow circles over the nearer and richer field. She was so absorbed in her thoughts, as she bent her eyes upon a row of cracked but not dislocated slabs covering the ground at her feet, that she had not heard the sound of approaching footsteps before a shadow was thrown across the line of her vision. She looked up and saw a gentleman who was not Ralph, come back to say that the excavations were a bore. This personage was startled as she was startled. He stood there, baring his head to her perceptibly pale surprise. "Lord Warburton!" Isabel exclaimed as she rose. "I had no idea it was you. I turned that corner and came upon you." She looked about her to explain. "I'm alone, but my companions have just left me. My cousin's gone to look at the work over there." "Ah, yes, I see." And Lord Warburton's eyes wandered vaguely in the direction she had indicated. He stood firmly before her now. He had recovered his balance and seemed to wish to show it, though very kindly. "Don't let me disturb you," he went on, looking at her dejected pillar. "I'm afraid you're tired." "Yes, I'm rather tired." She hesitated a moment, but sat down again. "Don't let me interrupt you," she added. "Oh dear, I'm quite alone. I've nothing on earth to do. I had no idea you were in Rome. I've just come from the east. I'm only passing through." "You've been making a long journey," said Isabel, who had learned from Ralph that Lord Warburton was absent from England. "Yes, I came abroad for 6 months, soon after I saw you last. I've been in Turkey and Asia Minor. I came the other day from Athens." He managed not to be awkward, but he wasn't easy, and after a longer look at the girl, he came down to nature. "Do you wish me to leave you, or will you let me stay a little?" She took it all humanely. "I don't wish you to leave me, Lord Warburton. I'm very glad to see you." "Thank you for saying that. May I sit down?" The fluted shaft on which she had taken a seat would have afforded a resting place to several persons, and there was plenty of room even for a highly developed Englishman. This fine specimen of that great class seated himself near our young lady, and in the course of 5 minutes he had asked her several questions, taken rather at random, and to which, as he put some of them twice over, he apparently somewhat missed catching the answer, had given her, too, some information about himself, which was not wasted upon a calmer feminine sense. He repeated more than once that he had not expected to meet her, and it was evident that the encounter touched him in a way that would have made preparation advisable. He began abruptly to pass from the impunity of things to the solemnity, and from their being delightful to their being impossible. He was splendidly sunburnt. Even his multitudinous beard had been burnished by the fire of Asia. He was dressed in the loose-fitting, heterogeneous garments in which the English traveller in foreign lands is wont to consult his comfort and affirm his nationality, and which his pleasant steady eyes, his bronzed complexion, fresh beneath its seasoning, his manly figure, his minimising manner, and his general air of being a gentleman and an explorer, he was such a representative of the British race as need not in any clime have been disavowed by those who have a kindness for it. Isabel noted these things and was glad she had always liked him. He had kept, evidently in spite of shocks, every one of his merits, these properties partaking of the essence of great decent houses, as one might put it, resembling their innermost fixtures and ornaments, not subject to vulgar shifting and removable only by some whole break-up. They talked of the matters naturally in order, her uncle's death, Ralph's state of health, the way she had passed her winter, her visit to Rome, her return to Florence, her plans for the summer, the hotel she was staying at, and then of Lord Warburton's own adventures, movements, intentions, impressions, and present domicile. At last there was a silence, and it said so much more than either had said that it scarce needed his final words. "I've written to you several times." "Written to me? I've never had your letters." "I never sent them. I burned them up." "Ah," laughed Isabel, "it was better that you should do that than I." "I thought you wouldn't care for them," he went on with a simplicity that touched her. "It seemed to me that after all I had no right to trouble you with letters. I should have been very glad to have news of you. You know how I have hoped that... But she stopped. There would be such a flatness in the utterance of a thought. "I know what you're going to say. You hoped we should always remain good friends." This formula, as Lord Warburton uttered it, was certainly flat enough, but then he was interested in making it appear so. She found herself reduced simply to, "Please don't talk of all that," a speech which hardly struck her as improvement on the other. "It's a small consolation to allow me," her companion exclaimed with force. "I can't pretend to console you," said the girl, who, all still as she sat there, threw herself back with a sort of inward triumph on the answer that had satisfied him so little 6 months before. He was pleasant, he was powerful, he was gallant, there was no better man than he, but her answer remained. "It's very well you don't try to console me. It wouldn't be in your power," she heard him say through the medium of her strange elation. "I hoped we should meet again, because I had no fear you would attempt to make me feel I had wronged you. But when you do that, the pain's greater than the pleasure." And she got up with a small conscious majesty, looking for her companions. "I don't want to make you feel like that. Of course I can't say that. I only just want you to know one or two things, in fairness to myself as it were. I won't return to the subject again. I felt very strongly what I expressed to you last year. I couldn't think of anything else. I tried to forget, energetically, systematically. I tried to take an interest in somebody else. I tell you this because I want you to know I did my duty. I didn't succeed. It was for the same purpose I went abroad, as far away as possible. They say travelling distracts the mind, but it didn't distract mine. I've thought of you perpetually, ever since I last saw you. I'm exactly the same. I love you just as much, and everything I said to you then is just as true. This instant at which I speak to you shows me again exactly how, to my great misfortune, you just insuperably charm me. There, I can't say less. I don't mean, however, to insist. It's only for a moment. I may add that when I came upon you a few minutes since, without the smallest idea of seeing you, I was, upon my honour, in the very act of wishing I knew where you were." He had recovered his self-control, and while he spoke, it became complete. He might have been addressing a small committee, making all quietly and clearly a statement of importance, aided by an occasional look at a paper of notes concealed in his hat, which he had not again put on. And the committee, assuredly, would have felt the point proved. "I've often thought of you, Lord Warburton," Isabel answered. "You may be sure I shall always do that." And she added in a tone of which she tried to keep up the kindness and keep down the meaning, "There's no harm in that on either side." They walked along together, and she was prompt to ask about his sisters and request him to let them know she had done so. He made for the moment no further reference to their great question, but dipped again into shallower and safer waters. But he wished to know when she was to leave Rome, and on her mentioning the limit of her stay, declared he was glad it was still so distant. "Why do you say that if you yourself are only passing through?" she inquired with some anxiety. "Ah, when I said I was passing through, I didn't mean that one would treat Rome as if it were Clapham Junction. To pass through Rome is to stop a week or two. Say frankly that you mean to stay as long as I do." His flushed smile, for a little, seemed to sound her. "You won't like that. You're afraid you'll see too much of me. It doesn't matter what I like. I certainly can't expect you to leave this delightful place on my account, but I confess I'm afraid of you." "Afraid I'll begin again? I promise to be very careful." They had gradually stopped, and they stood a moment face to face. "Poor Lord Warburton," she said with a compassion intended to be good for both of them. "Poor Lord Warburton indeed, but I'll be careful. You may be unhappy, but you shall not make me so. That I can't allow. If I believed I could make you unhappy, I think I should try it." At this, she walked in advance, and he also proceeded. "I'll never say a word to displease you." "Very good. If you do, our friendship's at an end. Perhaps some day, after a while, you'll give me leave." "Give you leave to make me unhappy?" He hesitated. "To tell you again," but he checked himself. "I'll keep it down. I'll keep it down always." Ralph Touchette had been joined in his visit to the excavation by Miss Stackpole and her attendant, and these three now emerged from the mounds of earth and stone collected round the aperture and came into sight of Isabel and her companion. Poor Ralph hailed his friend with joy qualified by wonder, and Henrietta exclaimed in a high voice, "Gracious, there's that lord!" Ralph and his English neighbour greeted with the austerity with which, after long separation, English neighbours greet, and Miss Stackpole rested her large intellectual gaze upon the sunburnt traveller, but she soon established her relation to the crisis. "I don't suppose you remember me, sir?" "Indeed, I do remember you," said Lord Warburton. "I asked you to come and see me, and you never came." "I don't go everywhere I'm asked," Miss Stackpole answered coldly. "Ah, well, I won't ask you again," laughed the master of Lockley. "If you do, I'll go, to be sure." Lord Warburton, for all his hilarity, seemed sure enough. Mr. Bantling had stood by without claiming a recognition, but he now took occasion to nod to his lordship, who answered him with a friendly, "Oh, you here, Bantling?" and a handshake. "Well," said Henrietta, "I didn't know you knew him." "I guess you don't know everyone I know," Mr. Bantling rejoined facetiously. "I thought that when an Englishman knew a lord, he always told you." "Ah, I'm afraid Bantling was ashamed of me," Lord Warburton laughed again. Isabel took pleasure in that note. She gave a small sigh of relief as they kept their course homeward. The next day was Sunday. She spent her morning over 2 long letters, one to her sister Lily, the other to Madame Merle. But in neither of these epistles did she mention the fact that a rejected suitor had threatened her with another appeal. Of a Sunday afternoon, all good Romans, and the best Romans are often the northern barbarians, follow the custom of going to vespers at St. Peter's, and it had been agreed among our friends that they would drive together to the great church. After lunch, an hour before the carriage came, Lord Warburton presented himself at the Hôtel de Paris, and made a visit to the 2 ladies, Ralph Touchett and Mr. Bantling having gone out together. The visitor seemed to have wished to give Isabel a proof of his intention to keep the promise made her the evening before. He was both discreet and frank, not even dumbly importunate or remotely intense. He thus left her to judge what a mere good friend he could be. He talked about his travels, about Persia, about Turkey, and when Miss Stackpole asked him whether it would pay for her to visit those countries, assured her they offered a great field to female enterprise. Isabel did him justice, but she wondered what his purpose was and what he expected to gain, even by proving the superior strain of his sincerity. If he expected to melt her by showing what a good fellow he was, he might spare himself the trouble. She knew the superior strain of everything about him, and nothing he could now do was required to light the view. Moreover, his being in Rome at all affected her as a complication of the wrong sort. She liked so complications of the right. Nevertheless, when, on bringing his call to a close, he said he too should be at St. Peter's and should look out for her and her friends, she was obliged to reply that he must follow his convenience. In the church, as she strolled over its tessellated acres, he was the first person she encountered. She had not been one of the superior tourists who are disappointed in St. Peter's and find it smaller than its fame. The first time she passed beneath the huge leathern curtain that strains and bangs at the entrance, the first time she found herself beneath the far-arching dome and saw the light drizzle down through the air thickened with incense and with the reflections of marble and gilt, of mosaic and bronze, her conception of greatness rose and dizzily rose. After this it never lacked space to soar. She gazed and wondered like a child or a peasant. She paid her silent tribute to the seated sublime. Lord Warburton walked beside her and talked of Saint Sophia of Constantinople. She feared, for instance, that he would end by calling attention to his exemplary conduct. The service had not yet begun, but at St. Peter's there is much to observe, and as there is something almost profane in the vastness of the place, which seems meant as much for physical as for spiritual exercise, the different figures and groups, the mingled worshippers and spectators, may follow their various intentions without conflict or scandal. In that splendid immensity, individual indiscretion carries but a short distance. Isabel and her companions, however, were guilty of none, for though Henrietta was obliged in candour to declare that Michelangelo's dome suffered by comparison with that of the Capitol at Washington, she addressed her protest chiefly to Mr. Bantling's ear, and reserved it in its more accentuated form for the columns of the Interviewer. Isabel made the circuit of the church with his lordship, and as they drew near the choir on the left of the entrance, the voices of the Pope's singers were borne to them over the heads of the larger number of persons clustered outside the doors. They paused a while on the skirts of this crowd, composed in equal measure of Roman cockneys and inquisitive strangers, and while they stood there, the sacred concert went forward. Ralph, with Henrietta and Mr. Bantling, was apparently within, where Isabel, looking behind the dense group in front of her, saw the afternoon light, silvered by clouds of incense that seemed to mingle with the splendid chant, slope through the embossed recesses of high windows. After a while the singing stopped, and then Lord Warburton seemed disposed to move off with her. Isabel could only accompany him, whereupon she found herself confronted with Gilbert Osmond, who appeared to have been standing at a short distance behind her. He now approached with all the forms. He appeared to have multiplied them on this occasion to suit the place. "So you decided to come," she said as she put out her hand. "Yes, I came last night and called this afternoon at your hotel. They told me you had come here, and I looked about for you." "The others are inside," she decided to say. "I didn't come for the others," he promptly returned. She looked away. Lord Warburton was watching them. Perhaps he had heard this. Suddenly, she remembered it to be just what he had said to her the morning he came to Garden Court to ask her to marry him. Mr. Osmond's words had brought the colour to her cheek, and his reminiscence had not the effect of dispelling it. She repaired any betrayal by mentioning to each companion the name of the other, and fortunately, at this moment, Mr. Bantling emerged from the choir, cleaving the crowd with British valour and followed by Miss Stackpole and Ralph Touchett. I say fortunately because this is perhaps a superficial view of the matter, since on perceiving the gentleman from Florence, Ralph Touchett appeared to take the case as not committing him to joy. He didn't hang back, however, from civility, and presently observed to Isabel, with due benevolence, that she would soon have all her friends about her. Miss Stackpole had met Mr. Osmond in Florence, but she had already found occasion to say to Isabel that she liked him no better than her other admirers, than Mr. Touchett and Lord Warburton, and even than little Mr. Rosier in Paris. "I don't know what it's in you," she had been pleased to remark, "but for a nice girl you do attract the most unnatural people. Mr. Goodwood's the only one I've any respect for, and he's just the one you don't appreciate." "What's your opinion of St. Peter's?" Mr. Osmond was meanwhile inquiring of our young lady. "It's very large and very bright," she contented herself with replying. "It's too large. It makes one feel like an atom. Isn't that the right way to feel in the greatest of human temples?" she asked, with rather a liking for her phrase. "I suppose it's the right way to feel everywhere when one is a nobody, but I like it in a church as little as anywhere else." "You ought indeed to be a pope," Isabel exclaimed, remembering something he had referred to in Florence. "Ah, I should have enjoyed that," said Gilbert Osmond. Lord Warburton meanwhile had joined Ralph Touchett, and the two strolled away together. "Who's the fellow speaking to Miss Archer?" his lordship demanded. "His name's Gilbert Osmond. He lives in Florence," Ralph said. "What is he besides?" "Nothing at all. Oh yes, he's an American, but one forgets that. He's so little of one." "Has he known Miss Archer long?" 3 or 4 weeks. "Does she like him?" "She's trying to find out." "And will she?" "Find out?" Ralph asked. "Will she like him? Do you mean, will she accept him?" "Yes," said Lord Warburton after an instant. "I suppose that's what I horribly mean." "Perhaps not, if one does nothing to prevent it," Ralph replied. His lordship stared a moment, but apprehended. "Then we must be perfectly quiet, as quiet as the grave, and only on the chance," Ralph added. "The chance she may, the chance she may not." Lord Warburton took this at first in silence, but he spoke again. "Is he awfully clever?" "Awfully," said Ralph. His companion thought. "And what else?" "What more do you want?" Ralph groaned. "Do you mean, what more does she?" Ralph took him by the arm to turn him. They had to rejoin the others. "She wants nothing that we can give her." "Ah, well, if she won't have you," said his lordship handsomely as they went. Chapter 28. On the morrow, in the evening, Lord Warburton went again to see his friends at their hotel, and at this establishment he learned that they had gone to the opera. He drove to the opera with the idea of paying them a visit in their box after the easy Italian fashion, and when he had obtained his admittance, it was one of the secondary theatres, looked about the large, bare, ill-lighted house. An act had just terminated, and he was at liberty to pursue his quest. After scanning 2 or 3 tiers of boxes, he perceived in one of the largest of these receptacles a lady whom he easily recognised. Miss Archer was seated facing the stage and partly screened by the curtain of the box, and beside her, leaning back in his chair, was Gilbert Osmond. They appeared to have the place to themselves, and Warburton supposed their companions had taken advantage of the recess to enjoy the relative coolness of the lobby. He stood a while with his eyes on the interesting pair. He asked himself if he should go up and interrupt the harmony. At last he judged that Isabel had seen him, and this accident determined him. There should be no marked holding off. He took his way to the upper regions, and on the staircase met Ralph Touchette slowly descending, his hat at the inclination of ennui and his hands where they usually were. "I saw you below a moment since, and was going down to you. I feel lonely and want company," was Ralph's greeting. "You've some that's very good which you've yet deserted." "Do you mean my cousin?" "Oh, she has a visitor and doesn't want me." "Then Miss Stackpole and Bantling have gone out to a cafe to eat an ice. Miss Stackpole delights in an ice. I didn't think they wanted me either. The opera's very bad. The women look like laundresses and sing like peacocks. I feel very low." "You had better go home," Lord Warburton said without affection. "And leave my young lady in this sad place?" "Ah, no. I must watch over her." "She seems to have plenty of friends." "Yes, that's why I must watch," said Ralph, with the same large mock melancholy. "If she doesn't want you, it's probable she doesn't want me." "No, you're different. Go to the box and stay there while I walk about." Lord Warburton went to the box, where Isabel's welcome was as to a friend so honourably old that he vaguely asked himself what queer temporal province she was annexing. He exchanged greetings with Mr. Osmond, to whom he had been introduced the day before, and who, after he came in, sat blandly apart and silent, as if repudiating competence in the subjects of illusion now probable. It struck her second visitor that Miss Archer had, in operatic conditions, a radiance, even a slight exaltation, as she was, however, at all times a keenly glancing, quick-moving, completely animated young woman. He may have mistaken on this point. Her talk with him, moreover, pointed to presence of mind. It expressed a kindness so ingenious and deliberate as to indicate that she was in undisturbed possession of her faculties. Poor Lord Warburton had moments of bewilderment. She had discouraged him formerly as much as a woman could. What business had she then with such arts and such felicities, above all, with such tones of preparation? Her voice had tricks of sweetness, but why play on him? The others came back. The bare, familiar, trivial opera began again. The box was large, and there was room for him to remain if he would sit a little behind and in the dark. He did so for half an hour, while Mr. Osmond remained in front, leaning forward, his elbows on his knees, just behind Isabel. Lord Warburton heard nothing, and from his gloomy corner saw nothing but the clear profile of this young lady defined against the dim illumination of the house. When there was another interval, no one moved. Mr. Osmond talked to Isabel, and Lord Warburton kept his corner. He did so but for a short time, however, after which he got up and bade good night to the ladies. Isabel said nothing to detain him, but it didn't prevent his being puzzled again. Why should she mark so one of his values, quite the wrong one, when she would have nothing to do with another, which was quite right? He was angry with himself for being puzzled, and then angry for being angry. Verdi's music did little to comfort him, and he left the theatre and walked homeward, without knowing his way through the tortuous, tragic streets of Rome, where heavier sorrows than his had been carried under the stars. "What's the character of that gentleman?" Osmond asked of Isabel after he had retired. "Irreproachable, don't you see it? He owns about half England, that's his character," Henrietta remarked. "That's what they call a free country." "Ah, he's a great proprietor, happy man," said Gilbert Osmond. "Do you call that happiness, the ownership of wretched human beings?" cried Miss Stackpole. "He owns his tenants and has thousands of them. It's pleasant to own something, but inanimate objects are enough for me. I don't insist on flesh and blood and minds and consciences." "It seems to me you own a human being or two," Mr. Bantling suggested jocosely. "I wonder if Warburton orders his tenants about as you do me." "Lord Warburton's a great radical," Isabel said. "He has very advanced opinions." "He has very advanced stone walls. His park's enclosed by a gigantic iron fence some 30 miles round," Henrietta announced for the information of Mr. Osmond. "I should like him to converse with a few of our Boston radicals." "Don't they approve of iron fences?" asked Mr. Bantling. "Only to shut up wicked conservatives. I always feel as if I were talking to you over something with a neat top finish of broken glass." "Do you know him well, this unreformed reformer?" Osmond went on, questioning Isabel. Well enough for all the use I have for him. And how much of a use is that? Well, I like to like him. Liking to like? Why, it makes a passion, said Osmond. No, she considered. Keep that for liking to dislike. Do you wish to provoke me then, Osmond laughed, to a passion for him? She said nothing for a moment, but then met the light question with a disproportionate gravity. No, Mr. Osmond, I don't think I should ever dare to provoke you. Lord Warburton, at any rate, she more easily added, is a very nice man. Of great ability, her friend inquired. Of excellent ability, and as good as he looks. As good as he's good-looking, do you mean? He's very good-looking. How detestably fortunate to be a great English magnate, to be clever and handsome into the bargain, and, by way of finishing off, to enjoy your high favour. That's a man I could envy. Isabel considered him with interest. You seem to me to be always envying someone. Yesterday it was the Pope. Today it's poor Lord Warburton. My envy's not dangerous. It wouldn't hurt a mouse. I don't want to destroy the people. I only want to be them. You see, it would destroy only myself. You'd like to be the Pope, said Isabel. I should love it, but I should have gone in it for earlier. But why, Osmond reverted, do you speak of your friend as poor? Women, when they are very, very good, sometimes pity men after they've hurt them. That's their great way of showing kindness, said Ralph, joining in the conversation for the first time, and with a cynicism so transparently ingenious as to be virtually innocent. Pray, have I hurt Lord Warburton? Isabel asked, raising her eyebrows as if the idea were perfectly fresh. It serves him right if you have, said Henrietta, while the curtain rose for the ballet. Isabel saw no more of her retributive victim for the next 24 hours, but on the second day after the visit to the opera, she encountered him in the gallery of the Capitol, where he stood before the lion of the collection, the statue of the dying gladiator. She had come in with her companions, among whom, on this occasion again, Gilbert Osmond had his place, and the party, having ascended the staircase, entered the first and finest of the rooms. Lord Warburton addressed her alertly enough, but said in a moment that he was leaving the gallery. And I'm leaving Rome, he added. I must bid you good-bye. Isabel, inconsequently enough, was now sorry to hear it. This was perhaps because she had ceased to be afraid of his renewing his suit. She was thinking of something else. She was on the point of naming her regret, but she checked herself and simply wished him a happy journey, which made him look at her rather unlightedly. I'm afraid you'll think me very volatile. I told you the other day I wanted so much to stop. Oh no, you could easily change your mind. That's what I have done. Bon voyage, then. You're in a great hurry to get rid of me, said his lordship quite dismally. Not in the least, but I hate partings. You don't care what I do, he went on pitifully. Isabel looked at him a moment. Ah, she said, you're not keeping your promise. He coloured like a boy of 15. If I'm not, then it's because I can't, and that's why I'm going. Goodbye, then. Goodbye. He lingered still, however. When shall I see you again? Isabel hesitated, but soon, as if she had had a happy inspiration. Some day after you're married. That will never be. It will be after you are. That will do as well, she smiled. Yes, quite as well. Goodbye. They shook hands, and he left her alone in the glorious room, among the shining antique marbles. She sat down in the centre of the circle of these presences, regarding them vaguely, resting her eyes on their beautiful blank faces, listening, as it were, to their eternal silence. It is impossible, in Rome at least, to look long at a great company of Greek sculptures without feeling the effect of their noble quietude, which, as with a high door closed for the ceremony, slowly drops on spirit the large white mantle of peace. I say in Rome especially, because the Roman air is an exquisite medium for such impressions. The golden sunshine mingles with them, the deep stillness of the past, so vivid yet, though it is nothing but a void full of names, seems to throw a solemn spell upon them. The blinds were partly closed in the windows of the Capitol, and a clear, warm shadow rested on the figures and made them more mildly human. Isabel sat there a long time, under the charm of their motionless grace, wondering to what of their experience their absent eyes were open, and how, to our ears, their alien lips would sound. The dark red walls of the room threw them into relief. The polished marble floor reflected their beauty. She had seen them all before, but her enjoyment repeated itself, and it was all the greater because she was glad again, for the time, to be alone. At last, however, her attention lapsed, drawn off by a deeper tide of life. An occasional tourist came in, stopped and stared a moment at the dying gladiator, and then passed out of the other door, creaking over the smooth pavement. And at the end of half an hour, Gilbert Osmond reappeared, apparently in advance of his companions. He strolled toward her slowly, with his hands behind him and his usual enquiring yet not quite appealing smile. "I'm surprised to find you alone. I thought you had company." "So I have. The best." And she glanced at the Antinous and the Faun. "Do you call them better company than an English peer?" "Ah, my English peer left me some time ago." She got up, speaking with intention, a little dryly. Mr. Osmond noted her dryness, which contributed for him to the interest of his question. "I'm afraid that what I heard the other evening is true. You're rather cruel to that nobleman." Isabel looked a moment at the vanquished gladiator. "It's not true. I'm scrupulously kind." "That's exactly what I mean," Gilbert Osmond returned, and with such happy hilarity that his joke needs to be explained. "We know that he was fond of originals, of rarities, of the superior and the exquisite, and now that he has seen Lord Warburton, whom he thought a very fine example of his race and order, he perceived a new attraction in the idea of taking to himself a young lady who had qualified herself to figure in his collection of choice objects by declining so noble a hand." Gilbert Osmond had a high appreciation of this particular patriciate, not so much for its distinction, which he thought easily surpassable, as for its solid actuality. He had never forgiven his star for not appointing him to an English dukedom, and he could measure the unexpectedness of such conduct as Isabel's. It would be proper that the woman he might marry should have done something of that sort. Chapter 29. Ralph Touchette, in talk with his excellent friend, had rather markedly qualified, as we know, his recognition of Gilbert Osmond's personal merits, but he might really have felt himself illiberal in the light of that gentleman's conduct during the rest of the visit to Rome. Osmond spent a portion of each day with Isabel and her companions, and ended by affecting them as the easiest of men to live with. Who wouldn't have seen that he could command, as it were, both tact and gaiety, which perhaps was exactly why Ralph had made his old-time look of superficial sociability a reproach to him. Even Isabel's invidious kinsman was obliged to admit that he was just now a delightful associate. His good humour was imperturbable, his knowledge of the right fact, his production of the right word, as convenient as the friendly flicker of a match for your cigarette. Clearly he was amused as a man could be who was so little ever surprised, and that made him almost applausive. It was not that his spirits were visibly high. He would never, in the concert of pleasure, touch the big drum by so much as a knuckle. He had a mortal dislike to the high, ragged note, to what he called random ravings. He thought of Miss Archer sometimes of too precipitate a readiness. It was a pity she had that fault, because if she had not had it, she would really have had none. She would have been as smooth to his general need of her as handled ivory to the palm. If he was not personally loud, however, he was deep, and during these closing days of the Roman May, he knew a complacency that matched with slow, irregular walks under the pines of the Villa Borghese, among the small sweet meadow flowers and the mossy marbles. He was pleased with everything. He had never before been pleased with so many things at once. Old impressions, old enjoyments renewed themselves. One evening, going home to his room at the inn, he wrote down a little sonnet to which he prefixed the title of Rome Revisited. A day or two later, he showed this piece of correct and ingenious verse to Isabel, explaining to her that it was an Italian fashion to commemorate the occasions of life by a tribute to the muse. He took his pleasures in general singly. He was too often, he would have admitted that, too sorely aware of something wrong, something ugly, the fertilizing dew of a conceivable felicity too seldom descended on his spirit. But at present he was happy, happier than he had perhaps ever been in his life, and the feeling had a large foundation. This was simply the sense of success, the most agreeable emotion of the human heart. Osmond had never had too much of it. In this respect, he had the irritation of satiety, as he knew perfectly well and often reminded himself. "Ah, no, I've not been spoiled. Certainly I've not been spoiled," he used inwardly to repeat. "If I do succeed before I die, I shall thoroughly have earned it." He was too apt to reason as if earning this boon consisted above all of covertly aching for it, and might be confined to that exercise. Absolutely void of it also his career had not been. He might indeed have suggested to a spectator here and there that he was resting on vague laurels. But his triumphs were, some of them, now too old, others had been too easy. The present one had been less arduous than might have been expected, but had been easy. This had been rapid, only because he had made an altogether exceptional effort, a greater effort than he had believed it in him to make. The desire to have something or other to show for his parts, to show somehow or other, had been the dream of his youth. But as the years went on, the conditions attached to any marked proof of rarity had affected him more and more as gross and detestable, like the swallowing of mugs of beer to advertise what one could stand. If an anonymous drawing on a museum wall had been conscious and watchful, it might have known this peculiar pleasure of being at last and all of a sudden identified, as from the hand of a great master, by the so high and so unnoticed fact of style. His style was what the girl had discovered with little help, and now, beside herself enjoying it, she should publish it to the world without his having any of the trouble. She should do the thing for him, and he would not have waited in vain. Shortly before the time fixed in advance for her departure, this young lady received from Mrs. Touchette a telegram running as follows: "Leave Florence 4th June for Bellagio, and take you if you have not other views, but can't wait if you dawdle in Rome." The dawdling in Rome was very pleasant, but Isabel had different views, and she let her aunt know she would immediately join her. She told Gilbert Osmond that she had done so, and he replied that, spending many of his summers as well as his winters in Italy, he himself would loiter a little longer in the cool shadow of St. Peter's. He would not return to Florence for 10 days more, and in that time she would have started for Bellagio. It might be months in this case before he should see her again. This exchange took place in the large decorated sitting room occupied by our friends at the hotel. It was late in the evening, and Ralph Touchette was to take his cousin back to Florence on the morrow. Osmond had found the girl alone. Miss Stackpole had contracted a friendship with the delightful American family on the 4th floor and had mounted an interminable staircase to pay them a visit. Henrietta contracted friendships in travelling with great freedom, and had formed in railway carriages several that were among her most valued ties. Ralph was making arrangements for the morrow's journey, and Isabel sat alone in a wilderness of yellow upholstery. The chairs and sofas were orange, the walls and windows were draped in purple and gilt. The mirrors, the pictures, had great flamboyant frames. The ceiling was deeply vaulted and painted over with naked muses and cherubs. For Osmond, the place was ugly to distress. The false colours, the sham splendour, were like vulgar, bragging, lying talk. Isabel had taken in hand a volume of Ampere, presented on their arrival in Rome by Ralph, but though she held it in her lap with her finger vaguely kept in the place, she was not impatient to pursue her study. A lamp covered with a drooping veil of pink tissue paper burned on the table beside her and diffused a strange pale rosiness over the scene. "You'll say you'll come back, but who knows?" Gilbert Osmond said. "I think you're much more likely to start on your voyage around the world. You're under no obligation to come back. You can do exactly what you choose. You can roam through space." "Well, Italy's a part of space," Isabel answered. "I can take it on the way." "On the way round the world?" "No, don't do that. Don't put us in a parenthesis. Give us a chapter to ourselves. I don't want to see you on your travels. I'd rather see you when they're over." "I should like to see you when you're tired and satiated," Osmond added in a moment. "I shall prefer you in that state." Isabel, with her eyes bent, fingered the pages of M. Ampere. "You turn things into ridicule without seeming to do it, though not, I think, without intending it. You've no respect for my travels. You think them ridiculous." "Where do you find that?" She went on in the same tone, fretting the edge of her book with the paper knife. "You see my ignorance, my blunders, the way I wander about as if the world belonged to me, simply because it has been put into my power to do so. You don't think a woman ought to do that. You think it bold and ungraceful. I think it beautiful, said Osmond. You know my opinions. I've treated you to enough of them. Don't you remember my telling you that one ought to make one's life a work of art? You looked rather shocked at first, but then I told you that it was exactly what you seemed to me to be trying to do with your own. She looked up from her book. What you despise most in the world is bad, is stupid art. Possibly, but yours seemed to me very clear and very good. If I were to go to Japan next winter, would you laugh at me? She went on. Osmond gave a smile, a keen one, but not a laugh, for the tone of their conversation was not jocose. Isabel had in fact her solemnity. He had seen it before. You have an imagination that startles one. That's exactly what I say. You think such an idea absurd. I would give my little finger to go to Japan. It's one of the countries I want most to see. Can't you believe that, with my taste for old lacquer? I haven't a taste for old lacquer to excuse me, said Isabel. You've a better excuse, the means of going. You're quite wrong in your theory that I laugh at you. I don't know what has put it into your head. It wouldn't be remarkable if you did think it ridiculous that I should have the means to travel when you've not, for you know everything and I know nothing. The more reason why you should travel and learn, smiled Osmond. Besides, he added, as if it were a point to be made, I don't know everything. Isabel was not struck with the oddity of his saying this gravely. She was thinking that the pleasantest incident of her life, so it pleased her to qualify these 2 few days in Rome, which she might amusingly have likened to the figure of some small princess of one of the ages of dress, over-muffled in a mantle of state and dragging a train that it took pages or historians to hold up, that this felicity was coming to an end. That most of the interest of the time had been owing to Mr. Osmond was a reflection she was not just now at pains to make. She had already done the point abundant justice. But she said to herself that if there were a danger they should never meet again, perhaps after all it would be as well. Happy things don't repeat themselves, and her adventure wore already the seaward face of some romantic island from which, after feasting on purple grapes, she was putting off while the breeze rose. She might come back to Italy and find him different, this strange man who pleased her just as he was, and it would be better not to come than to run the risk of that. But if she was not to come, the greater the pity that the chapter was closed. She felt for a moment a pang that touched the source of tears. The sensation kept her silent, and Gilbert Osmond was silent too. He was looking at her. Go everywhere, he said at last, in a low, kind voice. Do everything. Get everything out of life. Be happy. Be triumphant. What do you mean by being triumphant? Well, doing what you like. To triumph then, it seems to me, is to fail. Doing all the vain things one likes is often very tiresome. Exactly, said Osmond, with his quiet quickness. As I intimated just now, you'll be tired some day. He paused a moment, and then he went on. I don't know whether I had better not wait till then for something I want to say to you. Ah, I can't advise you without knowing what it is, but I'm horrid when I'm tired, Isabel added with due inconsequence. I don't believe that. You're angry sometimes, that I can believe, though I've never seen it, but I'm sure you're never cross. Not even when I lose my temper? You don't lose it, you find it, and that must be beautiful. Osmond spoke with a noble earnestness. They must be great moments to see. If I could only find it now, Isabel nervously cried. I'm not afraid. I should fold my arms and admire you. I'm speaking very seriously. He leaned forward, a hand on each knee. For some moments he bent his eyes on the floor. What I wish to say to you, he went on at last, looking up, is that I find I'm in love with you. She instantly rose. Ah, keep that till I'm tired. Tired of hearing it from others? He sat there raising his eyes to her. No, you may heed it now or never, as you please, but after all, I must say it now. She had turned away, but in the movement she had stopped herself and dropped her gaze upon him. The two remained a while in this situation, exchanging a long look, the large, conscious look of the critical hours of life. Then he got up and came near her, deeply respectful, as if he were afraid he had been too familiar. I'm absolutely in love with you." He had repeated the announcement in a tone of almost impersonal discretion, like a man who expected very little from it, but who spoke for his own needed relief. The tears came into her eyes. This time they obeyed the sharpness of the pang that suggested to her somehow the slipping of a fine bolt, backward, forward. She couldn't have said which. The words he had uttered made him, as he stood there, beautiful and generous, invested him as with the golden air of early autumn. But morally speaking, she retreated before them, facing him still, as she had retreated in the other cases before a like encounter. "Oh, don't say that, please," she answered with an intensity that expressed the dread of having, in this case too, to choose and decide. What made her dread great was precisely the force which, as it would seem, ought to have banished all dread, the sense of something within herself, deep down, that she supposed to be inspired and trustful passion. It was there like a large sum, stored in a bank, which there was a terror in having to begin to spend. If she touched it, it would all come out. "I haven't the idea that it will matter much to you," said Osmond. "I've too little to offer you. What I have, it's enough for me, but it's not enough for you. I've neither fortune nor fame, nor extrinsic advantages of any kind, so I offer nothing. I only tell you because I think it can't offend you, and some day or other it may give you pleasure." "It gives me pleasure, I assure you," he went on, standing there before her, considerately inclined to her, turning his hat, which he had taken up, slowly round with a movement which had all the decent tremor of awkwardness and none of its oddity, and presenting to her his firm, refined, slightly ravaged face. "It gives me no pain, because it's perfectly simple. For me, you'll always be the most important woman in the world." Isabel looked at herself in this character, looked intently, thinking she filled it with a certain grace, but what she said was not an expression of any such complacency. "You don't offend me, but you ought to remember that, without being offended, one may be incommoded, troubled." Incommoded, she heard herself saying that, and it struck her as a ridiculous word, but it was what stupidly came to her. "I remember perfectly. Of course you're surprised and startled, but if it's nothing but that, it will pass away. And it will perhaps leave something that I may not be ashamed of." "I don't know what it may leave. You see at all events that I'm not overwhelmed," said Isabel, with a rather pale smile. "I'm not too troubled to think, and I think that I'm glad we're separating, that I leave Rome tomorrow. Of course, I don't agree with you there. I don't at all know you," she added abruptly, and then she coloured as she heard herself saying what she had said almost a year before to Lord Warburton. "If you were not going away, you'd know me better. I shall do that some other time." "I hope so. I'm very easy to know." "No, no," she emphatically answered. "There, you're not sincere. You're not easy to know. No one could be less so." "Well," he laughed, "I said that because I know myself. It may be a boast, but I do." "Very likely, but you're very wise." "So are you, Miss Archer," Osmond exclaimed. "I don't feel so just now. Still, I'm wise enough to think you had better go. Good night." "God bless you," said Gilbert Osmond, taking the hand which she failed to surrender, after which he added, "If we meet again, you'll find me as you leave me. If we don't, I shall be so all the same." "Thank you very much. Goodbye." There was something quietly firm about Isabel's visitor. He might go of his own movement, but wouldn't be dismissed. "There's one thing more. I haven't asked anything of you, not even a thought in the future. You must do me that justice. But there's a little service I should like to ask. I shall not return home for several days. Rome's delightful, and it's a good place for a man in my state of mind. Oh, and I know you're sorry to leave it, but you're right to do what your aunt wishes." "She doesn't even wish it," Isabel broke out strangely. Osmond was apparently on the point of saying something that would match these words, but he changed his mind and rejoined simply, "Ah, well, it's proper you should go with her. Very proper. Do everything that's proper. I go in for that. Excuse my being so patronising. You say you don't know me, but when you do, you'll discover what a worship I have for propriety." "You're not conventional?" Isabel gravely asked. "I like the way you utter that word. No, I'm not conventional. I'm convention itself. You don't understand that." And he paused a moment, smiling. "I should like to explain it." Then, with a sudden, quick, bright naturalness, "Do come back again," he pleaded. "There are so many things we might talk about." She stood there with lowered eyes. "What service did you speak of just now?" "Go and see my little daughter before you leave Florence. She's alone at the villa. I decided not to send her to my sister, who hasn't at all my ideas." "Tell her she must love her poor father very much," said Gilbert Osmond gently. "It will be a great pleasure to me to go," Isabel answered. "I'll tell her what you say. Once more, goodbye." On this, he took a rapid, respectful leave. When he had gone, she stood a moment looking about her and seated herself slowly with an air of deliberation. She sat there till her companions came back, with folded hands, gazing at the ugly carpet. Her agitation, for it had not diminished, was very still, very deep. What had happened was something that for a week, past her imagination, had been going forward to meet, but here, when it came, she stopped. That sublime principle somehow broke down. The working of this young lady's spirit was strange, and I can only give it to you as I see it, not hoping to make it seem altogether natural. Her imagination, as I say, now hung back. There was a last vague space it couldn't cross, a dusky, uncertain tract, which looked ambiguous and even slightly treacherous, like a moorland seen in the winter twilight. But she was to cross it yet. Chapter 30. She returned on the morrow to Florence under her cousin's escort, and Ralph Touchette, though usually restive under railway discipline, thought very well of the successive hours passed in the train that hurried his companion away from the city now distinguished by Gilbert Osmond's preference. Hours that were to form the first stage in a large scheme of travel. Miss Stackpole had remained behind. She was planning a little trip to Naples, to be carried out with Mr. Bantling's aid. Isabel was to have 3 days in Florence before the 4th of June, the date of Mrs. Touchette's departure, and she determined to devote the last of these to her promise to call on Pansy Osmond. Her plan, however, seemed for a moment likely to modify itself in defence to an idea of Madame Merle's. This lady was still at Casa Touchette, but she, too, was on the point of leaving Florence, her next station being an ancient castle in the mountains of Tuscany, the residence of a noble family of that country, whose acquaintance, she had known them, as she said, forever, seemed to Isabel, in the light of certain photographs, of their immense crenellated dwelling, which her friend was able to show her, a precious privilege. She mentioned to this fortunate woman that Mr. Osmond had asked her to take a look at his daughter, but didn't mention that he had also made her a declaration of love. "Ah, comment cela se trouve," Madame Merle exclaimed. "I myself have been thinking it would be a kindness to pay the child a visit before I go off." "We can go together then," Isabel reasonably said. Reasonably because the proposal was not uttered in the spirit of enthusiasm. She had prefigured her small pilgrimage as made in solitude. She should like it better so. She was nevertheless prepared to sacrifice this mystic sentiment to her great consideration for her friend. That personage finally meditated. After all, why should we both go, having each of us so much to do during these last hours? Very good, I can easily go alone. I don't know about your going alone to the house of a handsome bachelor. He has been married, but so long ago. Isabel stared. When Mr. Osmond's away, what does it matter? They don't know he's away, you see. They? Whom do you mean? Everyone, but perhaps it doesn't signify. If you were going, why shouldn't I? Isabel asked. Because I'm an old frump and you're a beautiful young woman. Granting all that, you've not promised. How much do you think of your promises? Said the elder woman in mild mockery. I think a great deal of my promises. Does that surprise you? You're right, Madame Merle audibly reflected. I really think you wish to be kind to the child. I wish very much to be kind to her. Go and see her then. No one will be the wiser. And tell her I'd have come if you hadn't. Or rather, Madame Merle added, don't tell her. She won't care. As Isabel drove, in the publicity of an open vehicle, along the winding way which led to Mr. Osmond's hilltop, she wondered what her friend had meant by no one's being the wiser. Once in a while, at large intervals, this lady, whose voyaging discretion, as a general thing, was rather of the open sea than of the risky channel, dropped a remark of ambiguous quality, struck a note that sounded false. What cared Isabel Archer for the vulgar judgments of obscure people? And did Madame Merle suppose that she was capable of doing a thing at all if it had to be sneakily done? Of course not. She must have meant something else, something which, in her press of the hours that preceded her departure, she had not had the time to explain. Isabel would return to this some day. There were sorts of things as to which she liked to be clear. She heard Pansy strumming at the piano in another place, as she herself was ushered into Mr. Osmond's drawing-room. The little girl was practising, and Isabel was pleased to think she performed this duty with rigour. She immediately came in, smoothing down her frock, and did the honours of her father's house with a wide-eyed earnestness of courtesy. Isabel sat there half an hour, and Pansy rose to the occasion as the small winged fairy in the pantomime soars by the aid of a dissimulated wire, not chattering but conversing, and showing the same respectful interest in Isabel's affairs that Isabel was so good to take in hers. Isabel wondered at her. She had never had so directly presented to her nose the white flower of cultivated sweetness. How well the child had been taught, said our admiring young woman. How prettily she had been directed and fashioned, and yet how simple, how natural, how innocent she had been kept. Isabel was fond, ever, of the question of character and quality, of sounding, as who should say, the deep personal mystery, and it had pleased her, up to this time, to be in doubt as to whether this tender slip were not really all-knowing. Was the extremity of her candour but the perfection of self-consciousness? Was it put on to please her father's visitor, or was it the direct expression of an unspotted nature? The hour that Isabel spent in Mr. Osmond's beautiful, empty, dusky rooms, the windows had been half darkened to keep out the heat, and here and there, through an easy crevice, the splendid summer day peeped in, lighting a gleam of faded colour or tarnished gilt in the rich gloom. Her interview with the daughter of the house, I say, effectually settled this question. Pansy was really a blank page, a pure white surface, successfully kept so. She had neither art, nor guile, nor temper, nor talent, only 2 or 3 small exquisite instincts, for knowing a friend, for avoiding a mistake, for taking care of an old toy or a new frock. Yet to be so tender was to be touching withal, and she could be felt as an easy victim of fate. She would have no will, no power to resist, no sense of her own importance. She would easily be mystified, easily crushed. Her force would be all in knowing when and where to cling. She moved about the place with her visitor, who had asked leave to walk through the other rooms again, where Pansy gave her judgment on several works of art. She spoke of her prospects, her occupations, her father's intentions. She was not egotistical, but felt the propriety of supplying the information so distinguished a guest would naturally expect. "Please tell me," she said, "did Papa, in Rome, go to see Madame Catherine? He told me he would if he had time. Perhaps he had not time. Papa likes a great deal of time. He wished to speak about my education. It isn't finished yet, you know. I don't know what they can do with me more, but it appears it's far from finished. Papa told me one day he thought he would finish it himself. For the last year or 2 at the convent, the masters that teach the tall girls are so very dear. Papa's not rich, and I should be very sorry if he were to pay much money for me, because I don't think I'm worth it. I don't learn quickly enough, and I have no memory. For what I'm told, yes, especially when it's pleasant, but not for what I learn in a book. There was a young girl who was my best friend, and they took her away from the convent when she was 14, to make, how do you say it in English? To make a dot. You don't say it in English. I hope it isn't wrong. I only mean they wish to keep the money to marry her. I don't know whether it is for that Papa wishes to keep the money to marry me. It costs so much to marry, Pansy went on with a sigh. I think Papa might make that economy. At any rate, I'm too young to think about it yet. I don't care for any gentleman. I mean for any but him. If he were not my papa, I should like to marry him. I would rather be his daughter than the wife of some strange person. I miss him very much, but not so much as you might think, for I've been so much away from him. Papa has always been principally for holidays. I miss Madame Catherine almost more, but you must not tell him that. You shall not see him again. I'm very sorry, and he'll be sorry too. Of everyone who comes here, I like you the best. That's not a great compliment, for there are not many people. It was very kind of you to come today, so far from your house, for I'm really as yet only a child. Oh yes, I've only the occupations of a child. When did you give them up, the occupations of a child? I should like to know how old you are, but I don't know whether it's right to ask. At the convent, they told us that we must never ask the age. I don't like to do anything that's not expected. It looks as if one had not been properly taught. I should never like to be taken by surprise. Papa left directions for everything. I go to bed very early. When the sun goes off that side, I go into the garden. Papa left strict orders that I was not to get scorched. I always enjoy the view. The mountains are so graceful. In Rome, from the convent, we saw nothing but roofs and bell towers. I practice 3 hours. I don't play very well. You play yourself? I wish very much you'd play something for me. Papa has the idea I should hear good music. Madame Merle has played for me several times. That's what I like best about Madame Merle. She has great facility. I shall never have facility. And I've no voice. Just a small sound, like the squeak of a slate pencil making flourishes. Isabel gratified this respectful wish, drew off her gloves and sat down to the piano, while Pansy, standing beside her, watched her white hands move quickly over the keys. When she stopped, she kissed the child goodbye, held her close, looked at her long. Be very good, she said. Give pleasure to your father. I think that's what I live for, Pansy answered. He has not much pleasure. He's rather a sad man. Isabel listened to this assertion with an interest which she felt it almost a torment to be obliged to conceal. It was her pride that obliged her, and a certain sense of decency. There were still other things in her head which she felt a strong impulse, instantly checked, to say to Pansy about her father. There were things it would have given her pleasure to hear the child, to make the child say, but she no sooner became conscious of these things than her imagination was hushed with horror at the idea of taking advantage of this little girl. It was of this she would have accused herself, and of exhaling into the air, where he might still have a subtle sense for it, any breath of her charmed state. She had come, but she had stayed only an hour. She rose quickly from the music stool. Even then, however, she lingered a moment, still holding her small companion, drawing the child's sweet slimness closer and looking down at her almost in envy. She was obliged to confess it to herself. She would have taken a passionate pleasure in talking of Gilbert Osmond to this innocent, diminutive creature who was so near him. But she said no other word. She only kissed Pansy once again. They went together through the vestibule to the door that opened on the court, and there her young hostess stopped, looking rather wistfully beyond. I may go no further. I've promised Papa not to pass this door. You're right to obey him. He'll never ask you anything unreasonable. I shall always obey him, but when will you come again? Not for a long time, I'm afraid. As soon as you can, I hope. I'm only a little girl, said Pansy, but I shall always expect you. And the small figure stood in the high, dark doorway, watching Isabel cross the clear, grey court and disappear into the brightness beyond the big porton, which gave a wider dazzle as it opened. Chapter 31. Isabel came back to Florence, but only after several months, an interval sufficiently replete with incident. It is not, however, during this interval that we are closely concerned with her. Our attention is engaged again on a certain day in the late springtime, shortly after a return to Palazzo Crescentini, and a year from the date of the incidents just narrated. She was alone on this occasion, in one of the smaller of the numerous rooms devoted by Mrs. Touchette to social uses, and there was that in her expression and attitude which would have suggested that she was expecting a visitor. The tall window was open, and though its green shutters were partly drawn, the bright air of the garden had come in through a broad interstice and filled the room with warmth and perfume. Our young woman stood near it for some time, her hands clasped behind her. She gazed abroad with the vagueness of unrest. Too troubled for attention, she moved in a vain circle, yet it could not be in her thought to catch a glimpse of her visitor before he should pass into the house, since the entrance to the palace was not through the garden, in which stillness and privacy always reigned. She wished, rather, to forestall his arrival by a process of conjecture, and to judge by the expression of her face this attempt gave her plenty to do. Grave, she found herself, and positively more weighted, as by the experience of the lapse of the year she had spent in seeing the world. She had ranged, she would have said, through space and surveyed much of mankind, and was therefore now, in her own eyes, a very different person from the frivolous young woman from Albany who had begun to take the measure of Europe on the lawn at Garden Court a couple of years before. She flattered herself she had harvested wisdom and learned a great deal more of life than this light-minded creature had even suspected. If her thoughts just now had inclined themselves to retrospect instead of fluttering their wings nervously about the present, they would have evoked a multitude of interesting pictures. These pictures would have been both landscapes and figure pieces. The latter, however, would have been the more numerous. With several of the images that might have been projected on such a field, we are already acquainted. There would be, for instance, the conciliatory Lily, our heroine's sister, and Edmund Ludlow's wife, who had come out from New York to spend 5 months with her relative. She had left her husband behind her, but had brought her children, to whom Isabel now played with equal munificence and tenderness and part of maiden aunt. Mr. Ludlow, toward the last, had been able to snatch a few weeks from his forensic triumphs and, crossing the ocean with extreme rapidity, had spent a month with the two ladies in Paris before taking his wife home. The little Ludlows had not yet, even from the American point of view, reached the proper tourist age, so that while her sister was with her, Isabel had confined her movements to a narrow circle. Lily and the babies had joined her in Switzerland in the month of July, and they had spent a summer of fine weather in an alpine valley where the flowers were thick in the meadows and the shade of great chestnuts made a resting place for such upward wanderings as might be undertaken by ladies and children on warm afternoons. They had afterwards reached the French capital, which was worshipped, and with costly ceremonies by Lily, but thought of as noisily vacant by Isabel, who in these days made use of her memory of Rome, as she might have done in a hot and crowded room, of a phial of something pungent hidden in her handkerchief. Mrs. Ludlow sacrificed, as I say, to Paris, yet had doubts and wonderments not allayed at that altar, and after her husband had joined her, found further chagrin in his failure to throw himself into these speculations. They all had Isabel for subject, but Edmund Ludlow, as he had always done before, declined to be surprised or distressed or mystified or elated at anything his sister-in-law might have done or have failed to do. Mrs. Ludlow's mental motions were sufficiently various. At one moment she thought it would be so natural for that young woman to come home and take a house in New York, the Rositers, for instance, which had an elegant conservatory and was just round the corner from her own. At another, she couldn't conceal her surprise at the girl's not marrying some member of one of the greatest aristocracies. On the whole, as I have said, she had fallen from high communion with the probabilities. She had taken more satisfaction in Isabel's accession of fortune than if the money had been left to herself. It had seemed to her to offer just the proper setting for her sister's slightly meagre but scarce the less eminent figure. Isabel had developed less, however, than Lily had thought likely, development, to Lily's understanding, being somehow mysteriously connected with morning calls and evening parties. Intellectually, doubtless, she had made immense strides, but she appeared to have achieved few of those social conquests of which Mrs. Ludlow had expected to admire the trophies. Lily's conception of such achievements was extremely vague, but this was exactly what she had expected of Isabel to give it form and body. Isabel could have done as well as she had done in New York, and Mrs. Ludlow appealed to her husband to know whether there was any privilege she enjoyed in Europe which the society of that city might not offer her. We know ourselves that Isabel had made conquests, whether inferior or not to those she might have effected in her native land. It would be a delicate matter to decide. And it is not altogether with a feeling of complacency that I again mention that she had not rendered these honourable victories public. She had not told her sister the history of Lord Warburton, nor had she given her a hint of Mr. Osmond's state of mind, and she had had no better reason for her silence than that she didn't wish to speak. It was more romantic to say nothing, and, drinking deep in secret of romance, she was as little disposed to ask poor Lily's advice as she would have been too close to that rare volume for ever. But Lily knew nothing of these discriminations, and could only pronounce her sister's career a strange anticlimax, an impression confirmed by the fact that Isabel's silence about Mr. Osmond, for instance, was in direct proportion to the frequency with which he occupied her thoughts. As this happened very often, it sometimes appeared to Mrs. Ludlow that she had lost her courage. So uncanny a result of so exhilarating an incident as inheriting a fortune was of course perplexing to the cheerful Lily. It added to her general sense that Isabel was not at all like other people. Our young lady's courage, however, might have been taken as reaching its height after her relations had gone home. She could imagine braver things than spending the winter in Paris. Paris had sides by which it so resembled New York. Paris was like smart, neat prose, and her close correspondence with Madame Merle did much to stimulate such flights. She had never had a keener sense of freedom, of the absolute boldness and wantonness of liberty, than when she turned away from the platform at the Euston station on one of the last days of November, after the departure of the train that was to convey poor Lily, her husband, and her children to their ship at Liverpool. It had been good for her to regale. She was very conscious of that. She was very observant, as we know, of what was good for her, and her effort was constantly to find something that was good enough. To profit by the present advantage till the latest moment she had made the journey from Paris with the unenvied travellers. She would have accompanied them to Liverpool as well, only Edmund Ludlow had asked her as a favour not to do so. It made Lily so fidgety, and she asked such impossible questions. Isabel watched the train move away. She kissed her hand to the elder of her small nephews, a demonstrative child who leaned dangerously far out of the window of the carriage and made separation an occasion of violent hilarity. And then she walked back into the foggy London street. The world lay before her. She could do whatever she chose. There was a deep thrill in it all, but for the present her choice was tolerably discreet. She chose simply to walk back from Euston Square to her hotel. The early dusk of a November afternoon had already closed in. The street lamps in the thick brown air looked weak and red. Our heroine was unattended, and Euston Square was a long way from Piccadilly, but Isabel performed the journey with a positive enjoyment of its dangers and lost her way almost on purpose, in order to get more sensations, so that she was disappointed when an obliging policeman easily set her right again. She was so fond of the spectacle of human life that she enjoyed even the aspect of gathering dusk in the London streets. The moving crowds, the hurrying cabs, the lighted shops, the flaring stalls, the dark, shining dampness of everything. That evening, at her hotel, she wrote to Madame Merle that she should start in a day or two for Rome. She made her own way down to Rome without touching at Florence, having gone first to Venice and then proceeded southward by Ancona. She accomplished this journey without other assistance than that of her servant, for her natural protectors were not now on the ground. Ralph Touchette was spending the winter at Corfu, and Miss Stackpole, in the September previous, had been recalled to America by a telegram from the Interviewer. This journal offered its brilliant correspondent a fresher field for her genius than the mouldering cities of Europe, and Henrietta was cheered on her way by a promise from Mr. Bantling that he would soon come over to see her. Isabel wrote to Mrs. Touchette to apologise for not presenting herself just yet in Florence, and her aunt replied characteristically enough. Apologies, Mrs. Touchette intimated, were of no more use to her than bubbles, and she herself never dealt in such articles. One either did the thing or one didn't, and what one would have done belonged to the sphere of the irrelevant, like the idea of a future life or of the origin of things. Her letter was frank, but, a rare case with Mrs. Touchette, not so frank as it pretended. She easily forgave her niece for not stopping at Florence, because she took it for a sign that Gilbert Osmond was less in question there than formerly. She watched, of course, to see if he would now find a pretext for going to Rome, and derived some comfort from learning that he had not been guilty of an absence. Isabel, on her side, had not been a fortnight in Rome before she proposed to Madame Merle that they should make a little pilgrimage to the East. Madame Merle remarked that her friend was restless, but she added that she herself had always been consumed with a desire to visit Athens and Constantinople. The two ladies accordingly embarked on this expedition and spent 3 months in Greece, in Turkey, in Egypt. Isabel found much to interest her in these countries, though Madame Merle continued to remark that even among the most classic sights, the scenes most calculated to suggest repose and reflection, a certain incoherence prevailed in her. Isabel travelled rapidly and recklessly. She was like a thirsty person draining cup after cup. Madame Merle, meanwhile, as lady-in-waiting to a princess circulating incognita, panted a little in arrear. It was on Isabel's invitation she had come, and she imparted all due dignity to the girl's unaccountenanced state. She played her part with the tact that might have been expected of her, effacing herself and accepting the position of a companion whose expenses were profusely paid. The situation, however, had no hardships, and people who met this reserved, though striking pair on their travels would not have been able to tell you which was patroness and which client. To say that Madame Merle improved on acquaintance states meagerly the impression she made on her friend, who had found her from the first so ample and so easy. At the end of an intimacy of 3 months, Isabel felt she knew her better. Her character had revealed itself, and the admirable woman had also at last redeemed her promise of relating her history from her own point of view, a consummation the more desirable as Isabel had already heard it related from the point of view of others. This history was so sad a one, insofar as it concerned the late M. Merle, a positive adventurer, she might say, though originally so plausible, who had taken advantage years before of her youth and of an inexperience in which doubtless those who knew her only now would find it difficult to believe. It abounded so in startling and lamentable incidents that her companion wondered a person so éprouvé could have kept so much of her freshness, her interest in life. Into this freshness of Madame Merle's she obtained a considerable insight. She seemed to see it as professional, as slightly mechanical, carried about in its case like the fiddle of a virtuoso, or blanketed and bridled like the favourite of the jockey. She liked her as much as ever, but there was a corner of the curtain that never was lifted. It was as if she had remained after all something of a public performer, condemned to emerge only in character and in costume. She had once said that she came from a distance, that she belonged to the old world, and Isabel never lost the impression that she was the product of a different moral or social clime from her own, that she had grown up under other stars. She believed then that at bottom she had a different morality. Of course, the morality of civilized persons has always much in common, but our young woman had a sense in her of values gone wrong, or, as they said at the shops, marked down. She considered, with the presumption of youth, that a morality differing from her own must be inferior to it, and this conviction was an aid to detecting an occasional flash of cruelty, an occasional lapse from candour in the conversation of a person who had raised delicate kindness to an art, and whose pride was too high for the narrow ways of deception. Her conception of human motives might, in certain lights, have been acquired at the court of some kingdom in decadence, and there were several in her list of which our heroine had not even heard. She had not heard of everything, that was very plain, and there were evidently things in the world of which it was not advantageous to hear. She had once or twice had a positive scare, since it so affected her to have to exclaim of her friend, "Heaven forgive her, she doesn't understand me." Absurd as it may seem, this discovery operated as a shock, left her with a vague dismay in which there was even an element of foreboding. The dismay of course subsided in the light of some sudden proof of Madame Merle's remarkable intelligence, but it stood for a high watermark in the ebb and flow of confidence. Madame Merle had once declared her belief that when a friendship ceases to grow, it immediately begins to decline, there being no point of equilibrium between liking more and liking less. A stationary affection, in other words, was impossible. It must move one way or the other. However that might be, the girl had in these days 1,000 uses for her sense of the romantic, which was more active than it had ever been. I do not allude to the impulse it received as she gazed at the pyramids in the course of an excursion from Cairo, or as she stood among the broken columns of the Acropolis and fixed her eyes upon the point designated to her as the Strait of Salamis. Deep and memorable as these emotions had remained, she came back by the last of March from Egypt and Greece and made another stay in Rome. A few days after her arrival, Gilbert Osmond descended from Florence and remained 3 weeks, during which the fact of her being with his old friend Madame Merle, in whose house she had gone to lodge, made it virtually inevitable that he should see her every day. When the last of April came, she wrote to Mrs. Touchett that she should now rejoice to accept an invitation given long before, and went to pay a visit at Palazzo Crescentini, Madame Merle on this occasion remaining in Rome. She found her aunt alone. Her cousin was still at Corfu. Ralph, however, was expected in Florence from day to day, and Isabel, who had not seen him for upwards of a year, was prepared to give him the most affectionate welcome. Chapter 32. It was not of him, nevertheless, that she was thinking while she stood at the window near which we found her a while ago, and it was not of any of the matters I have rapidly sketched. She was not turned to the past, but to the immediate, impending hour. She had reason to expect a scene, and she was not fond of scenes. She was not asking herself what should she say to her visitor. This question had already been answered. What he would say to her, that was the interesting issue. It could be nothing in the least soothing. She had warrant for this, and the conviction doubtless showed in the cloud on her brow. For the rest, however, all clearness reigned in her. She had put away her mourning, and she walked in no small shimmering splendour. She only felt older ever so much, and as if she were worth more for it, like some curious piece in an antiquary's collection. She was not, at any rate, left indefinitely to her apprehensions, for a servant at last stood before her with a card on his tray. "Let the gentleman come in," she said, and continued to gaze out of the window after the footman had retired. It was only when she had heard the door close behind the person who presently entered that she looked round. Casper Goodwood stood and received a moment, from head to foot, the bright, dry gaze with which she rather withheld than offered a greeting. Whether his sense of maturity had kept pace with Isabel's, we shall perhaps presently ascertain. Let me say, meanwhile, that to her critical glance he showed nothing of the injury of time. Straight, strong, and hard, there was nothing in his appearance that spoke positively either of youth or of age. If he had neither innocence nor weakness, so he had no practical philosophy. His jaw showed the same voluntary cast as in earlier days, but a crisis like the present had in it, of course, something grim. He had the air of a man who had travelled hard. He said nothing at first, as if he had been out of breath. This gave Isabel time to make a reflection. Poor fellow, what great things he's capable of, and what a pity he should waste so dreadfully his splendid force. What a pity, too, that one can't satisfy everybody. It gave her time to do more, to say at the end of a minute, "I can't tell you how I hoped you wouldn't come. I've no doubt of that," and he looked about him for a seat. Not only had he come, but he meant to settle. "You must be very tired," said Isabel, seating herself, and generously, as she thought, to give him his opportunity. "No, I'm not at all tired. Did you ever know me to be tired?" "Never. I wish I had. When did you arrive?" "Last night, very late, in a kind of snail train they call the express. These Italian trains go at about the rate of an American funeral." "That's in keeping. You must have felt as if you were coming to bury me." And she forced a smile of encouragement to an easy view of their situation. She had reasoned the matter well out, making it perfectly clear that she broke no faith and falsified no contract, but for all this she was afraid of her visitor. She was ashamed of her fear, but she was so devoutly thankful there was nothing else to be ashamed of. He looked at her with his stiff insistence, an insistence in which there was such a want of tact, especially when the dull dark beam in his eye rested on her as a physical weight. "No, I didn't feel that. I couldn't think of you as dead. I wish I could," he candidly declared. "I thank you immensely. I'd rather think of you as dead than as married to another man." "That's very selfish of you," she returned with the ardour of a real conviction. "If you're not happy yourself, others have yet a right to be." "Very likely it's selfish, but I don't in the least mind your saying so. I don't mind anything you can say now. I don't feel it. The cruellest things you could think of would be mere pinpricks. After what you've done, I shall never feel anything. I mean anything but that. That I shall feel all my life." Mr. Goodwood made these detached assertions with dry deliberateness in his hard, slow American tone, which flung no atmospheric colour over propositions intrinsically crude. The tone made Isabel angry rather than touched her, but her anger perhaps was fortunate, insomuch as it gave her a further reason for controlling herself. It was under the pressure of this control that she became, after a little, irrelevant. "When did you leave New York?" He threw up his head as if calculating. 17 days ago. "You must have travelled fast, in spite of your slow trains." "I came as fast as I could. I'd have come 5 days ago if I'd been able." "It wouldn't have made any difference, Mr. Goodwood," she coldly smiled. "Not to you, no, but to me. You gain nothing that I see. That's for me to judge." "Of course, to me it seems that you only torment yourself." And then, to change the subject, she asked him if he had seen Henrietta Stackpole. He looked as if he had not come from Boston to Florence to talk of Henrietta Stackpole, but he answered, distinctly enough, that this young lady had been with him just before he left America. "She came to see you?" Isabel then demanded. "Yes, she was in Boston, and she called at my office. It was the day I had got your letter." "Did you tell her?" Isabel asked with a certain anxiety. "Oh no," said Casper Goodwood simply. "I didn't want to do that. She'll hear it quick enough. She hears everything." "I shall write to her, and then she'll write to me and scold me," Isabel declared, trying to smile again. Casper, however, remained sternly grave. "I guess she'll come right out," he said. "On purpose to scold me?" "I don't know. She seemed to think she had not seen Europe thoroughly." "I'm glad you tell me that," Isabel said. "I must prepare for her." Mr. Goodwood fixed his eyes for a moment on the floor, then at last raising them. "Does she know Mr. Osmond?" he inquired. "A little, and she doesn't like him. But of course I don't marry to please Henrietta," she added. It would have been better for poor Casper if she had tried a little more to gratify Miss Stackpole, but he didn't say so. He only asked, presently, when her marriage would take place. To which she made answer that she didn't know yet. "I can only say it will be soon. I've told no one but yourself and one other person, an old friend of Mr. Osmond's." "Is it a marriage your friends won't like?" he demanded. "I really haven't an idea. As I say, I don't marry for my friends." He went on, making no exclamation, no comment, only asking questions, doing it quite without delicacy. "Who and what, then, is Mr. Gilbert Osmond?" "Who and what? Nobody and nothing but a very good and very honourable man. He's not in business," said Isabel. "He's not rich. He's not known for anything in particular." She disliked Mr. Goodwood's questions, but she said to herself that she owed it to him to satisfy him as far as possible. The satisfaction poor Casper exhibited was, however, small. He sat very upright, gazing at her. Where does he come from? Where does he belong? She had never been so little pleased with the way he said belong. He comes from nowhere. He has spent most of his life in Italy. You said in your letter he was American. Hasn't he a native place? Yes, but he has forgotten it. He left it as a small boy. Has he never gone back? Why should he go back? Isabel asked, flushing all defensively. He has no profession. He might have gone back for his pleasure. Doesn't he like the United States? He doesn't know them. Then he's very quiet and very simple. He contents himself with Italy. With Italy and with you, said Mr. Goodwood with gloomy plainness and no appearance of trying to make an epigram. What has he ever done? He added abruptly. That I should marry him? Nothing at all, Isabel replied, while her patience helped itself by turning a little to hardness. If he had done great things, would you forgive me any better? Give me up, Mr. Goodwood. I'm marrying a perfect non-entity. Don't try to take an interest in him. You can't. I can't appreciate him. That's what you mean, and you don't mean it in the least that he's a perfect non-entity. You think he's grand. You think he's great, though no one else thinks so. Isabel's colour deepened. She felt this really acute of her companion, and it was certainly a proof of the aid that passion might render perceptions she had never taken for fine. Why do you always come back to what others think? I can't discuss Mr. Osmond with you. Of course not, said Casper reasonably, and he sat there with his air of stiff helplessness, as if not only this were true, but there was nothing else that they might discuss. You see how little you gain, she accordingly broke out, how little comfort or satisfaction I can give you. I didn't expect you to give me much. I don't understand, then, why you came. I came because I wanted to see you once more, even just as you are. I appreciate that, But if you had waited a while, sooner or later we should have been sure to meet, and our meeting would have been pleasanter for each of us than this." "Waited till after you're married? That's just what I didn't want to do. You'll be different then." "Not very. I shall still be a great friend of yours. You'll see." "That will make it all the worse," said Mr. Goodwood grimly. "Ah, you're unaccommodating. I can't promise to dislike you in order to help you to resign yourself. I shouldn't care if you did." Isabel got up with a movement of repressed impatience and walked to the window, where she remained a moment looking out. When she turned round, her visitor was still motionless in his place. She came toward him again and stopped, resting her hand on the back of the chair she had just quitted. "Do you mean you came simply to look at me? That's better for you perhaps than for me. I wished to hear the sound of your voice," he said. "You've heard it, and you see it says nothing very sweet. It gives me pleasure all the same." And with this he got up. She felt pain and displeasure on receiving early that day the news he was in Florence, and by her leave would come within an hour to see her. She had been vexed and distressed, though she had sent back word by his messenger that he might come when he would. She had not been better pleased when she saw him. His being there at all was so full of heavy implications. It implied things she could never assent to: rights, reproaches, remonstrance, rebuke, the expectation of making her change her purpose. These things, however, if implied, had not been expressed, and now our young lady, strangely enough, began to resent her visitor's remarkable self-control. There was a dumb misery about him that irritated her. There was a manly staying of his hand that made her heart beat faster. She felt her agitation rising, and she said to herself that she was angry in the way a woman is angry when she has been in the wrong. She was not in the wrong. She had fortunately not that bitterness to swallow, but, all the same, she wished he would denounce her a little. She had wished his visit would be short. It had no purpose, no propriety. Yet now that he seemed to be turning away, she felt a sudden horror of his leaving her without uttering a word that would give her an opportunity to defend herself more than she had done in writing to him a month before, in a few carefully chosen words, to announce her engagement. If she were not in the wrong, however, why should she desire to defend herself? It was an excess of generosity on Isabel's part to desire that Mr. Goodwood should be angry, and if he had not meanwhile held himself hard, it might have made him so to hear the tone in which she suddenly exclaimed, as if she were accusing him of having accused her. "I've not deceived you. I was perfectly free." "Yes, I know that," said Casper. "I gave you full warning that I'd do as I choose. You said you'd probably never marry, and you said it with such a manner that I pretty well believed it." She considered this an instant. "No one can be more surprised than myself at my present intention." "You told me that, if I heard you were engaged, I was not to believe it," Casper went on. "I heard it 20 days ago from yourself, but I remembered what you had said. I thought there might be some mistake, and that's partly why I came. If you wish me to repeat it by word of mouth, that's soon done. There's no mistake whatever. I saw that as soon as I came into the room." "What good would it do you that I shouldn't marry?" she asked with a certain fierceness. "I should like it better than this. You're very selfish, as I said before. I know that. I'm selfish as iron. Even iron sometimes melts. If you'll be reasonable, I'll see you again." "Don't you call me reasonable now?" "I don't know what to say to you," she answered with sudden humility. "I shan't trouble you for a long time," the young man went on. He made a step towards the door, but he stopped. "Another reason why I came was that I wanted to hear what you would say in explanation of your having changed your mind." Her humbleness as suddenly deserted her. "In explanation? Do you think I'm bound to explain?" He gave her one of his long, dumb looks. "You were very positive. I did believe it." "So did I. Do you think I could explain if I would?" "No, I suppose not." "Well," he added, "I've done what I wished. I've seen you." "How little you make of these terrible journeys," she felt the poverty of her presently replying. "If you're afraid I'm knocked up in any such way as that you may be at your ease about it." He turned away, this in earnest, and no handshake, no sign of parting. She was exchanged between them. At the door he stopped with his hand on the knob. "I shall leave Florence tomorrow," he said without a quaver. "I'm delighted to hear it," she answered passionately. 5 minutes after he had gone out, she burst into tears. Chapter 33. Her fit of weeping, however, was soon smothered, and the signs of it had vanished when, an hour later, she broke the news to her aunt. I use this expression because she had been sure Mrs. Touchette would not be pleased. Isabel had only waited to tell her till she had seen Mr. Goodwood. She had an odd impression that it would not be honourable to make the fact public before she should have heard what Mr. Goodwood would say about it. He had said rather less than she expected, and she now had a somewhat angry sense of having lost time. But she would lose no more. She waited till Mrs. Touchette came into the drawing-room before the midday breakfast, and then she began. "Aunt Lydia, I've something to tell you." Mrs. Touchette gave a little jump and looked at her almost fiercely. "You needn't tell me. I know what it is." "I don't know how you know." "The same way that I know when the windows open by feeling a draught. You're going to marry that man." "What man do you mean?" Isabel inquired with great dignity. "Madame Merle's friend, Mr. Osmond." "I don't know why you call him Madame Merle's friend. Is that the principal thing he's known by?" "If he's not her friend, he ought to, after what she's done for him," cried Mrs. Touchette. "I shouldn't have expected it of her. I'm disappointed." "If you mean that Madame Merle has anything to do with my engagement, you're greatly mistaken," Isabel declared with a sort of ardent coldness. "You mean that your attractions were sufficient without the gentleman having had to be lashed up. You're quite right. They're immense, your attractions, and he would never have presumed to think of you if she hadn't put him up to it. He has a very good opinion of himself, but he was not a man to take trouble. Madame Merle took the trouble for him." "He has taken a great deal for himself," cried Isabel with a voluntary laugh. Mrs. Touchette gave a sharp nod. "I think he must, after all, to have made you like him so much." "I thought he even pleased you." "He did, at one time, and that's why I'm angry with him." "Be angry with me, not with him," said the girl. "Oh, I'm always angry with you. That's no satisfaction." "Was it for this you refused Lord Warburton?" "Please don't go back to that. Why shouldn't I like Mr. Osmond, since others have done so?" "Others, at their wildest moments, never wanted to marry him. There's nothing of him," Mrs. Touchette explained. "Then he can't hurt me," said Isabel. "Don't you think you're going to be happy?" "No one's happy in such doings. You should know." "I shall set the fashion then. What does one marry for?" "What will you marry for, heaven only knows. People usually marry as they go into partnership, to set up a house. But in your partnership, you'll bring everything." "Is it that Mr. Osmond isn't rich? Is that what you're talking about?" Isabel asked. "He has no money. He has no name. He has no importance. I value such things, and I have the courage to say it. I think they're very precious. Many other people think the same, and they show it, but they give some other reason." Isabel hesitated a little. "I think I value everything that's valuable. I care very much for money, and that's why I wish Mr. Osmond to have a little." "Give it to him then, but marry someone else." "His name's good enough for me," the girl went on. "It's a very pretty name. Have I such a fine one myself?" "All the more reason you should improve on it. There are only a dozen American names. Do you marry him out of charity?" "It was my duty to tell you, Aunt Lydia, but I don't think it's my duty to explain to you. Even if it were, I shouldn't be able. So please don't remonstrate. In talking about it, you have me at a disadvantage. I can't talk about it." "I don't remonstrate. I simply answer you. I must give some sign of intelligence. I saw it coming, and I said nothing. I never meddle. You never do, and I'm greatly obliged to you. You've been very considerate." "It was not considerate. It was convenient," said Mrs. Touchette. "But I shall talk to Madame Merle." "I don't see why you keep bringing her in. She has been a very good friend to me." "Possibly, but she has been a poor one to me. What has she done to you?" "She has deceived me. She had as good as promised me to prevent your engagement." "She couldn't have prevented it." "She can do anything. That's what I've always liked her for." "I knew she could play any part, but I understood that she played them one by one. I didn't understand that she would play two at the same time. I don't know what part she may have played to you, Isabel said. That's between yourselves. To me, she has been honest and kind and devoted. Devoted, of course. She wished you to marry her candidate. She told me she was watching you only in order to interpose. She said that to please you, the girl answered, conscious, however, of the inadequacy of the explanation. To please me by deceiving me? She knows me better. Am I pleased today? I don't think you're ever much pleased, Isabel was obliged to reply. If Madame Merle knew you would learn the truth that she had to gain by insincerity. She gained time, as you see. While I waited for her to interfere, you were marching away, and she was really beating the drum. That's very well, but by your own admission, you saw I was marching, and even if she had given the alarm, you wouldn't have tried to stop me. No, but someone else would. Whom do you mean? Isabel asked, looking very hard at her aunt. Mrs. Touchette's bright little eyes, active as they usually were, sustained her gaze rather than returned it. Would you have listened to Ralph? Not if he had abused Mr. Osmond. Ralph doesn't abuse people, you know that perfectly. He cares very much for you. I know he does, said Isabel, and I shall feel the value of it now, for he knows that whatever I do with reason. He never believed you would do this. I told him you were capable of it, and he argued the other way. He did it for the sake of argument, the girl smiled. You don't accuse him of having deceived you. Why should you accuse Madame Merle? He never pretended he'd prevent it. I'm glad of that, cried Isabel gaily. I wish very much, she presently added, that when he comes, you'd tell him first of my engagement. Of course I'll mention it, said Mrs. Touchette. I shall say nothing more to you about it, but I give you notice I shall talk to others. That's as you please. I only meant that it's rather better the announcement should come from you than from me. I quite agree with you. It's much more proper. And on this, the aunt and the niece went to breakfast, where Mrs. Touchette, as good as her word, made no allusion to Gilbert Osmond. After an interval of silence, however, she asked her companion from whom she had received a visit an hour before. From an old friend, an American gentleman, Isabel said with a colour in her cheek. An American gentleman, of course. It's only an American gentleman who calls at 10 o'clock in the morning. It was 10:30. He was in a great hurry. He goes away this evening. Couldn't he have come yesterday at the usual time? He only arrived last night. He spends but 24 hours in Florence, Mrs. Touchette cried. He's an American gentleman truly. He is indeed, said Isabel, thinking with perverse admiration of what Casper Goodwood had done for her. 2 days afterward, Ralph arrived, but though Isabel was sure that Mrs. Touchette had lost no time in imparting to him the great fact, he showed at first no open knowledge of it. Their prompted talk was naturally of his health. Isabel had many questions to ask about Corfu. She had been shocked by his appearance when he came into the room. She had forgotten how ill he looked. In spite of Corfu, he looked very ill today, and she wondered if he were really worse or if she was simply disaccustomed to living with an invalid. Poor Ralph made no nearer approach to conventional beauty as he advanced in life, and now apparently complete loss of his health had done little to mitigate the natural oddity of his person. Blighted and battered, but still responsive and still ironic, his face was like a lighted lantern patched with paper and unsteadily held. His thin whisker languished upon a lean cheek. The exorbitant curve of his nose defined itself more sharply. Lean he was altogether, lean and long and loose-jointed, an accidental cohesion of relaxed angles. His brown velvet jacket had become perennial. His hands had fixed themselves in his pockets. He shambled and stumbled and shuffled in a manner that denoted great physical helplessness. It was perhaps this whimsical gait that helped to mark his character more than ever as that of the humorous invalid, the invalid for whom even his own disabilities are part of the general joke. They might well indeed, with Ralph, have been the chief cause of the want of seriousness making his view of the world, in which the reason for his own continued presence was past finding out. Isabel had grown fond of his ugliness. His awkwardness had become dear to her. They had been sweetened by association. They struck her as the very terms on which it had been given him to be charming. He was so charming that a sense of his being ill had hitherto had a sort of comfort in it. The state of his health had seemed not a limitation, but a kind of intellectual advantage. It absolved him from all professional and official emotions, and left him the luxury of being exclusively personal. The personality so resulting was delightful. He had remained proof against the staleness of disease. He had had to consent to be deplorably ill, yet had somehow escaped being formally sick. Such had been the girl's impression of her cousin, and when she had pitied him, it was only on reflection. As she reflected a good deal, she had allowed him a certain amount of compassion, but she always had a dread of wasting that essence, a precious article, worth more to the giver than to anyone else. Now, however, it took no great sensibility to feel that poor Ralph's tenure of life was less elastic than it should be. He was a bright, free, generous spirit. He had all the illumination of wisdom, and none of its pedantry, and yet he was distressfully dying. Isabel noted afresh that life was certainly hard for some people, and she felt a delicate glow of shame as she thought how easy it now promised to become for herself. She was prepared to learn that Ralph was not pleased with her engagement, but she was not prepared, in spite of her affection for him, to let this fact spoil the situation. She was not even prepared, or so she thought, to resent his want of sympathy, for it would be his privilege, it would be indeed his natural line, to find fault with any step she might take toward marriage. One's cousin always pretended to hate one's husband. That was traditional, classical. It was a part of one's cousins always pretending to adore one. Ralph was nothing if not critical, and though she would certainly, other things being equal, have been as glad to marry to please him as to please anyone, it would be absurd to regard as important that her choice should square with his views. What were his views after all? He had pretended to believe she had better have married Lord Warburton, but this was only because she had refused that excellent man. If she had accepted him, Ralph would certainly have taken another tone. He always took the opposite. You could criticize any marriage. It was the essence of a marriage to be open to criticism. How well she herself, should she only give her mind to it, might criticize his union of her own. She had other employment, however, and Ralph was welcome to relieve her of the care. Isabel was prepared to be most patient and most indulgent. He must have seen that, and this made it the more odd he should say nothing. After 3 days had elapsed without his speaking, our young woman wearied of waiting. Dislike it as he would, he might at least go through the form. We, who know more about poor Ralph than his cousin, may easily believe that during the hours that followed his arrival at Palazzo Crescentini, he had privately gone through many forms. His mother had literally greeted him with the great news, which had been even more sensibly chilling than Mrs. Touchette's maternal kiss. Ralph was shocked and humiliated. His calculations had been false, and the person in the world in whom he was most interested was lost. He drifted about the house like a rudderless vessel in a rocky stream, or sat in the garden of the palace on a great cane chair, his long legs extended, his head thrown back, and his hat pulled over his eyes. He felt cold about the heart. He had never liked anything less. What could he do? What could he say? If the girl were irreclaimable, could he pretend to like it? To attempt to reclaim her was permissible only if the attempt should succeed. To try to persuade her of anything sordid or sinister in the man to whose deep art she had succumbed would be decently discreet only in the event of her being persuaded. Otherwise, he should simply have damned himself. It cost him an equal effort to speak his thought and to disassemble. He could neither assent with sincerity nor protest with hope. Meanwhile, he knew, or rather he supposed, that the affianced pair were daily renewing their mutual vows. Osmond at this moment showed himself little at Palazzo Crescentini, but Isabel met him every day elsewhere, as she was free to do after their engagement had been made public. She had taken a carriage by the month, so as not to be indebted to her aunt for the means of pursuing a course of which Mrs. Touchette disapproved, and she drove in the morning to the Cassini. This suburban wilderness, during the early hours, was void of all intruders, and our young lady, joined by her lover in its quietest part, strolled with him a while through the grey Italian shade and listened to the nightingales. Chapter 34. One morning, on her return from her drive, some half-hour before luncheon, she quitted her vehicle in the court of the palace, and, instead of ascending the great staircase, crossed the court, passed beneath another archway, and entered the garden. A sweeter spot at this moment could not have been imagined. The stillness of noontide hung over it, and the warm shade, enclosed and still, made bowers like spacious caves. Ralph was sitting there in the clear gloom, at the base of a statue, Terpsichore, a dancing nymph with taper fingers and inflated draperies in the manner of Bernini. The extreme relaxation of his attitude suggested at first to Isabel that he was asleep. Her light footstep on the grass had not roused him, and before turning away, she stood for a moment looking at him. During this instant, he opened his eyes, upon which she sat down on a rustic chair that matched with his own. Though, in her irritation, she had accused him of indifference, she was not blind to the fact that he had visibly had something to brood over. But she had explained his air of absence partly by the languor of his increased weakness, partly by worries connected with the property inherited from his father, the fruit of eccentric arrangements of which Mrs. Touchett disapproved, and which, as he told Isabel, now encountered opposition from the other partners in the bank. He ought to have gone to England, his mother said, instead of coming to Florence. He had not been there for months, and took no more interest in the bank than in the state of Patagonia. "I'm sorry I waked you," Isabel said. "You look tired." "I feel too tired, but I was not asleep. I was thinking of you." "Are you tired of that?" "Very much so. It leads to nothing. The road's long, and I never arrive." "What do you wish to arrive at?" she put to him, closing her parasol. "At the point of expressing to myself properly what I think of your engagement." "Don't think too much of it," she lightly returned. "Do you mean that it's none of my business?" "Beyond a certain point, yes. That's the point I want to fix. I had an idea you may have found me wanting in good manners. I never congratulated you." "Of course I've noticed that. I wondered why you were silent." "There have been a good many reasons, I'll tell you now," Ralph said. He pulled off his hat and laid it on the ground. Then he sat looking at her. He leaned back under the protection of Bernini, his head against his marble pedestal, his arms dropped on either side of him, his hands laid upon the rests of his wide chair. He looked awkward, uncomfortable. He hesitated long. Isabel said nothing. When people were embarrassed, she was usually sorry for them, but she was determined not to help Ralph to utter a word that should not be to the honour of her high decision. "I think I've hardly got over my surprise," he went on at last. "You were the last person I expected to see caught." "I don't know why you call it caught." "Because you're going to be put into a cage." "If I like my cage, that needn't trouble you," she answered. "That's what I wonder at. That's what I've been thinking of. If you've been thinking, you may imagine how I've thought. I'm satisfied that I'm doing well. You must have changed immensely. A year ago, you valued your liberty beyond everything. You wanted only to see life." "I've seen it," said Isabel. "It doesn't look to me now, I admit, such an inviting expanse." "I don't pretend it is, only I had an idea that you took a genial view of it and wanted to survey the whole field. I've seen that one can't do anything so general. One must choose a corner and cultivate that. That's what I think, and one must choose as good a corner as possible. I had an idea all winter, while I read your delightful letters, that you were choosing. You said nothing about it, and your silence put me off my guard. It was not a matter I was likely to write to you about. Besides, I knew nothing of the future. It has all come lately. If you had been on your guard, however," Isabel asked, "what would you have done?" "I should have said, wait a little longer." "Wait for what?" "Well, for a little more light," said Ralph, with rather an absurd smile, while his hands found their way into his pockets. "Where should my light have come from? From you? I might have struck a spark or two." Isabel had drawn off her gloves. She smoothed them out as they lay upon her knee. The mildness of this movement was accidental, for her expression was not conciliatory. "You're beating about the bush, Ralph. You wish to say you don't like Mr. Osmond, and yet you're afraid. Willing to wound, and yet afraid to strike. I'm willing to wound him, yes, but not to wound you. I'm afraid of you, not of him. If you marry him, it won't be a fortunate way for me to have spoken." "If I marry him? Have you had any expectation of dissuading me? Of course, that seems to you too fatuous. No, said Isabel after a little. It seems to me too touching. That's the same thing. It makes me so ridiculous that you pity me. She stroked out her long gloves again. I know you've a great affection for me. I can't get rid of that. For heaven's sake, don't try. Keep that well in sight. It will convince you how intensely I want you to do well, and how little you trust me. There was a moment's silence. The warm noontide seemed to listen. I trust you, but I don't trust him, said Ralph. She raised her eyes and gave him a wide, deep look. You've said it now, and I'm glad you've made it so clear, but you'll suffer by it. Not if you're just. I'm very just, said Isabel. What better proof of it can there be than I'm not angry with you? I don't know what's the matter with me, but I'm not. I was when you began, but it has passed away. Perhaps I ought to be angry, but Mr. Osmond wouldn't think so. He wants me to know everything. That's what I like him for. You've nothing to gain, I know that. I've never been so nice to you as a girl, that you should have much reason for wishing me to remain one. You give very good advice. You've often done so. No, I'm very quiet. I've always believed in your wisdom, she went on, boasting of her quietness, yet speaking with a kind of contained exultation. It was her passionate desire to be just. It touched Ralph to the heart, affected him like a caress from a creature he had injured. He wished to interrupt, to reassure her. For a moment he was absurdly inconsistent. He would have retracted what he had said, but she gave him no chance. She went on, having caught a glimpse, as she thought, of the heroic line and desiring to advance in that direction. I see you've some special idea. I should like very much to hear it. I'm sure it's disinterested. I feel that. It seems a strange thing to argue about, and of course I ought to tell you definitely that if you expect to dissuade me, you may give it up. You'll not move me an inch. It's too late. As you say, I'm caught. Certainly it won't be pleasant for you to remember this, but your pain will be in your own thoughts. I shall never reproach you. I don't think you ever will, said Ralph. It's not in the least the sort of marriage I thought you'd make. What sort of marriage was that, pray? Well, I can hardly say. I hadn't exactly a positive view of it, but I had a negative. I didn't think you'd decide for that type. What's the matter with Mr. Osmond's type, if it be one? His being so independent, so individual, is what I most see in him, the girl declared. What do you know against him? You know him scarcely at all. Yes, said Ralph. I know him very little, and I confess I haven't facts and items to prove him a villain. But all the same, I can't help feeling that you're running a grave risk. Marriage is always a grave risk, and his risk's as grave as mine. That's his affair. If he's afraid, let him back out. I wish to God he would. Isabel reclined in her chair, folding her arms and gazing a while at her cousin. I don't think I understand you, she said at last coldly. I don't know what you're talking about. I believe you'd marry a man of more importance. Cold, I say, her tone had been, but at this a colour like a flame leaped into her face. Of more importance to whom? It seems to me enough that one's husband should be of importance to one's self. Ralph blushed as well. His attitude embarrassed him. Physically speaking, he proceeded to change it. He straightened himself, then leaned forward, resting a hand on each knee. He fixed his eyes on the ground. He had an air of the most respectful deliberation. I'll tell you in a moment what I mean, he presently said. He felt agitated, intensely eager. Now that he had opened the discussion, he wished to discharge his mind, but he wished also to be superlatively gentle. Isabel waited a little, then she went on with majesty. In everything that makes one care for people, Mr. Osmond is preeminent. There may be nobler natures, but I've never had the pleasure of meeting one. Mr. Osmond's is the finest I know. He's good enough for me, and interesting enough, and clever enough. I'm far more struck with what he has and what he represents than with what he may lack. I had treated myself to a charming vision of your future, Ralph observed, without answering this. I had amused myself with planning out a high destiny for you. There was to be nothing of this sort in it. You were not to come down so easily or so soon. Come down, you say? Well, that renders my sense of what has happened to you. You seem to me to be soaring far up in the blue to be, sailing in the bright light over the heads of men. Suddenly, someone tosses up a faded rosebud, a missile that should never have reached you, and straight you drop to the ground. It hurts me, said Ralph audaciously. Hurts me as if I had fallen myself. The look of pain and bewilderment deepened in his companion's face. I don't understand you in the least, she repeated. You say you amused yourself with a project for my career. I don't understand that. Don't amuse yourself too much, or I shall think you're doing it at my expense. Ralph shook his head. I'm not afraid of your not believing that I've had great ideas for you. What do you mean by my soaring and sailing? She pursued. I've never moved on a higher plane than I'm moving on now. There's nothing higher for a girl than to marry a person she likes, said poor Isabel, wandering into the didactic. It's your liking the person we speak of that I venture to criticise, my dear cousin. I should have said that the man for you would have been a more active, larger, freer sort of nature. Ralph hesitated, then added, I can't get over the sense that Osmond is somehow, well, small. He had uttered the last word with no great assurance. He was afraid she would flash out again. But to his surprise, she was quiet. She had the air of considering. Small? She made it sound immense. I think he's narrow, selfish. He takes himself so seriously. He has a great respect for himself. I don't blame him for that, said Isabel. It makes one more sure to respect others. Ralph, for a moment, felt almost reassured by a reasonable tone. Yes, but everything is relative. One ought to feel one's relation to things, to others. I don't think Mr. Osmond does that. I've chiefly to do with this relation to me, in that he's excellent. He's the incarnation of taste, Ralph went on, thinking hard how he could best express Gilbert Osmond's sinister attributes without putting himself in the wrong by seeming to describe him coarsely. He wished to describe him impersonally, scientifically. He judges and measures, approves and condemns, altogether by that. It's a happy thing, then, that his taste should be exquisite. It's exquisite indeed, since it has led him to select you as his bride. But have you ever seen such a taste, a really exquisite one ruffled? I hope it may never be my fortune to fail to gratify my husband's. At these words, a sudden passion leapt to Ralph's lips. Ah, that's wilful, that's unworthy of you. You were not meant to be measured in that way. You were meant for something better than to keep guard over the sensibilities of a sterile dilettante. Isabel rose quickly, and he did the same, so that they stood for a moment looking at each other as if he had flung down a defiance or an insult. But you go too far, she simply breathed. I've said what I had on my mind, and I've said it because I love you. Isabel turned pale. Was he too on that tiresome list? She had a sudden wish to strike him off. Ah, then, you're not disinterested. I love you, but I love without hope, said Ralph quickly, forcing a smile, and feeling that in the last declaration he had expressed more than he intended. Isabel moved away and stood looking into the sunny stillness of the garden, but after a little she turned back to him. I'm afraid your talk, then, is the wildness of despair. I don't understand it, but it doesn't matter. I'm not arguing with you. It's impossible I should. I've only tried to listen to you. I'm much obliged to you for attempting to explain, she said gently, as if the anger with which she had just sprung up had already subsided. It's very good of you to try to warn me, if you're really alarmed, but I won't promise to think of what you've said. I shall forget it as soon as possible. Try and forget it yourself. You've done your duty, and no man can do more. I can't explain to you what I feel, what I believe, and I wouldn't if I could. She paused a moment, and then went on with an inconsequence that Ralph observed even in the midst of his eagerness to discover some symptom of concession. I can't enter into your idea of Mr. Osmond. I can't do it justice, because I see him in quite another way. He's not important, no, he's not important. He's a man to whom importance is supremely indifferent. If that's what you mean when you call him small, then he's as small as you please. I call that large. It's the largest thing I know. I won't pretend to argue with you about a person I'm going to marry, Isabel repeated. I'm not in the least concerned to defend Mr. Osmond. He's not so weak as to need my defence. I should think it would seem strange even to yourself that I should talk of him so quietly and coldly, as if he were anyone else. I wouldn't talk of him at all to anyone but you. And you, after what you've said, I may just answer you once for all. Pray, would you wish me to make a mercenary marriage, what they call a marriage of ambition? I've only one ambition, to be free to follow out a good feeling. I had others once, but they've passed away. Do you complain of Mr. Osmond because he's not rich? That's just what I like him for. I've fortunately money enough. I've never felt so thankful for it as today. There have been moments when I should like to go and kneel down by your father's grave. He did perhaps a better thing than he knew when he put it into my power to marry a poor man, a man who has borne his poverty with such dignity, with such indifference. Mr. Osmond has never scrambled nor struggled. He has cared for no worldly prize. If that's to be narrow, if that's to be selfish, then it's very well. I'm not frightened by such words. I'm not even displeased. I'm only sorry that you should make a mistake. Others might have done so, but I'm surprised that you should. You might know a gentleman when you see one. You might know a fine mind. Mr. Osmond makes no mistakes. He knows everything. He understands everything. He has the kindest, gentlest, highest spirit. You've got hold of some false idea. It's a pity, but I can't help it. It regards you more than me. Isabel paused a moment, looking at her cousin with an eye illumined by a sentiment which contradicted the careful calmness of her manner, a mingled sentiment to which the angry pain excited by his words and the wounded pride of having needed to justify a choice of which she felt only the nobleness and purity equally contributed. Though she paused, Ralph said nothing. He saw she had more to say. She was grand, but she was highly solicitous. She was indifferent, but she was all in a passion. What sort of a person should you have liked me to marry? She asked suddenly. You talk about one soaring and sailing, but if one marries at all, one touches the earth. One has human feelings and needs. One has a heart in one's bosom, and one must marry a particular individual. Your mother has never forgiven me for not having come to a better understanding with Lord Warburton, and she's horrified at my contenting myself with a person who has none of his great advantages, no property, no title, no honours, no house, nor lands, nor position, nor reputation, nor brilliant belongings of any sort. It's the total absence of all these things that pleases me. Mr. Osmond's simply a very lonely, a very cultivated, and a very honest man. He's not a prodigious proprietor. Ralph had listened with great attention, as if everything she said merited deep consideration. But in truth, he was only half thinking of the things she said. He was, for the rest, simply accommodating himself to the weight of his total impression, the impression of her ardent good faith. She was wrong, but she believed. She was deluded, but she was dismally consistent. It was wonderfully characteristic of her that, having invented a fine theory about Gilbert Osmond, she loved him not for what he really possessed, but for his very poverties dressed out as honours. Ralph remembered what he had said to his father about wishing to put it into her power to meet the requirements of her imagination. He had done so, and the girl had taken full advantage of luxury. Poor Ralph felt sick. He felt ashamed. Isabel had uttered her last words with a low solemnity of conviction which virtually terminated the discussion, and she closed it formally by turning away and walking back to the house. Ralph walked beside her, and they passed into the court together and reached the big staircase. Here he stopped, and Isabel paused, turning on him a face of elation, absolutely and perversely of gratitude. His opposition had made her own conception of her conduct clearer to her. "Shall you not come up to breakfast?" she asked. "No, I want no breakfast. I'm not hungry." "You ought to eat," said the girl. "You live on air." "I do, very much. I shall go back into the garden and take another mouthful. I came thus far simply to say this. I told you last year that if you were to get into trouble, I should feel terribly sold. That's how I feel today. Do you think I'm in trouble? One's in trouble when one's in error." "Very well," said Isabel. "I shall never complain of my trouble to you." And she moved up the staircase. Ralph, standing there with his hands in his pockets, followed her with his eyes. Then, The lurking chill of the high-walled court struck him and made him shiver, so that he returned to the garden to breakfast on the Florentine sunshine. Chapter 35. Isabel, when she strolled in the cascine with her lover, felt no impulse to tell him how little he was approved at Palazzo Crescentini. The discreet opposition offered to her marriage by her aunt and her cousin made, on the whole, no great impression upon her. The moral of it was simply that they disliked Gilbert Osmond. This dislike was not alarming to Isabel. She scarcely even regretted it, for it served mainly to throw into high relief the fact, in every way so honourable, that she married to please herself. One did other things to please other people. One did this for a more personal satisfaction. And Isabel's satisfaction was confirmed by her lover's admirable good conduct. Gilbert Osmond was in love, and he had never deserved less than during these still bright days, each of them numbered, which preceded the fulfilment of his hopes, the harsh criticism passed upon him by Ralph Touchett. The chief impression produced on Isabel's spirit by this criticism was that the passion of love separated its victim terribly from everyone but the loved object. She felt herself disjoined from everyone she had ever known before, from her two sisters, who wrote to express a dutiful hope that she would be happy, and a surprise, somewhat more vague, at her not having chosen a consort who was the hero of a richer accumulation of anecdote, from Henrietta, who, she was sure, would come out too late on purpose to remonstrate, from Lord Warburton, who would certainly console himself, and from Casper Goodwood, who perhaps would not, from her aunt, who had cold, shallow ideas about marriage, from which she was not sorry to display her contempt, and from Ralph, whose talk about having great views for her was surely but a whimsical cover for a personal disappointment. Ralph apparently wished her not to marry at all. That was what it really meant, because he was amused with the spectacle of her adventures as a single woman. His disappointment made him say angry things about the man she had preferred even to him. Isabel flattered herself that she believed Ralph had been angry. It was the more easy for her to believe this because, as I say, she had now little free or unemployed emotion for minor needs, and accepted as an incident, in fact quite as an ornament, of her lot the idea that to prefer Gilbert Osmond as she preferred him was to perforce to break all other ties. She tasted of the sweets of this preference, and they made her conscious, almost with awe, of the invidious and remorseless tide of the charmed and possessed condition. Great as was the traditional honour and imputed virtue of being in love, it was the tragic part of happiness. One's right was always made of the wrong of someone else. The elation of success, which surely now flamed high in Osmond, emitted meanwhile very little smoke for so brilliant a blaze. Contentment, on his part, took no vulgar form. Excitement, in the most self-conscious of men, was a kind of ecstasy of self-control. This disposition, however, made him an admirable lover. It gave him a constant view of the smitten and dedicated state. He never forgot himself, as I say, and so he never forgot to be graceful and tender, to wear the appearance which presented indeed no difficulty of stirred senses and deep intentions. He was immensely pleased with his young lady. Madame Merle had made him a present of incalculable value. What could be a finer thing to live with than a high spirit attuned to softness? For would not the softness be all for oneself, and the strenuousness for society, which admired the air of superiority? What could be a happier gift in a companion than a quick, fanciful mind, which saved one repetitions and reflected one's thought on a polished, elegant surface? Osmond hated to see his thought reproduced literally. That made it look stale and stupid. He preferred it to be freshened in the reproduction even as words by music. His egotism had never taken the crude form of desiring a dull wife. This lady's intelligence was to be a silver plate, not an earthen one, a plate that he might heap up with ripe fruits, to which it would give a decorative value, so that talk might become for him a sort of served dessert. He found the silver quality in this perfection in Isabel. He could tap her imagination with his knuckle and make it ring. He knew perfectly, though he had not been told, that their union enjoyed little favour with the girl's relations, but he had always treated her so completely as an independent person that it hardly seemed necessary to express regret for the attitude of her family. Nevertheless, one morning he made an abrupt allusion to it. "It's the difference in our fortune they don't like," he said. "They think I'm in love with your money." "Are you speaking of my aunt, of my cousin?" Isabel asked. "How do you know what they think?" "You've not told me they're pleased, and when I wrote to Mrs. Touchette the other day, she never answered my note. If they had been delighted, I should have had some sign of it, and the fact of my being poor and you rich is the most obvious explanation of their reserve. But of course, when a poor man marries a rich girl, he must be prepared for imputations. I don't mind them, I only care for one thing, for your not having the shadow of a doubt. I don't care what people of whom I ask nothing think. I'm not even capable, perhaps, of wanting to know. I've never so concerned myself, God forgive me, and why should I begin today, when I've taken to myself a compensation for everything? I won't pretend I'm sorry you're rich. I'm delighted. I delight in everything that's yours, whether it be money or virtue. Money's a horrid thing to follow, but a charming thing to meet. It seems to me, however, that I've sufficiently proved the limits of my itch for it. I never in my life tried to earn a penny, and I ought to be less subject to suspicion than most of the people one sees grubbing and grabbing. I suppose it's their business to suspect that of your family. It's proper on the whole they should. They like me better some day, so will you for that matter. Meanwhile, my business is not to make myself bad blood, but simply to be thankful for life and love. It has made me better loving you, he said on another occasion. It has made me wiser and easier, and I won't pretend to deny, brighter and nicer and even stronger. I used to want a great many things before, and to be angry I didn't have them. Theoretically, I was satisfied, as I once told you. I flattered myself I had limited my wants, but I was subject to irritation. I used to have morbid, sterile, hateful fits of hunger, of desire. Now I'm really satisfied, because I can't think of anything better. It's just as when one has been trying to spell out a book in the twilight, and suddenly the lamp comes in. I'd been putting out my eyes over the book of life, and finding nothing to reward me for my pains. But now that I can read it properly, I see it's a delightful story. My dear girl, I can't tell you how life seems to stretch there before us. What a long summer afternoon awaits us. It's the latter half of an Italian day, with a golden haze, and the shadows just lengthening, and that divine delicacy in the light, the air, the landscape, which I have loved all my life, and which you love today. Upon my honour, I don't see why we shouldn't get on. We've got what we like to say, nothing of having each other. We've the faculty of admiration and several capital convictions. We're not stupid, we're not mean, we're not under bonds to any kind of ignorance or dreariness. You're remarkably fresh, and I'm remarkably well seasoned. We've my poor child to amuse us. We'll try and make up some little life for her. It's all soft and mellow. It has the Italian colouring. They made a good many plans, but they left themselves also a good deal of latitude. It was a matter of course, however, that they should live for the present in Italy. It was in Italy that they had met. Italy had been a party to their first impressions of each other, and Italy should be a party to their happiness. Osmond had the attachment of old acquaintance, and Isabel the stimulus of new, which seemed to assure her a future at a high level of consciousness of the beautiful. The desire for unlimited expansion had been succeeded in her soul by the sense that life was vacant without some private duty that might gather one's energies to a point. She had told Ralph she had seen life in a year or two, and that she was already tired, not of the act of living, but of that of observing. What had become of all her ardours, her aspirations, her theories, her high estimate of her independence, and her incipient conviction that she should never marry? These things had been absorbed in a more primitive need, a need the answer to which brushed away numberless questions, yet gratified infinite desires. It simplified the situation at a stroke. It came down from above, like the light of the stars, and it needed no explanation. There was explanation enough in the fact that he was her lover, her own, and that she should be able to be of use to him. She could surrender to him with a kind of humility. She could marry him with a kind of pride. She was not only taking, she was giving. He brought Pansy with him 2 or 3 times to the casino. Pansy, who was very little taller than a year before and not much older. That she would always be a child was a conviction expressed by her father, who held her by the hand when she was in her 16th year and told her to go and play while he sat down a little with the pretty lady. Pansy wore a short dress and a long coat. Her hat always seemed too big for her. She found pleasure in walking off with quick, short steps to the end of the alley and then in walking back with a smile that seemed an appeal for approbation. Isabel approved in abundance, and the abundance had the personal touch that the child's affectionate nature craved. She watched her indications as if for herself also much depended on them. Pansy already so represented part of the service she could render, part of the responsibility she could face. Her father took so the childish view of her that he had not yet explained to her the new relation in which he stood to the elegant Miss Archer. "She doesn't know," he said to Isabel. "She doesn't guess. She thinks it perfectly natural that you and I should come and walk here together simply as good friends. There seems to me something enchantingly innocent in that. It's the way I like her to be. No, I'm not a failure, as I used to think. I've succeeded in 2 things. I'm to marry the woman I adore, and I've brought up my child, as I wished, in the old way." He was very fond in all things of the old way that had struck Isabel as one of his fine, quiet, sincere notes. "It occurs to me that you'll not know whether you've succeeded until you've told her," she said. "You must see how she takes your news. She may be horrified. She may be jealous. I'm not afraid of that. She's too fond of you on her own account. I should like to leave her in the dark a little longer to see if it will come into her head that if we're not engaged, we ought to be." Isabel was impressed by Osmond's artistic, the plastic view, as it somehow appeared, of Pansy's innocence, her own appreciation of it being more anxiously moral. She was perhaps not the less pleased when he told her a few days later that he had communicated the fact to his daughter, who had made such a pretty little speech. "Oh, then I shall have a beautiful sister." She was neither surprised nor alarmed. She had not cried, as he expected. "Perhaps she had guessed it," said Isabel. "Don't say that. I should be disgusted if I believed that. I thought it would be just a little shock, but the way she took it proves that her good manners are paramount. That's also what I wished. You shall see for yourself. Tomorrow she shall make you her congratulations in person." The meeting on the morrow took place at the Countess Gemini's, whither Pansy had been conducted by her father, who knew that Isabel was to come in the afternoon to return a visit made by her by the Countess on learning that they were to become sisters-in-law. Calling at Casa Touchette, the visitor had not found Isabel at home, but after our young woman had been ushered into the Countess's drawing-room, Pansy arrived to say that her aunt would presently appear. Pansy was spending the day with that lady, who thought her of an age to begin to learn how to carry herself in company. It was Isabel's view that the little girl might have given lessons in deportment to a relative, and nothing could have justified this conviction more than the manner in which Pansy acquitted herself while they waited together for the Countess. Her father's decision the year before had finally been to send her back to the convent to receive the last graces, and Madame Catherine had evidently carried out her theory that Pansy was to be fitted for the great world. "Papa has told me that you've kindly consented to marry him," said this excellent woman's pupil. "It's very delightful. I think you'll suit very well. You think I shall suit you. You'll suit me beautifully, but what I mean is that you and Papa will suit each other. You're both so quiet and so serious. You're not so quiet as he, or even as Madame Merle, but you're more quiet than many others. He should not, for instance, have a wife like my aunt. She's always in motion, and agitation today especially. You'll see when she comes in. They told us at the convent it was wrong to judge our elders, but I suppose there's no harm if we judge them favourably. You'll be a delightful companion for Papa." "For you too, I hope," Isabel said. I speak first of him on purpose. I've told you already what I myself think of you. I liked you from the first. I admire you so much that I think it will be a good fortune to have you always before me. You'll be my model. I shall try to imitate you, though I'm afraid it will be very feeble. I'm very glad for Papa. He needed something more than me. Without you, I don't see how he could have got it. You'll be my stepmother, but we mustn't use that word. They're always said to be cruel. But I don't think you'll ever so much as pinch or even push me. I'm not afraid at all. My good little Pansy, said Isabel gently, I shall be ever so kind to you. A vague, inconsequent vision of her coming in some odd way to need it had intervened with the effect of a chill. Very well then, I've nothing to fear, the child returned with her note of prepared promptitude. What teaching she had had, it seemed to suggest, or what penalties for non-performance she dreaded. Her description of her aunt had not been incorrect. The Countess Gemini was further than ever from having folded her wings. She entered the room with a flutter through the air and kissed Isabel first on the forehead and then on each cheek, as if according to some ancient prescribed rite. She drew the visitor to a sofa and, looking at her with a variety of turns of the head, began to talk very much as if, seated brush in hand before an easel, she were applying a series of considered touches to a composition of figures already sketched in. If you expect me to congratulate you, I must beg you to excuse me. I don't suppose you care if I do or not. I believe you're supposed not to care through being so clever for all sorts of ordinary things. But I care myself if I tell fibs. I never tell them unless there's something rather good to be gained. I don't see what's to be gained with you, especially as you wouldn't believe me. I don't make professions any more than I make paper flowers or flouncy lampshades. I don't know how. My lampshades would be sure to take fire, my roses and my fibs to be larger than life. I'm very glad for my own sake that you're to marry Osmond, but I won't pretend I'm glad for yours. You're very brilliant, you know. That's the way you're always spoken of. You're an heiress and very good-looking and original, not banal, so it's a good thing to have you in the family. Our family's very good, you know. Osmond will have told you that. And my mother was rather distinguished. She was called the American Corinne. But we're dreadfully fallen, I think, and perhaps you'll pick us up. I've great confidence in you. There are ever so many things I want to talk to you about. I never congratulate any girl on marrying. I think they ought to make it somehow not quite so awful a steel trap. I suppose Pansy oughtn't to hear all this, but that's what she has come to me for, to acquire the tone of society. There's no harm in her knowing what horrors she may be in for. When first I got an idea that my brother had designs on you, I thought of writing to you, to recommend you in the strongest terms not to listen to him. Then I thought it would be disloyal, and I hate anything of that kind. Besides, as I say, I was enchanted for myself, and after all, I'm very selfish. By the way, you won't respect me, not one little mite, and we shall never be intimate. I should like it, but you won't. Some day, all the same, we shall be better friends than you will believe at first. My husband will come and see you, though. As you probably know, he's on no sort of terms with Osmond. He's very fond of going to see pretty women, but I'm not afraid of you. In the first place, I don't care what he does. In the second, you won't care a straw for him. He won't be a bit at any time your affair, and, stupid as he is, he'll see you're not his. Some day, if you can stand it, I'll tell you all about him. Do you think my niece ought to go out of the room? Pansy, go and practice a little in my boudoir. Let her stay, please, said Isabel. I would rather hear nothing that Pansy may not. Chapter 36. One afternoon of the autumn of 1876, toward dusk, a young man of pleasing appearance rang at the door of a small apartment on the third floor of an old Roman house. On its being opened, he inquired for Madame Merle, whereupon the servant, a neat, plain woman with a French face and a lady's maid's manner, ushered him into a diminutive drawing-room and requested the favour of his name. "Mr. Edward Rosier," said the young man, who sat down to wait till his hostess should appear. The reader will perhaps not have forgotten that Mr. Rosier was an ornament of the American circle in Paris, but it may also be remembered that he sometimes vanished from its horizon. He had spent a portion of several winters at Pau, and as he was a gentleman of constituted habits, he might have continued for years to pay his annual visit to this charming resort. In the summer of 1876, however, an incident befell him which changed the current not only of his thoughts, but of his customary sequences. He passed a month in the Upper Engadine and encountered at St. Moritz a charming young girl. To this little person he began to pay, on the spot, particular attention. She struck him as exactly the household angel he had been looking for. He was never precipitate. He was nothing if not discreet, so he forbore for the present to declare his passion. But it seemed to him, when they parted, the young lady to go down into Italy, and her admirer to proceed to Geneva, where he was under bonds to join other friends, that he should be romantically wretched if he were not to see her again. The simplest way to do so was to go in the autumn to Rome, where Miss Osmond was domiciled with her family. Mr. Rosier started on his pilgrimage to the Italian capital and reached it on the 1st of November. It was a pleasant thing to do, but for the young man there was a strain of the heroic in the enterprise. He might expose himself unseasoned to the poison of the Roman air, which in November lay notoriously much in wait. Fortune, however, favours the brave, and this adventurer, who took 3 grains of quinine a day, had, at the end of a month, no cause to deplore his temerity. He had made, to a certain extent, good use of his time. He had devoted it in vain to finding a flaw in Pansy Osmond's composition. She was admirably finished. She had had the last touch. She was really a consummate piece. He thought of her in amorous meditation a good deal, as he might have thought of a Dresden china shepherdess. Miss Osmond, indeed, in the bloom of her juvenility, had a hint of the rococo which Rosier, whose taste was predominantly for that manner, could not fail to appreciate. That he esteemed the productions of comparatively frivolous periods would have been apparent from the attention he bestowed upon Madame Merle's drawing-room, which, although furnished with specimens of every style, was especially rich in articles of the last 2 centuries. He had immediately put a glass into one eye and looked round, and then, "By Jove, she has some jolly good things," he had yearningly murmured. The room was small and densely filled with furniture. It gave an impression of faded silk and little statuettes which might totter if one moved. Rosier got up and wandered about with his careful tread, bending over the tables charged with knickknacks and the cushions embossed with princely arms. When Madame Merle came in, she found him standing before the fireplace with his nose very close to the great lace flounce attached to the damask cover of the mantle. He had lifted it delicately, as if he was smelling it. "It's old Venetian," she said. "It's rather good. It's too good for this. You ought to wear it. They tell me you have some better in Paris, in the same situation." "Ah, but I can't wear mine," smiled the visitor. "I don't see why you shouldn't. I've better lace than that to wear." His eyes wandered lingeringly round the room again. "You've some very good things." "Yes, but I hate them." "Do you want to get rid of them?" the young man quickly asked. "No, it's good to have something to hate. One works it off." "I love my things," said Mr. Rosier, as he sat there flushed with all his recognitions. "But it's not about them, nor about yours, that I came to talk to you." He paused a moment, and then, with greater softness, "I care more for Miss Osmond than for all the bibelots in Europe." Madame Merle opened wide eyes. "Did you come to tell me that?" "I came to ask your advice." She looked at him with a friendly frown, stroking her chin with a large white hand. "A man in love, you know, doesn't ask advice." "Why not, if he's in a difficult position? That's often the case with a man in love. I've been in love before, and I know, but never so much as this time, really never so much. I should like particularly to know what you think of my prospects. I'm afraid that for Mr. Osmond, I'm not, well, a real collector's piece." "Do you wish me to intercede?" Madame Merle asked with her fine arms folded and a handsome mouth drawn up to the left. If you could say a good word for me, I should be greatly obliged. There will be no use in my troubling Miss Osmond unless I have good reason to believe her father will consent. You're very considerate, that's in your favour, but you assume, in rather an off-hand way, that I think you a prize. You've been very kind to me, said the young man. That's why I came. I'm always kind to people who have good Louis Quatorze. It's very rare now, and there's no telling what one may get by it, with which the left-hand corner of Madame Merle's mouth gave expression to the joke. But he looked, in spite of it, literally apprehensive and consistently strenuous. Ah, I thought you liked me for myself. I like you very much, but if you please, we won't analyse. Pardon me if I seem patronising, but I think you a perfect little gentleman. I must tell you, however, that I've not the marrying of Pansy Osmond. I didn't suppose that, but you've seemed to me intimate with her family, and I thought you might have influence. Madame Merle considered. Whom do you call her family? Why, her father, and how do you say it in English? Her belle-mère. Mr. Osmond's her father, certainly, but his wife can scarcely be termed a member of her family. Mrs. Osmond has nothing to do with marrying her. I'm sorry for that, said Rosier, with an amiable sigh of good faith. I think Mrs. Osmond would favour me. Very likely if her husband doesn't. He raised his eyebrows. Does she take the opposite line from him? In everything, they think quite differently. Well, said Rosier, I'm sorry for that, but it's none of my business. She's very fond of Pansy. Yes, she's very fond of Pansy. And Pansy has a great affection for her. She has told me how she loves her as if she were her own mother. You must, after all, have had some very intimate talk with the poor child, said Madame Merle. Have you declared your sentiments? Never, cried Rosier, lifting his neatly gloved hand. Never till I've assured myself of those of the parents. You always wait for that. You've excellent principles. You observe the proprieties. I think you're laughing at me, the young man murmured, dropping back in his chair and feeling his small moustache. I didn't expect that of you, Madame Merle. She shook her head calmly, like a person who saw things as she saw them. You don't do me justice. I think your conduct in excellent taste, and the best you could adopt. Yes, that's what I think. I wouldn't agitate her, only to agitate her. I love her too much for that, said Ned Rosier. I'm glad, after all, that you've told me, Madame Merle went on. Leave it to me a little. I think I can help you. I said you were the person to come to, her visitor cried with prompt elation. You were very clever, Madame Merle returned more dryly. When I say I can help you, I mean once assuming your cause to be good. Let us think a little if it is. I'm awfully decent, you know, said Rosier earnestly. I won't say I've no faults, but I'll say I've no vices. All that's negative, and it always depends, also, on what people call vices. What's the positive side? What's the virtuous? What have you got besides your Spanish lace and your Dresden teacups? I've a comfortable little fortune, about 40,000 francs a year. With the talent I have for arranging, we can live beautifully on such an income. Beautifully, no. Sufficiently, yes. Even that depends on where you live. Well, in Paris. I would undertake it in Paris. Madame Merle's mouth rose to the left. It wouldn't be famous. You'd have to make use of the teacups, and they'd get broken. We don't want to be famous. If Miss Osmond should have everything pretty, it would be enough. When one's as pretty as she, one can afford, well, quite cheap faience. She ought never to wear anything but muslin, without the sprig, said Rosier reflectively. Wouldn't you even allow her the sprig? She'd be much obliged to you at any rate for that theory. It's the correct one, I assure you, and I'm sure she'd enter into it. She understands all that. That's why I love her. She's a very good little girl, and most tidy, also extremely graceful. But her father, to the best of my belief, can give her nothing. Rosier scarce demurred. I don't in the least desire that he should, but I may remark all the same that he lives like a rich man. The money, his wife's. She brought him a large fortune. Mrs. Osmond, then, is very fond of her stepdaughter. She may do something. For a love-sick swain, you have your eyes about you, Madame Merle exclaimed with a laugh. I esteem a dot very much. I can do without it, but I esteem it. Mrs. Osmond, Madame Merle went on, will probably prefer to keep her money for her own children. Her own children? Surely she has none. She may have yet. She had a poor little boy who died 2 years ago, 6 months after his birth. Others, therefore, may come. I hope they will, if it will make her happy. She's a splendid woman. Madame Merle failed to burst into speech. Ah, about her there's much to be said. Splendid as you like. We've not exactly made out that you're a party. The absence of vices is hardly a source of income. Pardon me, I think it may be, said Rosier quite lucidly. You'll be a touching couple, living on your innocence. I think you underrate me. You're not so innocent as that. Seriously, said Madame Merle. Of course, 40,000 francs a year and a nice character are a combination to be considered. I don't say it's to be jumped at, but there might be a worse offer. Mr. Osmond, however, will probably incline to believe he can do better. Do so perhaps, but what can his daughter do? She can't do better than marry the man she loves. For she does, you know, Rosier added eagerly. She does, I know it. Ah, cried the young man, I said you were the person to come to. But I don't know how you know it, if you haven't asked her, Madame Merle went on. In such a case, there's no need of asking and telling. As you say, we're an innocent couple. How did you know it? I, who am not innocent? By being very crafty. Leave it to me. I'll find out for you. Rosier got up and stood smoothing his hat. You say that rather coldly. Don't simply find out how it is, but try to make it as it should be. I'll do my best. I'll try to make the most of your advantages. Thank you so very much. Meanwhile then, I'll say a word to Mrs. Osmond. Gardez-vous bien, and Madame Merle was on her feet. Don't set her going, or you'll spoil everything. Rosier gazed into his hat. He wondered whether his hostess had been after all the right person to come to. I don't think I understand you. I'm an old friend of Mrs. Osmond, and I think she would like me to succeed. Be an old friend as much as you like. The more old friends she has, the better, for she doesn't get on very well with some of her new. But don't, for the present, try to make her take up the cudgels for you. Her husband may have other views, and, as a person who wishes her well, I advise you not to multiply points of difference between them. Poor Mr. Rosier's face assumed an expression of alarm. A suit for the hand of Pansy Osmond was even a more complicated business than his taste for proper transitions had allowed. But the extreme good sense which he concealed under a surface suggesting that of a careful owner's best set came to his assistance. I don't see that I'm bound to consider Mr. Osmond so very much, he exclaimed. No, but you should consider her. You say you're an old friend. Would you make her suffer? Not for the world. Then be very careful and let the matter alone till I've taken a few soundings. Let the matter alone, dear Madame Merle. Remember that I'm in love. Oh, you won't burn up. Why did you come to me if you're not to heed what I say? You're very kind. I'll be very good, the young man promised. But I'm afraid Mr. Osmond's pretty hard, he added his mild voice as he went to the door. Madame Merle gave a short laugh. It has been said before, but his wife isn't easy either. Ah, she's a splendid woman, Ned Rosier repeated, for departure. He resolved that his conduct should be worthy of an aspirant who was already a model of discretion, but he saw nothing in any pledge he had given Madame Merle that made it improper he should keep himself in spirits by an occasional visit to Miss Osmond's home. He reflected constantly on what his adviser had said to him, and turned over in his mind the impression of her rather circumspect tone. He had gone to her de confiance, as they put it in Paris, but it was possible he himself had been precipitate. He found difficulty in thinking of himself as rash. He had incurred his reproach so rarely, but it certainly was true that he had known Madame Merle only for the last month, and that his thinking her a delightful woman was not, when one came to look into it, a reason for assuming that she should be eager to push Pansy Osmond into his arms, gracefully arranged as these members might be to receive her. She had indeed shown him benevolence, and she was a person of consideration among the girl's people, where she had a rather striking appearance. Rosier had more than once wondered how she managed it, of being intimate without being familiar, but possibly he had exaggerated these advantages. There was no particular reason why she should take trouble for him. A charming woman was charming to everyone, and Rosier felt rather a fool when he thought of his having appealed to her on the ground that she had distinguished him. Very likely, though she had appeared to say it in joke, she was really only thinking of his bibelots. Had it come into her head that he might offer her 2 or 3 of the gems of his collection? If she would only help him to marry Miss Osmond, he would present her with his whole museum. He could hardly say so to her outright. It would seem too gross a bribe, but he should like her to believe it. It was with these thoughts that he went again to Mrs. Osmond's. Mrs. Osmond having an evening, she had taken the Thursday of each week when his presence could be accounted for on general principles of civility. The object of Mr. Rosier's well-regulated affection dwelt in a high house in the very heart of Rome, a dark and massive structure overlooking a sunny piazzetta in the neighbourhood of the Farnese Palace. In a palace too, little Pansy lived, a palace by Roman measure, but a dungeon to poor Rosier's apprehensive mind. It seemed to him of evil omen that the young lady he wished to marry, and whose fastidious father he doubted of his ability to conciliate, should be immured in a kind of domestic fortress, a pile which bore a stern old Roman name, which smelt of historic deeds, of crime and craft and violence, which was mentioned in Murray and visited by tourists who looked, on a vague survey, disappointed and depressed, and which had frescoes by Caravaggio in the piano nobile and the row of mutilated statues and dusty urns in the wide, noble-arched loggia overhanging the damp court where a fountain gushed out of a mossy niche. In a less preoccupied frame of mind, he could have done justice to the Palazzo Roccanera. He could have entered into the sentiment of Mrs. Osmond, who had once told him that on settling themselves in Rome, she and her husband had chosen this habitation for the love of local colour. It had local colour enough, and though he knew less about the architecture than about Limoges enamels, he could see that the proportions of the windows and even the details of the cornice had quite the grand air. But Rosier was haunted by the conviction that at picturesque periods young girls had been shut up there to keep them from their true loves, and then, under the threat of being thrown into convents, had been forced into unholy marriages. There was one point, however, to which he always did justice when he found himself in Mrs. Osmond's warm, rich-looking reception rooms, which were on the 2nd floor. He acknowledged that these people were very strong in good things. It was a taste of Osmond's own, not at all of hers. This she had told him from the first time he came to the house, when, after asking himself for a quarter of an hour whether they had even better French than he in Paris, he was obliged on the spot to admit that they had very much, and vanquished his envy, as a gentleman should, to the point of expressing to his hostess his pure admiration of her treasures. He learned from Mrs. Osmond that her husband had made a large collection before their marriage, and that, though he had annexed a number of fine pieces within the last 3 years, he had achieved his greatest finds at a time when he had not the advantage of her advice. Rosier interpreted this information according to principles of his own. For advice, read cash, he said to himself, and the fact that Gilbert Osmond had landed his highest prizes during his impecunious season confirmed his most cherished doctrine, the doctrine that a collector may freely be poor if he be only patient. In general, when Rosier presented himself on a Thursday evening, his first recognition was for the walls of the saloon. There were 3 or 4 objects his eyes really yearned for. But after his talk with Madame Merle, he felt the extreme seriousness of his position, and now, when he came in, he looked about for the daughter of the house with such eagerness as might be permitted a gentleman whose smile, as he crossed the threshold, always took everything comfortable for granted. Chapter 37. Pansy was not in the first of the rooms, a large apartment with a concave ceiling and walls covered with old red damask. It was here Mrs. Osmond usually sat, though she was not in her most customary place tonight, and that a circle of more special intimates gathered about the fire. The room was flushed with subdued, diffused brightness. It contained the larger things, and almost always an odour of flowers. Pansy on this occasion was presumably in the next of the series, the resort of younger visitors, where tea was served. Osmond stood before the chimney, leaning back with his hands behind him. He had one foot up and was warming the soul. 6 persons scattered near him were talking together, but he was not in the conversation. His eyes had an expression, frequent with them, that seemed to represent them as engaged with objects more worth their while than the appearances actually thrust upon them. Rosier, coming in unannounced, failed to attract his attention. But the young man, who was very punctilious, though he was even exceptionally conscious that it was the wife, not the husband, he had come to see, went up to shake hands with him. Osmond put out his left hand without changing his attitude. "How d'ye do? My wife's somewhere about." "Never fear, I shall find her," said Rosier cheerfully. Osmond, however, took him in. He had never in his life felt himself so efficiently looked at. Madame Merle has told him, and he doesn't like it, he privately reasoned. He had hoped Madame Merle would be there, but she was not in sight. Perhaps she was in one of the other rooms, or would come later. He had never especially delighted in Gilbert Osmond, having a fancy he gave himself airs. But Rosier was not quickly resentful, and where politeness was concerned, had ever a strong need of being quite in the right. He looked round him and smiled, all without help, and then, in a moment, "I saw a jolly good piece of Capo di Monte today," he said. Osmond answered nothing at first, but presently, while he warmed his boot sole, "I don't care a fig for Capo di Monte," he returned. "I hope you're not losing your interest." "In old pots and plates, yes, I am losing my interest." Rosier for an instant forgot the delicacy of his position. "You're not thinking of parting with a piece or two?" "No, I'm not thinking of parting with anything at all, Mr. Rosier," said Osmond, with his eyes still on the eyes of his visitor. "Ah, you want to keep, but not to add," Rosier remarked brightly. "Exactly. I've nothing I wish to match." Poor Rosier was aware he had blushed. He was distressed at his want of assurance. "Ah, well, I have," was all he could murmur, and he knew his murmur was partly lost as he turned away. He took his course to the adjoining room and met Mrs. Osmond coming out of a deep doorway. She was dressed in black velvet. She looked high and splendid, as he had said, and yet oh so radiantly gentle. We know what Mr. Rosier thought of her, and the terms in which, to Madame Merle, he had expressed his admiration. Like his appreciation of her dear little stepdaughter, it was based partly on his eye for decorative character, his instinct for authenticity, but also on a sense for uncatalogued values, for that secret of a lustre beyond any recorded losing or rediscovering, which his devotion to brittle wares had still not disqualified him to recognise. Mrs. Osmond at present might well have gratified such tastes. The years had touched her only to enrich her. The flower of her youth had not faded, it only hung more quietly on its stem. She had lost something of that quick eagerness to which her husband had privately taken exception. She had more the air of being able to wait. Now, at all events, framed in the gilded doorway, she struck our young man as the picture of a gracious lady. "You see, I'm very regular," he said, "but who should be if I'm not? Yes, I've known you longer than anyone here, but we mustn't indulge in tender reminiscences. I want to introduce you to a young lady." "Ah, please, what young lady?" Rosier was immensely obliging, but this was not what he had come for. "She sits there by the fire in pink and has no one to speak to." Rosier hesitated for a moment. "Can't Mr. Osmond speak to her? He's within 6 feet of her." Mrs. Osmond also hesitated. "She's not very lively, and she doesn't like dull people." "But she's good enough for me." "Ah, now, that's hard." "I only mean that you've ideas for 2, and then you're so obliging." "So is your husband." "No, he's not to me," and Mrs. Osmond vaguely smiled. "That's a sign he should be doubly so to other women." "So I tell him," she said, still smiling. "You see, I want some tea," Rosier went on, looking wistfully beyond. "That's perfect. Go and give some to my young lady." "Very good, but after that I'll abandon her to her fate. The simple truth is, I'm dying to have a little talk with Miss Osmond." "Ah," said Isabel, turning away, "I can't help you there." 5 minutes later, while he handed a teacup to the damsel in pink, whom he had conducted into another room, he wondered whether, in making to Mrs. Osmond the profession I have just quoted, he had broken the spirit of his promise to Madame Merle. Such a question was capable of occupying this young man's mind for a considerable time. At last, however, he became, comparatively speaking, reckless. He cared little what promises he might break. The fate to which he had threatened to abandon the damsel in pink proved to be none so terrible, for Pansy Osmond, who had given him the tea for his companion, Pansy was as fond as ever of making tea, presently came and talked to her. Into this mild colloquy Edward Rosier entered little. He sat by moodily, watching his small sweetheart. If we look at her now through his eyes, we shall at first not see much to remind us of the obedient little girl who, at Florence, 3 years before, was sent to walk short distances in the Cassini, while her father and Miss Archer talked together of matters sacred to elder people. But after a moment we shall perceive that if at 19 Pansy has become a young lady, she doesn't really fill out the part. That, if she has grown very pretty, she lacks in a deplorable degree the quality known and esteemed in the appearance of females as style, and that, if she is dressed with great freshness, she wears her smart attire with an undisguised appearance of saving it, very much as if it were lent her for the occasion. Edward Rosier, it would seem, would have been just the man to note these defects, and in point of fact, there was not a quality of this young lady of any sort that he had not noted. Only he called her qualities by names of his own, some of which, indeed, were happy enough. No, she's unique. She's absolutely unique, he used to say to himself, and you may be sure that not for an instant would he have admitted to you that she was wanting in style. Style? Why, she had the style of a little princess. If you couldn't see it, you had no eye. It was not modern. It was not conscious. It would produce no impression in Broadway. The small, serious damsel in her stiff little dress only looked like an infanta of Velasquez. This was enough for Edward Rosier, who thought her delightfully old-fashioned. Her anxious eyes, her charming lips, her slip of a figure were as touching as a childish prayer. He had now an acute desire to know just to what point she liked him, a desire which made him fidget as he sat in his chair. It made him feel hot, so that he had to pat his forehead with his handkerchief. He had never been so uncomfortable. She was such a perfect jeune fille, and one couldn't make of a jeune fille the inquiry requisite for throwing light on such a point. A jeune fille was what Rosier had always dreamed of, a jeune fille who should yet not be French, for he had felt that this nationality would complicate the question. He was sure Pansy had never looked at a newspaper, and that, in the way of novels, if she had read Sir Walter Scott, it was the very most. An American jeune fille, what could be better than that? She would be frank and gay, and yet would not have walked alone, nor have received letters from men, nor have been taken to the theatre to see the comedy of manners. Rosier could not deny that. As the matter stood, it would be a breach of hospitality to appeal directly to this unsophisticated creature. But he was now in imminent danger of asking himself if hospitality were the most sacred thing in the world. Was not the sentiment that he entertained for Miss Osmond of infinitely greater importance? Of greater importance to him, yes, but not probably to the master of the house. There was one comfort: even if this gentleman had been placed on his guard by Madame Merle, he would not have extended the warning to Pansy. It would not have been part of his policy to let her know that a prepossessing young man was in love with her. But was he in love with her, the prepossessing young man? And all these restrictions of circumstance had ended by irritating him. What had Gilbert Osmond meant by giving him 2 fingers of his left hand? If Osmond was rude, surely he himself might be bold. He felt extremely bold after the dull girl in so vain a disguise of rose colour had responded to the call of her mother, who came in to say, with a significant simper at Rosier, that she must carry her off to other triumphs. The mother and daughter departed together, and now it depended only upon him that he should be virtually alone with Pansy. He had never been alone with her before. He had never been alone with a jeune fille. It was a great moment. Poor Rosier began to pat his forehead again. There was another room beyond the one in which they stood, a small room that had been thrown open and lighted, but that, the company not being numerous, had remained empty all the evening. It was empty yet. It was upholstered in pale yellow. There were several lamps. Through the open door it looked the very temple of authorized love. Rosier gazed a moment through this aperture. He was afraid that Pansy would run away, and felt almost capable of stretching out a hand to detain her. But she lingered where the other maiden had left him, making no motion to join a knot of visitors on the far side of the room. For a little it occurred to him that she was frightened, too frightened perhaps to move, but a second glance assured him she was not, and he then reflected that she was too innocent indeed for that. After a supreme hesitation, he asked her if he might go and look at the yellow room, which seemed so attractive yet so virginal. He had been there already with Osmond to inspect the furniture, which was of the First French Empire, and especially to admire the clock, which he didn't really admire, an immense classic structure of that period. He therefore felt that he had now begun to manoeuvre. "Certainly you may go," said Pansy, "and if you like, I'll show you." She was not in the least frightened. "That's just what I hoped you'd say. You're so very kind," Rosier murmured. They went in together. Rosier really thought the room very ugly, and it seemed cold. The same idea appeared to have struck Pansy. "It's not for winter evenings, it's for summer," she said. "Papa's taste. He has so much." He had a good deal, Rosier thought, but some of it was very bad. He looked about him. He hardly knew what to say in such a situation. "Doesn't Mrs. Osmond care how her rooms are done? Has she no taste?" he asked. "Oh yes, a great deal, but it's more for literature," said Pansy, "and for conversation. But Papa cares also for those things, and he knows everything." Rosier was silent a little. "There's one thing I'm sure he knows," he broke out presently. "He knows that when I come here, it's, with all respect to him, with all respect to Mrs. Osmond, who's so charming, it's really," said the young man, "to see you." "To see me?" And Pansy raised her vaguely troubled eyes. "To see you, that's what I come for," Rosier repeated, feeling the intoxication of a rupture with authority. Pansy stood looking at him, simply, intently, openly. A blush was not needed to make her face more modest. "I thought it was for that." "And it was not disagreeable to you?" "I couldn't tell. I didn't know. You never told me," said Pansy. "I was afraid of offending you." "You don't offend me," the young girl murmured, smiling as if an angel had kissed her. "You like me then, Pansy?" Rosier asked very gently, feeling very happy. "Yes, I like you." They had walked to the chimney-piece where the big, cold Empire clock was perched. They were well within the room and beyond observation from without. The tone in which she had said these 4 words seemed to him the very breath of nature, and his only answer could be to take her hand and hold it for a moment. Then he raised it to his lips. She submitted, still with her pure, trusting smile, in which there was something ineffably passive. She liked him. She had liked him all the while. Now anything might happen. She was ready. She had been ready always, waiting for him to speak. If he had not spoken, she would have waited forever. But when the word came, she dropped like the peach from the shaken tree. Rosier felt that if he should draw her toward him and hold her to his heart, she would submit without a murmur, would rest there without a question. It was true that this would be a rash experiment in a yellow Empire Salotino. She had known it was for her he came, and yet, like what a perfect little lady, she had carried it off. "You're very dear to me," he murmured, trying to believe that there was after all such thing as hospitality. She looked a moment at her hand where he had kissed it. "Did you say Papa knows? You told me just now he knows everything." "I think you must make sure," said Pansy. "Ah, my dear, when once I'm sure of you," Rosier murmured in her ear, whereupon she turned back to the other rooms with a little air of consistency which seemed to imply that their appeal should be immediate. The other rooms, meanwhile, had become conscious of the arrival of Madame Merle, who, wherever she went, produced an impression when she entered. How she did it, the most attentive spectator could not have told you, for she neither spoke loud, nor laughed profusely, nor moved rapidly, nor dressed with splendour, nor appealed in any appreciable manner to the audience. Large, fair, smiling, serene, there was something in her very tranquillity that diffused itself, and when people looked around it, it was because of a sudden quiet. On this occasion she had done the quietest thing she could do after embracing Mrs. Osmond, which was more striking. She had sat down on a small sofa to commune with the master of the house. There was a brief exchange of commonplaces between these two. They always paid, in public, a certain formal tribute to the commonplace. And then Madame Merle, whose eyes had been wandering, asked if little Mr. Rosier had come this evening. "He came nearly an hour ago, but he has disappeared," Osmond said. "And where's Pansy?" "In the other room. There are several people there." "He's probably among them," said Madame Merle. "Do you wish to see him?" Osmond asked in a provokingly pointless tone. Madame Merle looked at him a moment. She knew each of his tones to the 1/8 of a note. Yes, I should like to say to him that I've told you what he wants, and that it interests you but feebly. Don't tell him that. He'll try to interest me more, which is exactly what I don't want. Tell him I hate his proposal. But you don't hate it. It doesn't signify. I don't love it. I let him see that myself this evening. I was rude to him on purpose. That sort of thing's a great bore. There's no hurry. I'll tell him that you'll take time and think it over. No, don't do that. He'll hang on. If I discourage him, he'll do the same. Yes, but in the one case he'll try to talk and explain, which would be exceedingly tiresome. In the other, he'll probably hold his tongue and go in for some deeper game. That will leave me quiet. I hate talking with a donkey. Is that what you call poor Mr. Rosier? Oh, he's a nuisance, with his eternal majolica. Madame Merle dropped her eyes. She had a faint smile. He's a gentleman. He has a charming temper, and, after all, an income of 40,000 francs. It's misery gentile misery, Osmond broke in. It's not what I've dreamed of for Pansy. Very good then. He has promised me not to speak to her. Do you believe him? Osmond asked absent-mindedly. Perfectly. Pansy has thought a great deal about him, but I don't suppose you consider that matters. I don't consider it matters at all, but neither do I believe she has thought of him. That opinion's more convenient, said Madame Merle quietly. Has she told you she's in love with him? For what do you take her? And for what do you take me? Madame Merle added in a moment. Osmond had raised his foot and was resting his slim ankle on the other knee. He clasped his ankle in his hand familiarly. His long, fine forefinger and thumb could make a ring for it, and gazed a while before him. This kind of thing doesn't find me unprepared. It's what I educated her for. It was all for this, that when such a case should come up, she should do what I prefer. I'm not afraid that she'll not do it. Well then, where's the hitch? I don't see any, but all the same, I recommend you not to get rid of Mr. Rosier. Keep him on hand. He may be useful. I can't keep him. Keep him yourself. Very good. I'll put him into a corner and allow him so much a day. Madame Merle had, for the most part, while they talked, been glancing about her. It was her habit in this situation, just as it was her habit to interpose a good many blank-looking pauses. A long drop followed the last words I have quoted, and before it had ended, she saw Pansy come out of the adjoining room, followed by Edward Rosier. The girl advanced a few steps and then stopped, and stood looking at Madame Merle and at her father. He has spoken to her, Madame Merle went on to Osmond. Her companion never turned his head. So much for your belief in his promises. He ought to be horsewhipped. He intends to confess, poor little man. Osmond got up. He had now taken a sharp look at his daughter. It doesn't matter, he murmured, turning away. Pansy, after a moment, came up to Madame Merle with her little manner of unfamiliar politeness. This lady's reception of her was not more intimate. She simply, as she rose from the sofa, gave her a friendly smile. You're very late, the young creature gently said. My dear child, I'm never later than I intend to be. Madame Merle had not got up to be gracious to Pansy. She moved toward Edward Rosier. He came to meet her, and very quickly, as if to get it off his mind. I've spoken to her, he whispered. I know it, Mr. Rosier. Did she tell you? Yes, she told me. Behave properly for the rest of the evening, and come and see me tomorrow at 5:15. She was severe, and in the manner in which she turned her back to him there was a degree of contempt which caused him to mutter a decent imprecation. He had no intention of speaking to Osmond. It was neither the time nor the place, but he instinctively wandered toward Isabel, who sat talking with an old lady. He sat down on the other side of her. The old lady was Italian, and Rosier took it for granted she understood no English. You said just now you wouldn't help me, he began to Mrs. Osmond. Perhaps you'll feel differently when you know. Isabel met his hesitation. When I know what? That she's all right. What do you mean by that? Well, that we've come to an understanding. She's all wrong, said Isabel. It won't do. Poor Rosier gazed at her half pleadingly, half angrily. A sudden flush testified to his sense of injury. I've never been treated so, he said. What is there against me, after all? That's not the way I'm usually considered. I could have married 20 times. It's a pity you didn't. I don't mean 20 times, but once comfortably, Isabel added, smiling kindly. You're not rich enough for Pansy. She doesn't care a straw for one's money. No, but her father does. Ah, yes, "He has proved that," cried the young man. Isabel got up, turning away from him, leaving her old lady without ceremony, and he occupied himself for the next 10 minutes in pretending to look at Gilbert Osmond's collection of miniatures, which were neatly arranged on a series of small velvet screens. But he looked without seeing. His cheek burned. He was too full of his sense of injury. It was certain that he had never been treated that way before. He was not used to being thought not good enough. He knew how good he was, and if such a fallacy had not been so pernicious, he could have laughed at it. He searched again for Pansy, but she had disappeared, and his main desire was now to get out of the house. Before doing so, he spoke once more to Isabel. It was not agreeable to him to reflect that he had just said a rude thing to her, the only point that would now justify a low view of him. "I referred to Mr. Osmond as I shouldn't have done a while ago," he began, "but you must remember my situation." "I don't remember what you said," she answered coldly. "Ah, you're offended, and now you'll never help me." She was silent an instant, and then with a change of tone. "It's not that I won't, I simply can't." Her manner was almost passionate. "If you could, just a little, I'd never again speak of your husband save as an angel." "The inducement's great," said Isabel gravely, inscrutably, as he afterwards to himself called it, and she gave him, straight in the eyes, a look that was also inscrutable. It made him remember somehow that he had known her as a child, and yet it was keener than he liked, and he took himself off. Chapter 38. He went to see Madame Merle on the morrow, and to his surprise she let him off rather easily, but she made him promise that he would stop there till something should have been decided. Mr. Osmond had had higher expectations. It was very true that as he had no intention of giving his daughter a portion, such expectations were open to criticism or even, if one would, to ridicule. But she would advise Mr. Rosier not to take that tone. If he would possess his soul in patience, he might arrive at his felicity. Mr. Osmond was not favourable to his suit, but it wouldn't be a miracle if he should gradually come round. Pansy would never defy her father. He might depend on that, so nothing was to be gained by precipitation. Mr. Osmond needed to accustom his mind to an offer of a sort that he had not hitherto entertained, and this result must come of itself. It was useless to try to force it. Rosier remarked that his own situation would be in the meanwhile the most uncomfortable in the world, and Madame Merle assured him that she felt for him. But, as she justly declared, one couldn't have everything one wanted. She had learned that lesson for herself. There would be no use in his writing to Gilbert Osmond, who had charged her to tell him as much. He wished the matter dropped for a few weeks, and would himself write when he should have something to communicate that it might please Mr. Rosier to hear. "He doesn't like your having spoken to Pansy." "Ah, he doesn't like it at all," said Madame Merle. "I'm perfectly willing to give him a chance to tell me so." "If you do that, he'll tell you more than you care to hear. Go to the house for the next month, as little as possible, and leave the rest to me." "As little as possible? What's to measure the possibility?" "Let me measure it. Go on Thursday evenings with the rest of the world, but don't go at all at odd times, and don't fret about Pansy. I'll see that she understands everything. She's a calm little nature. She'll take it quietly." Edward Rosier fretted about Pansy a good deal, but he did as he was advised, and awaited another Thursday evening before returning to Palazzo Roccanera. There had been a party at dinner, so that though he went early, the company was already tolerably numerous. Osmond, as usual, was in the first room, near the fire, staring straight at the door, so that, not to be distinctly uncivil, Rosier had to go and speak to him. "I'm glad that you can take a hint," Pansy's father said, slightly closing his keen, conscious eyes. "I take no hints, but I took a message as I supposed it to be." "You took it? Where did you take it?" It seemed to Paul Rosier he was being insulted, and he waited a moment, asking himself how much a true lover ought to submit to. "Madame Merle gave me, as I understood it, a message from you to the effect that you declined to give me the opportunity I desire, the opportunity to explain my wishes to you." And he flattered himself he spoke rather sternly. I don't see what Madame Merle has to do with it. Why did you apply to Madame Merle? I asked her for an opinion, for nothing more. I did so because she had seemed to me to know you very well. She doesn't know me so well as she thinks, said Osmond. I'm sorry for that, because she has given me some little ground for hope. Osmond stared into the fire a moment. I set a great price on my daughter. You can't set a higher one than I do. Don't I prove it by wishing to marry her? I wish to marry her very well, Osmond went on with a dry impertinence which, in another mood, poor Rosier would have admired. Of course I pretend she'd marry well in marrying me. She couldn't marry a man who loves her more, or whom, I may venture to add, she loves more. I'm not bound to accept your theories as to whom my daughter loves, and Osmond looked up with a quick, cold smile. I'm not theorizing. Your daughter has spoken. Not to me, Osmond continued, now bending forward a little and dropping his eyes to his boot toes. I have her promise, sir, cried Rosier with a sharpness of exasperation. As their voices had been pitched very low before, such a note attracted some attention from the company. Osmond waited till this little movement had subsided. Then he said, all undisturbed, I think she has no recollection of having given it. They had been standing with their faces to the fire, and after he had uttered these last words, the master of the house turned round again to the room. Before Rosier had time to reply, perceived that a gentleman, a stranger, had just come in, unannounced, according to the Roman custom, and was about to present himself to his host. The latter smiled blandly, but somewhat blankly. The visitor had a handsome face and a large fair beard, and was evidently an Englishman. You apparently don't recognise me, he said with a smile that expressed more than Osmond's. Ah, yes, now I do. I expected so little to see you. Rosier departed and went in direct pursuit of Pansy. He sought her, as usual, in the neighbouring room, but he again encountered Mrs. Osmond in his path. He gave his hostess no greeting. He was too righteously indignant, but said to her crudely, Your husband's awfully cold-blooded. She gave the same mystical smile he had noticed before. You can't expect everyone to be as hot as yourself. I don't pretend to be cold, but I'm cool. What has he been doing to his daughter? I've no idea. Don't you take any interest? Rosier demanded, with his sense that she too was irritating. For a moment she answered nothing. Then, no, she said abruptly, and with a quickened light in her eyes which directly contradicted the word. Pardon me if I don't believe that. Where's Miss Osmond? In the corner, making tea. Please leave her there. Rosier instantly discovered his friend, who had been hidden by intervening groups. He watched her, but her own attention was entirely given to her occupation. What on earth has he done to her? He asked again imploringly. He declares to me she has given me up. She has not given you up, Isabel said in a low tone, and without looking at him. Ah, thank you for that. Now I'll leave her alone as long as you think proper. He had hardly spoken when he saw her change colour, and became aware that Osmond was coming toward her, accompanied by the gentleman who had just entered. He judged the latter, in spite of the advantage of good looks and evident social experience, a little embarrassed. Isabel, said her husband, I bring you an old friend. Mrs. Osmond's face, though it wore a smile, was, like her old friend's, not perfectly confident. I'm very happy to see you, Lord Warburton, she said. Rosier turned away, and now that his talk with her had been interrupted, felt absolved from the little pledge he had just taken. He had a quick impression that Mrs. Osmond wouldn't notice what he did. Isabel, in fact, to do him justice, for some time quite ceased to observe him. She had been startled. She hardly knew if she felt a pleasure or a pain. Lord Warburton, however, now that he was face to face with her, was plainly quite sure of his own sense of the matter, though his grey eyes had still their fine original property of keeping recognition and attestation strictly sincere. He was heavier than of yore and looked older. He stood there very solidly and sensibly. I suppose you didn't expect to see me, he said. I've but just arrived. Literally, I only got here this evening. You see, I've lost no time in coming to pay you my respects. I knew you were at home on Thursdays. You see, the fame of your Thursdays has spread to England, Osmond remarked to his wife. It's very kind of Lord Warburton to come so soon. We're greatly flattered, Isabel said. Ah, well, It's better than stopping in one of those horrible inns, Osmond went on. The hotel seems very good. I think it's the same at which I saw you 4 years since. You know, it was here in Rome that we first met. It's a long time ago. Do you remember where I bade you goodbye? His lordship asked of his hostess. It was in the Capitol, in the first room. I remember that myself, said Osmond. I was there at the time. Yes, I remember you there. I was very sorry to leave Rome, so sorry that, somehow or other, it became almost a dismal memory, and I've never cared to come back till today. But I knew you were living here, her old friend went on to Isabel, and I assure you that I've often thought of you. It must be a charming place to live in, he added with a look round him at her established home, in which she might have caught the dim ghost of his old ruefulness. We should have been glad to see you at any time, Osmond observed with propriety. Thank you very much. I haven't been out of England since then. Till a month ago, I really supposed my travels over. I've heard of you from time to time, said Isabel, who had already, with her rare capacity for such inward feats, taken the measure of what meeting him again meant for her. I hope you've heard no harm. My life has been a remarkably complete blank. Like the good reigns in history, Osmond suggested. He appeared to think his duties as a host now terminated. He had performed them so conscientiously. Nothing could have been more adequate, more nicely measured, than his courtesy to his wife's old friend. It was punctilious, it was explicit, it was everything but natural, a deficiency which Lord Warburton, who, himself, had on the whole a good deal of nature, may be supposed to have perceived. I'll leave you and Mrs. Osmond together, he added. You have reminiscences into which I don't enter. I'm afraid you lose a good deal, Lord Warburton called after him as he moved away, in a tone which perhaps betrayed overmuch an appreciation of his generosity. Then the visitor turned on Isabel, the deepest consciousness of his look, which gradually became more serious. I'm really very glad to see you. It's very pleasant. You're very kind. Do you know that you're changed a little? She just hesitated. Yes, a good deal. I don't mean for the worse, of course, and yet how can I say for the better? I think I shall have no scruple in saying that to you, she bravely returned. Ah well, for me it's a long time. It would be a pity there shouldn't be something to show for it. They sat down and she asked him about his sisters, with other inquiries of a somewhat perfunctory kind. He answered her questions as if they interested him, and in a few moments she saw, or believed she saw, he would press with less of his whole weight than of yore. Time had breathed upon his heart, and, without chilling it, given it a relieved sense of having taken the air. Isabel felt her usual esteem for time rise at a bound. Her friend's manner was certainly that of a contented man, one who would rather like people, or like her at least, to know him for such. There's something I must tell you without more delay, he resumed. I've brought Ralph Touchette with me. Brought him with you? Isabel's surprise was great. He's at the hotel. He was too tired to come out and has gone to bed. I'll go and see him, she immediately said. That's exactly what I'd hoped you'd do. I had an idea you hadn't seen much of him since your marriage, that in fact your relations were, a little more formal. That's why I hesitated, like an awkward Briton. I'm fond of Ralph as ever, Isabel answered. But why has he come to Rome? The declaration was very gentle, the question a little sharp. Because he's very far gone, Mrs. Osmond. Rome, then, is no place for him. I heard from him that he had determined to give up his custom of wintering abroad and to remain in England, indoors, in what he called an artificial climate. Poor fellow, he doesn't succeed with the artificial. I went to see him 3 weeks ago at Garden Court and found him thoroughly ill. He has been getting worse every year, and now he has no strength left. He smokes no more cigarettes. He had got up an artificial climate indeed. The house was as hot as Calcutta. Nevertheless, he had suddenly taken it into his head to start for Sicily. I didn't believe in it, neither did the doctors nor any of his friends. His mother, as I suppose you know, is in America, so there was no one to prevent him. He stuck to his idea that it would be the saving of him to spend the winter in Catania. He said he could take servants and furniture, could make himself comfortable, but in point of fact, he hasn't brought anything. I wanted him at least to go by sea, to save fatigue, but he said he hated the sea and wished to stop at Rome. After that, though, I thought it all rubbish. I made up my mind to come with him. I'm acting as, what do you call it in America? A kind of moderator. Poor Ralph's very moderate now. We left England a fortnight ago, and he has been very bad on the way. He can't keep warm, and the further south we come, the more he feels the cold. He has got a rather good man, but I'm afraid he's beyond human help. I wanted him to take with him some clever fellow. I mean, some sharp young doctor, but he wouldn't hear of it. If you don't mind my saying so, I think it was a most extraordinary time for Mrs. Touchette to decide on going to America. Isabel had listened eagerly. Her face was full of pain and wonder. My aunt does that at fixed periods and lets nothing turn her aside. When the date comes round, she starts. I think she'd have started if Ralph had been dying. I sometimes think he is dying, Lord Warburton said. Isabel sprang up. I'll go to him then, now. He checked her. He was a little disconcerted at the quick effect of his words. I don't mean I thought so tonight. On the contrary, today in the train, he seemed particularly well. The idea of our reaching Rome, he's very fond of Rome, you know, gave him strength. An hour ago, when I bade him good night, he told me he was very tired, but very happy. Go to him in the morning, that's all I mean. I didn't tell him I was coming here. I didn't decide to till after we had separated. Then I remembered he had told me you had an evening, and that it was this very Thursday. It occurred to me to come in and tell you he's here, and let you know you had perhaps better not wait for him to call. I think he said he hadn't written to you. There was no need of Isabel's declaring that she would act upon Lord Warburton's information. She looked, as she sat there, like a winged creature held back. Let alone that I wanted to see you myself, her visitor gallantly added. I don't understand Ralph's plan. It seems to me very wild, she said. I was glad to think of him between those thick walls at Garden Court. He was completely alone there. The thick walls were his only company. You went to see him. You've been extremely kind. Oh dear, I had nothing to do, said Lord Warburton. We hear, on the contrary, that you're doing great things. Everyone speaks of you as a great statesman, and I'm perpetually seeing your name in the Times, which, by the way, doesn't appear to hold it in reverence. You're apparently as wild a radical as ever. I don't feel nearly so wild. You know the world has come round to me. Touchette and I have kept up a sort of parliamentary debate all the way from London. I tell him he's the last of the Tories, and he calls me the King of the Goths. Says I have, down to the details of my personal appearance, every sign of the brute. You see, there's life in him yet. Isabel had many questions to ask about Ralph, but she abstained from asking them all. She would see for herself on the morrow. She perceived that after a little Lord Warburton would tire of that subject. He had a conception of other possible topics. She was more and more able to say to herself that he had recovered, and, what is more to the point, she was able to say it without bitterness. He had been, for her, of old, such an image of urgency, of insistence, of something to be resisted and reasoned with, that his reappearance at first menaced her with a new trouble. But she was now reassured. She could see he only wished to live with her on good terms, that she was to understand he had forgiven her and was incapable of the bad taste of making pointed allusions. This was not a form of revenge, of course. She had no suspicion of his wishing to punish her by an exhibition of disillusionment. She did him the justice to believe it had simply occurred to him that she would now take a good-natured interest in knowing he was resigned. It was the resignation of a healthy, manly nature in which sentimental wounds could never fester. British politics had cured him. She had known they would. She gave an envious thought to the happier lot of men who were always free to plunge into the healing waters of action. Lord Warburton, of course, spoke of the past, but he spoke of it without implications. He even went so far as to allude to their former meeting in Rome as a very jolly time. And he told her he had been immensely interested in hearing of her marriage, and that it was a great pleasure for him to make Mr. Osmond's acquaintance, since he could hardly be said to have made it on any other occasion. He had not written to her at the time of that passage in her history, but he didn't apologize to her for this. The only thing he implied was that they were old friends, intimate friends. It was very much as an intimate friend that he said to her suddenly after a short pause which he'd occupied in smiling as he looked about him like a person amused at a provincial entertainment by some innocent game of guesses. "Well now, I suppose you're very happy and all that sort of thing." Isabel answered with a quick laugh. The tone of his remark struck her almost as the accent of comedy. "Do you suppose if I were not, I'd tell you?" "Well, I don't know. I don't see why not." "I do then. Fortunately, however, I'm very happy. You've got an awfully good house." "Yes, it's very pleasant, but that's not my merit. It's my husband's." "You mean he has arranged it?" "Yes, it was nothing when we came. He must be very clever." "He has a genius for upholstery," said Isabel. "That's a great rage for that sort of thing now, but you must have a taste of your own." "I enjoy things when they're done, but I've no ideas. I can never propose anything." "Do you mean you accept what others propose?" "Very willingly, for the most part." "That's a good thing to know. I shall propose to you something. It will be very kind. I must say, however, that I've in a few small ways a certain initiative. I should like, for instance, to introduce you to some of these people." "Oh, please don't. I prefer sitting here, unless it be to that young lady in the blue dress. She has a charming face." "The one talking to the rosy young man? That's my husband's daughter." "Lucky man, your husband. What a dear little maid. You must make her acquaintance." "In a moment, with pleasure. I like looking at her from here." He ceased to look at her, however, very soon. His eyes constantly reverted to Mrs. Osmond. "Do you know, I was wrong just now in saying you had changed," he presently went on. "You seem to me, after all, very much the same." "And yet I find it a great change to be married," said Isabel with mild gaiety. "It affects most people more than it has affected you. You see, I haven't gone in for that. It rather surprises me. You ought to understand it, Mrs. Osmond, but I do not want to marry," he added more simply. "It ought to be very easy," Isabel said, rising, after which she reflected, with a pang perhaps too visible, that she was hardly the person to say this. It was perhaps because Lord Warburton divined the pang that he generously forbore to call her attention to not having contributed then to the facility. Edward Rosier had meanwhile seated himself on an ottoman beside Pansy's tea-table. He pretended at first to talk to her about trifles, and then she asked him who was the new gentleman conversing with her stepmother. "He's an English lord," said Rosier. "I don't know more." "I wonder if he'll have some tea. The English are so fond of tea." "Never mind that. I've something particular to say to you." "Don't speak so loud. Everyone will hear," said Pansy. "They won't hear if you continue to look that way, as if you only thought in life was the wish the kettle would boil. It has just been filled. The servants never know." She sighed with the weight of her responsibility. "Do you know what your father said to me just now? That you didn't mean what you said a week ago." "I don't mean everything I say. How can a young girl do that? But I mean what I say to you. He told me you had forgotten me." "Ah, no, I don't forget," said Pansy, showing her pretty teeth in a fixed smile. "That's everything just the very same." "Then everything's just the very same?" "Ah, no, not the very same. Papa has been terribly severe." "What has he done to you?" "He asked me what you had done to me, and I told him everything. Then he forbade me to marry you." "You needn't mind that." "Oh yes, I must indeed. I can't disobey Papa." "Not for one who loves you as I do, and whom you pretend to love." She raised the lid of the teapot, gazing into this vessel for a moment. Then she dropped 6 words into its aromatic depths. "I love you just as much." "What good will that do me?" "Ah," said Pansy, raising her sweet, vague eyes, "I don't know that." "You disappoint me," groaned poor Rosier. She was silent a little. She handed a teacup to a servant. "Please don't talk any more." "Is this to be all my satisfaction?" "Papa said I was not to talk with you." "Do you sacrifice me like that? Ah, it's too much." "I wish you'd wait a little," said the girl in a voice just distinct enough to betray a quaver. "Of course I'll wait if you'll give me hope, but you take my life away." "I'll not give you up. Oh no," Pansy went on. "He'll try and make you marry someone else." "I'll never do that." "What then are we to wait for?" She hesitated again. "I'll speak to Mrs. Osmond and she'll help us." It was in this manner that she for the most part designated her stepmother. "She won't help us much. She's afraid." "Afraid of what?" "Of your father, I suppose." Pansy shook her little head. "She's not afraid of anyone. We must have patience." "Ah, that's an awful word," Rosier groaned. He was deeply disconcerted. Oblivious of the customs of good society, he dropped his head into his hands and, supporting it with a melancholy grace, sat staring at the carpet. Presently he became aware of a good deal of movement about him, and, as he looked up, saw Pansy making a curtsy. It was still her little curtsy of the convent to the English lord who Mrs. Osmond had introduced. Chapter 39. It will probably not surprise the reflective reader that Ralph Touchett should have seen less of his cousin since her marriage than he had done before that event of which he took such a view as could hardly prove a confirmation of intimacy. He had uttered his thought, as we know, and after this had held his peace, Isabel not having invited him to resume a discussion which marked an era in their relations. That discussion had made a difference, the difference he feared rather than the one he hoped. It had not chilled the girl's zeal in carrying out her engagement, but it had come dangerously near to spoiling a friendship. No reference was ever again made between them to Ralph's opinion of Gilbert Osmond, and by surrounding this topic with a sacred silence, they managed to preserve a semblance of reciprocal frankness. But there was a difference, as Ralph often said to himself. There was a difference. She had not forgiven him. She would never forgive him. That was all he had gained. She thought she had forgiven him. She believed she didn't care. And as she was both very generous and very proud, these convictions represented a certain reality. But whether or no the event should justify him, he would virtually have done her a wrong, and the wrong was of the sort that women remember best. As Osmond's wife, she could never again be his friend. If in this character she should enjoy the felicity she expected, she would have nothing but contempt for the man who had attempted in advance to undermine a blessing so dear. And if, on the other hand, his warning should be justified, the vow she had taken that he should never know, it would lay upon her spirit such a burden as to make her hate him. So dismal had been, during the year that followed his cousin's marriage, Ralph's prevision of the future, and if his meditations appear morbid, we must remember he was not in the bloom of health. He consoled himself as he might by behaving, as he deemed, beautifully, and was present at the ceremony by which Isabel was united to Mr. Osmond, and which was performed in Florence in the month of June. He learned from his mother that Isabel at first had thought of celebrating her nuptials in her native land, but that, as simplicity was what she chiefly desired to secure, she had finally decided, in spite of Osmond's professed willingness to make a journey of any length, that this characteristic would be best embodied in their being married by the nearest clergyman in the shortest time. The thing was done, therefore, at the little American chapel on a very hot day, in the presence only of Mrs. Touchett and her son, of Pansy Osmond and the Countess Gemini. That severity in the proceedings of which I just spoke was in part the result of the absence of two persons who might have been looked for on the occasion and who would have lent it a certain richness. Madame Merle had been invited, but Madame Merle, who was unable to leave Rome, had written a gracious letter of excuses. Henrietta Stackpole had not been invited, as her departure from America, announced to Isabel by Mr. Goodwood, was in fact frustrated by the duties of her profession. But she had sent a letter, less gracious than Madame Merle's, intimating that, had she been able to cross the Atlantic, she would have been present not only as witness, but as a critic. Her return to Europe had taken place somewhat later, and she had effected a meeting with Isabel in the autumn in Paris, when she had indulged, perhaps a trifle too freely, her critical genius. Poor Osmond, who was chiefly the subject of it, had protested so sharply that Henrietta was obliged to declare to Isabel that she had taken a step which put a barrier between them. "It isn't in the least that you've married, it is that you have married him," she had deemed it a duty to remark, agreeing, it will be seen, much more with Ralph Touchett than she suspected, though she had a few of his hesitations and compunctions. Henrietta's second visit to Europe, however, was not apparently to have been made in vain, for just at the moment when Osmond had declared to Isabel that he really must object to that newspaper woman, and Isabel had answered that it seemed to her he took Henrietta too hard, the good Mr. Bantling had appeared upon the scene and proposed that they should take a run down to Spain. Henrietta's letters from Spain had proved the most acceptable she had yet published, and there had been one in especial dated from the Alhambra and entitled Moors and Moonlight, which generally passed for her masterpiece. Isabel had been secretly disappointed at her husband's not seeing his way simply to take the poor girl for funny. She even wondered if his sense of fun, or the funny, which would be his sense of humour, wouldn't it, were by chance defective. Of course, she herself looked at the matter as a person whose present happiness had nothing to grudge to Henrietta's violated conscience. Osmond had thought their alliance a kind of monstrosity. He couldn't imagine what they had in common. For him, Mr. Bantling's fellow tourist was simply the most vulgar of women, and he had also pronounced her the most abandoned. Against this latter clause of the verdict, Isabel had appealed with an ardour that had made him wonder afresh at the oddity of some of his wife's tastes. Isabel could explain it only by saying that she liked to know people who were as different as possible from herself. "Why then don't you make the acquaintance of your washerwoman?" Osmond had inquired, to which Isabel had answered that she was afraid her washerwoman wouldn't care for her, now Henrietta cared so much. Ralph had seen nothing of her for a greater part of the 2 years that had followed her marriage. The winter that formed the beginning of her residence in Rome he had spent again at San Remo, where he had been joined in the spring by his mother, who afterwards had gone with him to England to see what they were doing at the bank, an operation she couldn't induce him to perform. Ralph had taken a lease of his house at San Remo, a small villa which he had occupied still another winter, but late in the month of April of this second year he had come down to Rome. It was the first time since her marriage that he had stood face to face with Isabel. His desire to see her again was then of the keenest. She had written to him from time to time, but her letters told him nothing he wanted to know. He had asked his mother what she was making of her life, and his mother had simply answered that she supposed she was making the best of it. Mrs. Touchette had not the imagination that communes with the unseen, and she now pretended to know intimacy with her niece, whom she rarely encountered. This young woman appeared to be living in a sufficiently honourable way, but Mrs. Touchette still remained of the opinion that her marriage had been a shabby affair. It had given her no pleasure to think of Isabel's establishment, which she was sure was a very lame business. From time to time in Florence, she rubbed against the Countess Gemini, doing her best always to minimise the contact, and the Countess reminded her of Osmond, who made her think of Isabel. The Countess was less talked of in these days, but Mrs. Touchette augured no good of that. It only proved how she had been talked of before. There was a more direct suggestion of Isabel in the person of Madame Merle, but Madame Merle's relation with Mrs. Touchette had undergone a perceptible change. Isabel's aunt had told her, without circumlocution, that she had played too ingenious a part, and Madame Merle, who never quarrelled with anyone, who appeared to think no one worth it, and who had performed the miracle of living more or less for several years with Mrs. Touchette, and showing no symptoms of irritation, Madame Merle now took a very high tone and declared that this was an accusation from which she couldn't stoop to defend herself. She added, however, without stooping, that her behaviour had been only too simple, and that she had believed only what she saw, that she saw Isabel was not eager to marry, and Osmond not eager to please. His repeated visits had been nothing. He was boring himself to death on his hilltop, and he came merely for amusement. Isabel had kept her sentiments to herself, and her journey to Greece and Egypt had effectually thrown dust in her companion's eyes. Madame Merle accepted the event. She was unprepared to think of it as a scandal, but that she had played any part in it, double or single, was an imputation against which she proudly protested. It was doubtless in consequence that Mrs. Touchette's attitude, and of the injury it offered to habits consecrated by many charming seasons, that Madame Merle had, after this, chosen to pass many months in England, where her credit was quite unimpaired. Mrs. Touchette had done her a wrong. There are some things that can't be forgiven. But Madame Merle suffered in silence. there was always something exquisite in her dignity. Ralph, as I say, had wished to see for himself, but while engaged in this pursuit, he had yet felt afresh what a fool he had been to put the girl on her guard. He had played the wrong card, and now he had lost the game. He should see nothing, he should learn nothing. For him, she would always wear a mask. His true line would have been to profess delight in her union, so that later, when, as Ralph phrased it, the bottom should fall out of it, she might have the pleasure of saying to him that he had been a goose. He would gladly have consented to pass for a goose in order to know Isabel's real situation. At present, however, she neither taunted him with his fallacies nor pretended that her own confidence was justified. If she wore a mask, it completely covered her face. There was something fixed and mechanical in the serenity painted on it. This was not an expression. Ralph said it was a representation. It was even an advertisement. She had lost her child. That was a sorrow, but it was a sorrow she scarcely spoke of. There was more to say about it than she could say to Ralph. It belonged to the past, moreover. It had occurred 6 months before she had already laid aside the tokens of mourning. She appeared to be leading the life of the world. Ralph heard her spoken of as having a charming position. He observed that she produced the impression of being peculiarly enviable, that it was supposed among many people to be a privilege even to know her. Her house was not open to everyone, and she had an evening in the week to which people were not invited as a matter of course. She lived with a certain magnificence, but you needed to be a member of her circle to perceive it, for there was nothing to gape at, nothing to criticise, nothing even to admire in the daily proceedings of Mr. and Mrs. Osmond. Ralph, in all this, recognised the hand of the master, for he knew that Isabel had no faculty for producing studied impressions. She struck him as having a great love of movement, of gaiety, of late hours, of long rides, of fatigue, an eagerness to be entertained, to be interested, even to be bored, to make acquaintances, to see people who were talked about, to explore the neighbourhood of Rome, to enter into relation with certain of the mustiest relics of its old society. In all this, there was much less discrimination than in that desire for comprehensiveness of development on which he had been used to exercise his wit. There was a kind of violence in some of her impulses, of crudity in some of her experiments, which took him by surprise. It seemed to him that she even spoke faster, moved faster, breathed faster than before her marriage. Certainly, she had fallen into exaggerations, she who used to care so much for the pure truth, and whereas of old she had a great delight in good-humoured argument, in intellectual play, she never looked so charming as when, in the genial heat of discussion, she received a crushing blow full in the face and brushed it away as a feather. She appeared now to think there was nothing worth people's either differing or agreeing upon. Of old she had been curious, and now she was indifferent, and yet, in spite of her indifference, her activity was greater than ever. Slender still, but lovelier than before, she had gained no great maturity of aspect, yet there was an amplitude and a brilliance in her personal arrangements that gave a touch of insolence to her beauty. Poor, human-hearted Isabel, what perversity had bitten her! Her light step drew a mass of drapery behind it. Her intelligent head sustained a majesty of ornament. The free, keen girl had become quite another person. What he saw was the fine lady who was supposed to represent something. What did Isabel represent? Ralph asked himself, and he could only answer by saying that she represented Gilbert Osmond. Good heavens, what a function! He then woefully exclaimed. He was lost in wonder at the mystery of things. He recognised Osmond, as I say. He recognised him at every turn. He saw how he kept all things within limits, how he adjusted, regulated, animated their manner of life. Osmond was in his element. At last he had material to work with. He always had an eye to effect, and his effects were deeply calculated. They were produced by no vulgar means, but the motive was as vulgar as the art was great. To surround his interior with a sort of invidious sanctity, to tantalise society with a sense of exclusion, to make people believe his house was different from every other, to impart to the face that he presented to the world a cold originality. This was the ingenious effort on the personage to whom Isabel had attributed a superior morality. He works with superior material, Ralph said to himself, its rich abundance compared with his former resources. Ralph was a clever man, but Ralph had never, to his own sense, been so clever as when he observed, in petto, that under the guise of caring only for intrinsic values, Osmond lived exclusively for the world. Far from being its master, as he pretended to be, he was its very humble servant, and the degree of its attention was his only measure of success. He lived with his eye on it from morning till night, and the world was so stupid it never suspected the trick. Everything he did was pose, so subtly considered that if one were not on the lookout, one mistook it for impulse. Ralph had never met a man who lived so much in the land of consideration. His tastes, his studies, his accomplishments, his collections were all for a purpose. His life on his hilltop at Florence had been the conscious attitude of years. His solitude, his ennui, his love for his daughter, his good manners, his bad manners, were so many features of a mental image constantly present to him as a model of impertinence and mystification. His ambition was not to please the world, but to please himself by exciting the world's curiosity and then declining to satisfy it. It had made him feel great, ever, to play the world a trick. The thing he had done in his life most directly to please himself was his marrying Miss Archer. Though in this case, indeed, the gullible world was in a manner embodied in poor Isabel, who had been mystified to the top of her bent. Ralph, of course, found a fitness in being consistent. He had embraced a creed, and, as he had suffered for it, he could not in honour forsake it. I give this little sketch of its articles for what they may, at the time, have been worth. It was certain that he was very skilful in fitting the facts to his theory, even the fact that during the month he spent in Rome at this period, the husband of the woman he loved appeared to regard him not in the least as an enemy. For Gilbert Osmond, Ralph had not now that importance. It was not that he had the importance of a friend, it was rather that he had none at all. He was Isabel's cousin, and he was rather unpleasantly ill. It was on this basis that Osmond treated with him. He made the proper inquiries, asked about his health, about Mrs. Touchette, about his opinion of winter climates, whether he were comfortable at his hotel. He addressed him, on the few occasions of their meeting, not a word that was not necessary, but his manner had always the urbanity proper to conscious success in the presence of conscious failure. For all this, Ralph had, toward the end, a sharp inward vision of Osmond's making it of a small ease to his wife that she should continue to receive Mr. Touchette. He was not jealous. He had not that excuse. No one could be jealous of Ralph, but he made Isabel pay for her old-time kindness, of which so much was still left. And as Ralph had no idea of her paying too much, so when his suspicion had become sharp, he had taken himself off. In doing so, he had deprived Isabel of a very interesting occupation. She had been constantly wondering what fine principle was keeping him alive. She had decided that it was his love of conversation. His conversation had been better than ever. He had given up walking. He was no longer a humorous stroller. He sat all day in a chair. Almost any chair would serve, and was so dependent on what you would do for him that, had not his talk been highly contemplative, you might have thought he was blind. The reader already knows more about him than Isabel was ever to know, and the reader may therefore be given the key to the mystery. What kept Ralph alive was simply the fact that he had not yet seen enough of the person in the world in whom he was most interested. He was not yet satisfied. There was more to come. He couldn't make up his mind to lose that. He wanted to see what she would make of her husband, or what her husband would make of her. This was only the first act of the drama, and he was determined to sit out the performance. His determination had held good. It had kept him going some 18 months more, till the time of his return to Rome with Lord Warburton. It had given him, indeed, such an air of intending to live indefinitely that Mrs. Touchette, though more accessible to confusions of thought in the matter of this strange, unremunerative and unremunerated son of hers than she had ever been before, had, as we have learned, not scrupled to embark for a distant land. If Ralph had been kept alive by suspense, it was with a good deal of the same emotion, the excitement of wondering in what state she would find him, that Isabel mounted to his apartment the day after Lord Warburton had notified her of his arrival in Rome. She spent an hour with him. It was the first of several visits. Gilbert Osmond called on him punctually, and on their sending their carriage for him, Ralph came more than once to Palazzo Roccanera. A fortnight elapsed, at the end of which Ralph announced to Lord Warburton that he thought after all he would go to Sicily. The two men had been dining together after a day spent by the latter in ranging about the Campana. They had left the table, and Warburton, before the chimney, was lighting a cigar, which he instantly removed from his lips. "Won't go to Sicily? Where will you go?" "Well, I guess I won't go anywhere," said Ralph from the sofa, all shamelessly. "Do you mean you'll return to England?" "Oh dear no, I'll stay in Rome." "Rome won't do for you. Rome's not warm enough." "It will have to do. I'll make do. See how well I've been." Lord Warburton looked at him a while, puffing a cigar and as if trying to see it. "You've been better than you were on the journey, certainly. I wonder how you lived through that. But I don't understand your condition. I recommend you to try Sicily." "I can't try," said poor Ralph. "I've done trying. I can't move further. I can't face that journey. Fancy me between Scylla and Charybdis. I don't want to die on the Sicilian plains, to be snatched away, like Proserpine, in the same locality, to the Plutonian shades." "What the deuce, then, did you come for?" his lordship inquired. "Because the idea took me. I see it won't do. It really doesn't matter where I am now. I've exhausted all remedies. I've swallowed all climates. As I'm here, I'll stay. I haven't a single cousin in Sicily, much less a married one." "Your cousin's certainly an inducement, but what does the doctor say?" "I haven't asked him. I don't care a fig. If I die here, Mrs. Osmond will bury me, but I shall not die here." "I hope not." Lord Warburton continued to smoke reflectively. "Well, I must say," he resumed, "for myself, I'm very glad you don't insist on Sicily. I had a horror of that journey." "Ah, but for you it needn't have mattered. I had no idea of dragging you in my train. I certainly didn't mean to let you go alone." "My dear Warburton, I never expected you to come further than this," Ralph cried. "I should have gone with you and seen you settled," said Lord Warburton. "You're a very good Christian. You're a very kind man. Then I should have come back here, and then you'd have gone to England." No, I should have stayed." "Well," said Ralph, "if that's what we are both up to, I don't see where Sicily comes in." His companion was silent. He sat staring at the fire. At last, looking up, "I say, tell me this," he broke out. "Did you really mean to go to Sicily when we started?" "Ah, vous me demandez trop. Let me put a question first. Did you come with me quite platonically?" "I don't know what you mean by that. I wanted to come abroad. I suspect we've each been playing our little game. Speak for yourself. I made no secret whatever of my desiring to be here a while." "Yes, I remember you said you wished to see the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I've seen him 3 times. He's very amusing." "I think you've forgotten what you came for," said Ralph. "Perhaps I have," his companion answered rather gravely. These two were gentlemen of a race which is not distinguished by the absence of reserve, and they had travelled together from London to Rome without an allusion to matters that were uppermost in the mind of each. There was an old subject they had once discussed, but it had lost its recognised place in their attention, and even after their arrival in Rome, where many things led back to it, they had kept the same half-diffident, half-confident silence. "I recommend you get the doctor's consent, all the same," Lord Warburton went on abruptly after an interval. "The doctor's consent will spoil it. I never have it when I can help it." "What then does Mrs. Osmond think?" Ralph's friend demanded. "I've not told her. She'll probably say Rome's too cold, and even offer to go with me to Catania. She's capable of that. In your place, I should like it. Her husband won't like it." "Ah, well, I can fancy that, though it seems to me you're not bound to making his likings. They're his affair." "I don't want to make any more trouble between them," said Ralph. "Is there so much already? There's complete preparation for it. Her going off with me would make the explosion. Osmond isn't fond of his wife's cousin. Then, of course, he'd make a row. But won't he make a row if you stop here? That's what I want to see. He made one the last time I was in Rome, and then I thought it my duty to disappear. Now I think it's my duty to stop and defend her." "My dear Touchette, your defensive powers," Lord Warburton began with a smile. But he saw something in his companion's face that checked him. "Your duty in these premises seems to me rather a nice question," he observed instead. Ralph, for a short time, answered nothing. "It's true my defensive powers are small," he returned at last, "but as my aggressive ones are still smaller, Osmond may after all not think me worth his gunpowder. At any rate," he added, "there are things I'm curious to see." "You're sacrificing your health to your curiosity, then?" "I'm not much interested in my health. I'm deeply interested in Mrs. Osmond." "So am I, but not as I once was," Lord Warburton added quickly. This was one of the allusions he had not hitherto found occasion to make. "Does she strike you as very happy?" Ralph inquired, emboldened by this confidence. "Well, I don't know. I've hardly thought. She told me the other night she was happy." "Ah, she told you, of course," Ralph exclaimed, smiling. "I don't know that. It seems to me I was rather the sort of person she might have complained to." "Complained? She'll never complain. She has done it, what she has done, and she knows it. She'll complain to you least of all. She's very careful." "She needn't be. I don't mean to make love to her again." "I'm delighted to hear it. There can be no doubt at least of your duty." "Ah, no," said Lord Warburton gravely, "none." "Permit me to ask," Ralph went on, "whether it's to bring out the fact that you don't mean to make love to her that you're so very civil to the little girl." Lord Warburton gave a slight start. He got up and stood before the fire, looking at it hard. "Does that strike you as very ridiculous?" "Ridiculous? Not in the least, if you really like her. I think her a delightful little person. I don't know when a girl of that age has pleased me more. She's a charming creature." "Ah, she, at least, is genuine." "Of course, there's a difference in our ages, more than 20 years. "My dear Warburton," said Ralph, "are you serious?" "Perfectly serious, as far as I've got." "I'm very glad, and heaven help us," cried Ralph. "How cheered up old Osmond will be." His companion frowned. "I say, don't spoil it. I shouldn't propose for his daughter to please him. He'll have the perversity to be pleased all the same." "He's not so fond of me as that," said his lordship. "As that? My dear Warburton, the drawback of your position is that people needn't be fond of you at all to wish to be connected with you. Now, with me is such the case. I should have the happy confidence that they loved me." Lord Warburton seemed scarcely in the mood for doing justice to general axioms. He was thinking of a special case. "Do you judge she'll be pleased?" "The girl herself? Delighted, surely." No, I mean Mrs. Osmond." Ralph looked at him a moment. "My dear fellow, what has she to do with it?" "Whatever she chooses. She's very fond of Pansy." Very true, and Ralph slowly got up. "It's an interesting question, how far her fondness for Pansy will carry her." He stood there a moment with his hands in his pockets and rather a clouded brow. "I hope you know that you're very, very sure." "The deuce," he broke off. "I don't know how to say it." "Yes, you do. You know how to say everything." "Well, it's awkward. I hope you're sure that among Miss Osmond's merits, her being so near her stepmother isn't a leading one." "Good heavens, Touchette," cried Lord Warburton angrily. "For what do you take me?" Chapter 40. Isabel had not seen much of Madame Merle since her marriage, this lady having indulged in frequent absences from Rome. At one time she had spent 6 months in England, at another she had passed a portion of a winter in Paris. She had made numerous visits to distant friends and gave countenance to the idea that for the future she should be a less inveterate Roman than in the past. As she had been inveterate in the past only in the sense of constantly having an apartment in one of the sunniest niches of the Pension, an apartment which often stood empty, this suggested a prospect of almost constant absence, a danger which Isabel at one period had been much inclined to deplore. Familiarity had modified in some degree her first impression of Madame Merle, but it had not essentially altered it. There was still much wonder of admiration in it. That personage was armed at all points. It was a pleasure to see a character so completely equipped for the social battle. She carried her flag discreetly, but her weapons were polished steel, and she used them with a skill which struck Isabel as more and more that of a veteran. She was never weary, never overcome with disgust. She never appeared to need rest or consolation. She had her own ideas. She had of old exposed a great many of them to Isabel, who knew also that under an appearance of extreme self-control, her highly cultivated friend concealed a rich sensibility. But her will was mistress of her life. There was something gallant in the way she kept going. It was as if she had learned the secret of it, as if the art of life was some clever trick she had guessed. Isabel, as she herself grew older, became acquainted with revulsions, with disgusts. There were days when the world looked black, and she asked herself with some sharpness what it was that she was pretending to live for. Her old habit had been to live by enthusiasm, to fall in love with suddenly perceived possibilities, with the idea of some new adventure. As a younger person, she had been used to proceed from one little exaltation to the other. There were scarcely any dull places between. But Madame Merle had suppressed enthusiasm. She fell in love nowadays with nothing. She lived entirely by reason and by wisdom. There were hours when Isabel would have given anything for lessons in this art. If her brilliant friend had been near, she would have been made to appeal to her. She had become aware more than before of the advantage of being like that, of having made one's self a firm surface, a sort of corselet of silver. But, as I say, it was not till the winter during which we lately renewed acquaintance with our heroine that the personage in question made again a continuous stay in Rome. Isabel now saw more of her than she had done since her marriage, but by this time Isabel's needs and inclinations had considerably changed. It was not at present to Madame Merle that she would have applied for instruction. She had lost the desire to know this lady's clever trick. If she had troubles, she must keep them to herself, and if life was difficult, it would not make it easier to confess herself beaten. Madame Merle was doubtless of great use to herself and an ornament to any circle, but would she be of use to others in periods of refined embarrassment? The best way to profit by her friend, this indeed Isabel had always thought, was to imitate her, to be as firm and bright as she. She recognized no embarrassments, and Isabel, considering this fact, determined for the 50th time to brush aside her own. It seemed to her too, on the arrival of an intercourse which had virtually been interrupted, that her old ally was different, was almost detached, pushing to the extreme a certain rather artificial fear of being indiscreet. Ralph Touchette, we know, had been of the opinion that she was prone to exaggeration, to forcing the note, was apt, in the vulgar phrase, to overdo it. Isabel had never admitted this charge, had never indeed quite understood it. Madame Merle's conduct, to her perception, always bore the stamp of good taste, was always quiet. But in this matter of not wishing to intrude upon the inner life of the Osmond family, it at last occurred to our young woman that she overdid a little. That, of course, was not the best taste. That was rather violent. She remembered too much that Isabel was married, that she had now other interests, and that though she, Madame Merle, had known Gilbert Osmond and his little Pansy very well, better almost than anyone, she was not after all of the inner circle. She was on her guard. She never spoke of their affairs till she was asked, even pressed when her opinion was wanted. She had a dread of seeming to meddle. Madame Merle was as candid as we know, and one day she candidly expressed this dread to Isabel. "I must be on my guard," she said. "I might so easily, without suspecting it, offend you. You would be right to be offended, even if my attention should have been of the purest. I must not forget that I knew your husband long before you did, and I must not let that betray me. If you were a silly woman, you might be jealous. You're not a silly woman. I know that perfectly, but neither am I. Therefore, I'm determined not to get into trouble. A little harm's very soon done, a mistake's made before one knows it. Of course, if I had wished to make love to your husband, I had 10 years to do it in, and nothing to prevent. So, it isn't likely I shall begin today, when I'm so much less attractive than I was. But if I were to annoy you by seeming to take a place that doesn't belong to me, you wouldn't make that reflection. You'd simply say I was forgetting certain differences. I'm determined not to forget them. Certainly, a good friend isn't always thinking of that. One doesn't suspect one's friends of injustice. I don't suspect you, my dear, in the least, but I suspect human nature. Don't think I make myself uncomfortable. I'm not always watching myself. I think I sufficiently prove it in talking to you as I do now. All I wish to say is, however, that if you were to be jealous, that's the form it would take. I should be sure to think it was a little my fault. It certainly wouldn't be your husband's. Isabel had had 3 years to think over Mrs. Touchette's theory that Madame Merle had made Gilbert Osmond's marriage. We know how she had first received it. Madame Merle might have made Gilbert Osmond's marriage, but she certainly had not made Isabel Archer's. That was the work of, Isabel scarcely knew what, of nature, providence, fortune, of the eternal mystery of things. It was true her aunt's complaint had not been so much of Madame Merle's activity as of her duplicity. She had brought about the strange event, and then she had denied her guilt. Such guilt would not have been great to Isabel's mind. She couldn't make a crime of Madame Merle's having been the producing cause of the most important friendship she had ever formed. This had occurred to her just before her marriage, after a little discussion with her aunt, and at a time when she was still capable of that very large inward reference, the tone almost of the philosophic historian, to her scant young annals. If Madame Merle had desired her change of state, she could only say it had been a very happy thought. With her, moreover, she had been perfectly straightforward. She had never concealed her high opinion of Gilbert Osmond. After their union, Isabel discovered that her husband took a less convenient view of the matter. He seldom consented to finger, in talk, this roundest and smoothest bead of their social rosary. "Don't you like Madame Merle?" Isabel had once said to him. "She thinks a great deal of you." "I'll tell you once for all," Osmond had answered. "I'd liked her once better than I do today. I'm tired of her, and I'm rather ashamed of it. She's so almost unnaturally good. I'm glad she's not in Italy. It makes for relaxation, for a sort of moral detente. Don't talk of her too much. It seems to bring her back. She'll come back in plenty of time." Madame Merle, in fact, had come back before it was too late. Too late, I mean, to recover what advantage she might have lost. But meantime, if, as I have said, she was sensibly different, Isabel's feelings were also not quite the same. Her consciousness of the situation was as acute as of old, but it was much less satisfying. A dissatisfied mind, whatever else it may miss, is rarely in want of reasons. They bloom as thick as buttercups in June. The fact of Madame Merle's having a hand in Gilbert Osmond's marriage ceased to be one of her titles to consideration. It might have been written, after all, that there was not so much to thank her for. As time went on, there was less and less, and Isabel once said to herself that perhaps without her these things would not have been. That reflection indeed was instantly stifled. She knew an immediate horror at having made it. "Whatever happens to me, let me not be unjust," she said. "Let me bear my burdens myself, and not shift them upon others." This disposition was tested eventually by that ingenious apology for her present conduct, which Madame Merle saw fit to make, and of which I have given a sketch. For there was something irritating, there was almost an air of mockery in her neat discriminations and clear convictions. In Isabel's mind today there was nothing clear. There was a confusion of regrets, a complication of fears. She felt helpless as she turned away from her friend, who had just made the statements I have quoted. Madame Merle knew so little of what she was thinking of. She was herself, moreover, so unable to explain. Jealous of her with Gilbert. The idea just then suggested no near reality. She almost wished jealousy had been possible. It would have made in a manner for refreshment. Wasn't it in a manner one of the symptoms of happiness? Madame Merle, however, was wise, so wise that she might have been pretending to know Isabel better than Isabel knew herself. This young woman had always been fertile in resolutions, many of them of an elevated character, but at no period had they flourished in the privacy of her heart more richly than today. It is true that they all had a family likeness. They might have been summed up in the determination that if she was to be unhappy, it should not be by a fault of her own. Her poor winged spirit had always had a great desire to do its best, and it had not as yet been seriously discouraged. It wished, therefore, to hold fast to justice, not to pay itself by petty revenges. To associate Madame Merle with its disappointment would be a petty revenge, especially as the pleasure to be derived from that would be perfectly insincere. It might feed her sense of bitterness, but it would not loosen her bonds. It was impossible to pretend that she had not acted with her eyes open. If ever a girl was a free agent, she had been. A girl in love was doubtless not a free agent, but the sole source of her mistake had been within herself. There had been no plot, no snare. She had looked and considered and chosen. When a woman had made such a mistake, there was only one way to repair it, just immensely, with the highest grandeur to accept it. One folly was enough, especially when it was to last forever. A second one would not much set it off. In this vow of reticence there was a certain nobleness which kept Isabel going. But Madame Merle had been right, for all that, in taking her precautions. One day, about a month after Ralph Touchette's arrival in Rome, Isabel came back from a walk with Pansy. It was not only a part of her general determination to be just that she was at present very thankful for Pansy, it was also a part of her tenderness for things that were pure and weak. Pansy was dear to her. There was nothing else in her life that had the rightness of the young creature's attachment or the sweetness of her own clearness about it. It was like a soft presence, like a small hand in her own. On Pansy's part, it was more than an affection. It was a kind of ardent, coercive faith. On her own side, her sense of the girl's dependence was more than a pleasure. It operated as a definite reason when motives threatened to fail her. She had said to herself that we must take our duty where we find it, and that we must look for it as much as possible. Pansy's sympathy was a direct admonition. It seemed to say that here was an opportunity, not eminent perhaps, but unmistakable, yet an opportunity for what Isabel could hardly have said, in general, to be more for the child than the child was able to be for herself. Isabel could have smiled in these days to remember that her little companion had once been ambiguous, for she now perceived that Pansy's ambiguities were simply her own grossness of vision. She'd been unable to believe anyone could care so much, so extraordinarily much to please, but since then she had seen this delicate faculty in operation, and now she knew what to think of it. It was the whole creature. It was a sort of genius. Pansy had no pride to interfere with it, and though she was constantly extending her conquests, she took no credit for them. The two were constantly together. Mrs. Osmond was rarely seen without her stepdaughter. Isabel liked her company. It had the effect of one's carrying a nosegay composed all of the same flower. And then not to neglect Pansy, not under any provocation to neglect her, this she had made an article of religion. The young girl had every appearance of being happier in Isabel's society than in that of anyone save her father, whom she admired with an intensity justified by the fact that, as paternity was an exquisite pleasure to Gilbert Osmond, he had always been luxuriously mild. Isabel knew how Pansy liked to be with her and how she studied the means of pleasing her. She decided that the best way of pleasing her was negative and consisted in not giving her trouble, a conviction which certainly could have no reference to trouble already existing. She was therefore ingeniously passive and almost imaginatively docile. She was careful even to moderate the eagerness with which she assented to Isabel's propositions and which she might have applied that she could have thought otherwise. She never interrupted, never asked social questions, and though she delighted in approbation to the point of turning pale when it came to her, never held out her hand for it. She only looked toward it wistfully, an attitude which, as she grew older, made her eyes the prettiest in the world. When, during the second winter at Palazzo Roccanera, she began to go to parties, to dances, she always, at a reasonable hour, lest Mrs. Osmond should be tired, was the first to propose departure. Isabel appreciated the sacrifice of the late dances, for she knew her little companion had a passionate pleasure in this exercise, taking her steps to the music like a conscientious fairy. Society, moreover, had no drawbacks for her. She liked even the tiresome parts, the heat of the ballrooms, the dullness of dinners, the crush at the door, the awkward waiting for the carriage. During the day, in this vehicle beside her stepmother, she sat in a small, fixed, appreciative posture, bending forward and faintly smiling, as if she had taken to drive for the first time. On the day I speak of, they had been driven out of one of the gates of the city, and at the end of half an hour had left the carriage to await